Adrian.
Hey, Zeke.
How you going?
Can you hear me, mate?
Yeah, hear you loud and clear. What are you in the new pad, are you?
Hang on, there's a few issues going on here.
Roger.
I got one too many YouTube channels open or something. One too many YouTube channels open or something.
You got an extreme concentration face happening, I can tell that.
Okay, man. Music's a bit loud, I know that. Hey, Zeke, how you doing, buddy?
Not bad, man. How you going? I haven't seen you for a bit.
Are you playing that music? I can't get rid of that music.
Really?
Is there music playing, or am I imagining that?
There's music playing, but not on StreamYards, I don't think. It's on.
Oh, you're like 100% music volume happening here.
No, muted on mine.
Fuck. What's going on with mine? I don't know. Man, it's fucked up.
It's on your PC, I'd say, mate. Oh.
Hang on a sec. I've got to figure out how to stop this music. That's it. We got it. Oh no, it started again.
Got to be a something you got running.
Let me screw around with this. Sorry that you feel that way. You can't hear it? It's fucked up, man.
Yeah, I can hear it. Yeah, I can hear rock. Just kill that. I'll kill that for you. That's fair.
Kill that rock, man. Kill that rock.
How cunny is that rock song? No.
It sucks us. That sucks us. StreamYard music. It's StreamYard music. Fuck. What have you been up to, Zeke?
Just work, mate.
Yeah, I know, man. I know you got a few. You got some projects happening though, haven't you?
Yeah, mate. Yeah, it hurt me back a bit today, so I won't work the rest this week. But I've only got. I need to finish this job I'm on right now. I've only got until the 6th to finish this job.
All right.
So that's the rest of this week's fucked. So, but I can work this weekend if I want to. And then I've got, about 3 days, 4 days next week I can fuck around getting it done.
You got any long-term projects like moving or anything?
Oh, just there's a couple of jobs where place, and then there's other ones cropping up around the place. So there's a roof to do. We've got a stable to build and a whole big horse truck enclosure thing.
Fuck, man. And then that doesn't sound like moving.
No, I need to find some. I'm on the fence about this other job. There's a shed fab mob that want me to build a heap of trusses and shit for them, but they want me to do it where they are, and I don't need to do it there. But it's just I'd have to build myself a new shed and that here if I want to do it.
Yeah. Sorry, Zeke, I've got to stop for a minute. I I've got to kill this music, man. Wherever it's coming from, it's killing me.
Yeah.
Oh, that's it. Was that you?
No.
It stopped as soon as I said that.
There's got to be a tab open somewhere.
Yeah, fuck. Yeah, that's what I thought, but I've got no tab open except StreamYards.
Isn't another browser open? You just can't see it?
No, I can't, mate. I can't see it on my laptop. If it was the phone, I'd go, fuck, could be anything, but like.
Well, the phone's easy to check. You just throw the phone out the room.
I was trying to entice Man About Oz over here for a little talk.
Oh, yeah? Yeah, where is Mikhail?
Oh, I can't see the chat, unfortunately, but
Who's on another stream, was he?
I was just cruising around, Zeeg, and there's a couple of channels I watch besides this channel.
Yeah, of course.
There's like Simon's channel, Timmy's channel, Mike Chef's channel, and that's about it.
Yep.
We're over at Mike Chef's channel, and Man About Oz is in there. And I feel sorry for the guy. I'd like to have a talk with him. He's a decent guy, and I like him.
What's happened to Man About? What do you feel sorry for? What's going on?
Oh, he's just in a chat talking in the.
Nobody's replying.
He can't actually talk on a panel. So I said, I'll start a stream, and we'll go. I'll start a stream, and we can talk on it.
Yeah, right.
I don't know where he is. Anyhow,
Needs to rattle his dags in, doesn't he?
Yeah. And JG. Jay.
Yeah. Oh, what's JG doing? I haven't seen JG fucking ages. Ah, shit a brick. Should I put in carrots, potatoes, sweet potatoes?
Anyhow, so you guys started a stream, you know.
Yeah, I know, I'm here. I'm on it. We started another one.
Yeah. I've got about 1 week left. I've got about 1 week left here. So you get my current...
you're still... Alright, so you're still at the old place.
Yeah. I got about 1 week to go. And I'm totally out of here. Man, it's totally sold. It's awesome.
Yeah, right.
It's a fucking great deal, man. It's a fucking...
Awesome.
It's a...
No more.
I'm dealing with a total peckerhead. You know, I'm dealing with a peckerhead, though. That's the trouble.
Oh, really? Oh, there's a few of them around.
Yeah.
I'm sure you haven't found the only one.
Yeah, my shed. I've got a pretty decent metal shed, like 6x8 meter shed.
Yeah. What, where you moving to, or the one you've sold? Ooh.
No, here where I am, my shed. It's been modified, like, so you can drag a 3 meter boat straight into it, like the height. You know, the height 3 meters. It's about you can put a 7 meter boat on a trailer straight in that shed. There's a special little cutout at the back for the outboard motor.
Oh, right.
Yeah. You can put a 7 meter boat on a trailer straight in that shed. And that guy is that fucked. He wants all the workbenches. And man, this has got awesome fucking workbenches, like solid fucking workbenches, man. If you want to smack the shit out of something on a workbench, these are the workbenches, mate. He wants them all out. He doesn't want all the workbenches out, all the shelving out.
Oh, you'll regret that later.
Fucking peckerhead, mate. Who wants a shed with no workbench?
Fuckheads that just want to store junk, I guess. Plenty of them around.
Oh, I'm getting the shits with him. Anyhow, my son's just dumping it. My son's going to take the workbench. It's like 2.5 meters long and about a meter high, meter wide workbench.
Oh, well, at least it's going somewhere rather than just getting thrown to the shit house.
Man, that thing is so fucking heavy. You would not believe. Is
My
something
wet
made out of
benches are made with railway sleepers.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, fuck. I'm just chopping
What
up
are you,
fucking vegetables.
what are you on there, Zeke? Are you on the air pong?
On the what?
Air pong. Air pong.
Nah, it sounds a bit like it, doesn't it? I'm cutting fucking sweet potato up so I can put it in the oven with the pork.
What's that game? You know where the air comes up through
Air
the
hockey.
machine? Air hockey. Yeah. Air hockey.
What they call it when rednecks jump out of planes, isn't it? Air honky.
Yeah, yeah. Look, there's some reprobates in the chat. I can see them already. There's Steve Perrin.
Oh no!
Good
What are you
afternoon.
doing, Darren?
Let me address the chat. See, Steve Perrin. Good afternoon, gentlemen. Craig Rearson. Arvo, lads.
Craigie
Yeah.
Booze.
Craig Rearson. Yeah, get on the panel, Craig. Explain yourself.
Yeah, exactly, Craig. Stop being a bitch. Get up here.
Fuck off from Brisbane, Craig. I'm going to leave you and Cambo here. You can wallow in your own shit, you two.
Wallow in your own shit. Yeah, is that what they do in Brisbane? Is it?
Yeah, that's what they do in Brisbane.
Yeah, right.
In Hoedown Town. Yeah.
Go down to fucking, what is it? Toowoomba and fucking wallow in your own shit.
Yeah. Hey, Zeke, I know, man, it was a secret, but I got to admire it. I got to admire you, man. You kept it a secret that long. Your recent trip.
Which one?
Well, your recent trip.
Oh, where I went and seen yeah, Andy, yeah.
Yeah, I got to admire that, man. Yeah, that's awesome.
That was good to go see him and fucking check it all out. Because as you know, I'd never been to Thailand either. So
If there's something I ever want to do, it would be to meet Andy in Bangkok. Andy Bangkok Chit Chat, right?
Yeah, well, if he wasn't so damn flat out, I would have. He wants me to come over again, but that'll be a ways off yet. But I'll definitely do it someday.
Yeah, man. But like that. If there's only one person I would ever want to meet in Thailand, it would be Andy Bangkok Chit Chat.
Yeah. If fuck running into that Adrian or that fucking Johnny or any other bastard there, eh?
Oh, fuck all them. All those fucking YouTube personalities, fuck them. Andy Bangkok Chit Chat is the real guy. He's the real deal. He's the guy you want to see.
It's the real McCoy.
Yeah, fuck yeah, man. No one in this whole genre, of all the genre channels, no one even comes close to Andy Bangkok Chit Chat
So
for being
Steve
there
can't
that long.
compete.
Okay? No one comes even fucking close to him.
What about in the Philippines? Who's number one in the Philippines, Adrian?
I'm not sure about the Philippines, Zeke. I'm not really sure about the Philippines.
What if I was in the Philippines? Would I be number one person to see?
Oh, I'm just not clued up on the Philippines genre.
Hey, fucking with you.
I'd say I would like to hang out with the American guy, the army guy.
There's a few of those.
No, I formed a friendship with him.
Right.
After the Gulf War, he kind of retired in the Philippines.
Yep.
And he copped a bit of flack, of course, as you would. The name will come to me soon. He's a legit army guy. Maybe Ricky
Yeah.
Drama. Ricky Drama.
Oh
He's
yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Ricky Drama.
Is he
Or
still over there? Is he?
well, he's in between. In between. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Thailand, Philippines.
Yeah, yeah. He's always bouncing
Wherever he
around there.
wants to go, he goes. Yeah, he can go wherever he wants. Ricky Drama, he's like independently wealthy, of course. He can
Yes.
go wherever he wants. He's not
Yeah, not like
locked
us.
down. Like, oh, I'm going to Thailand now. I've got to live here for 2 years. Fuck, how am I going to do this shit? Like,
Yeah.
it's not like that. You know, it's like, fuck, I've got 6,000 baht a day. How am I going to spend it? You know?
Yeah, that's it. I reckon I could spend 6,000 baht a day easy.
The
Wouldn't last
American guy
long,
I like in the Philippines is. Fuck, I feel bad. I've fucking totally forgotten him, man. I don't watch the Philippines too much, League. I don't know too much about
Does
the
Graham or
Philippines.
someone? Does Graham or someone
No,
know who it is?
it's an American version of Graham. Yeah.
Yeah, right. I wouldn't mind catching up with Graham.
Graham? Yeah,
Yeah.
Graham. Up in
North.
North.
I'm gonna get it wrong if I try and say it off the top of my head. Santo, whatever it is. Yeah.
Graham's in North
Yeah, west
North
of Baguio.
Philippines, which is Baguio. Baguio.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's on the coast to the west of Baguio. Yeah. Which
Because I always remember it, see, because I have a sister-in-law who's Filipino.
Oh yeah.
My brother married a Filipina.
Yep.
And she's from Baguio.
Look at you, Blake's being all friggin' colonist. Colonial. Your mob. At least fucking potatoes can go to the chooks, I think.
My whole family's wildly interracial.
Just get fucking breeding the white and everything, aren't you? Eh?
Yeah, we got Japanese. we in my like family, like my family of sons, brothers, sisters, nephews. We got like Korean, Japanese, Thai, Philippine. Man, we're very multicultural.
So you mean to tell me none of you are settling down with these three-toothed Aussie girls? With their wonderful accents and durries and...
No one has in my family. Not one from my father's and mother and father's family. Not one of the siblings is married a likewise country person. They're always a. Yeah, my daughter was involved with Japanese, and I'm involved with Thai.
Yep.
My brother's involved with Philippine and Thai. My son is Thai, 100% Thai. He's got a Thai passport. My other son, he's a mixture, but he's got a Malaysian girlfriend.
Yeah,
and my daughter's married to an Aussie guy. Like, it's just a fucking mishmash, mate. It's like Australia. That is Australia, right?
Yeah. Yep.
We don't have those shitty fucking idiosyncrasies. Like, everyone's treated equally. You know, I like it.
Yeah, no, it is good. Because fucking... fuck, I just breathed some salt in that shit. Yeah, I would hate to see... Honestly, I'd hate to see my sons tangled up with normal Aussie wenches when they're older.
See, we got the music going again, man.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. It sounds like just the fucking StreamYard's tune now. I'm in the kitchen. I can't see it.
It's not you doing that?
Nah. No, that's a special
Okay,
thing
I'm
you've
going to
done.
read it
Okay.
out. Reasons, g'day, lads. Steve Perrin, lots of laughs. Steve Perrin's made several comments. Link. He wants the link. Oh, the link. Okay, I'm going to put
Oh, what
the
do you
link
want the
up.
link for? What do you have to always find a link for, you guys? Why can't you find your own link?
Oh, mate, if we don't put the link up, they'll never find it. Hang on, I'll get the link. Don't worry, Steve.
Steve should know where the link is.
Man, nothing is easy for me anymore. Like, it's like, fuck, things are hard to do. Everything's hard to do. I
Yeah?
don't know what's going on, mate. It's like,
You're just
fuck.
not feeling it, or?
I'm just not feeling the easiness of doing anything.
No?
I'm not feeling the easiness of nothing, man.
Still being difficultized and more harder rated.
Can you put the link up, Zeke, for
Yeah, mate, I'll do it. Hang on.
Steve Perrin? No, I can't, man. It's just, everything's fucked for me now.
Oh, hang on, mate. I'll just go back to the computer. I'll chuck it up. All the impatient people in
And
the
you,
chat.
Mr. Perrin, especially you, Mr. Perrin, get on the fucking panel, mate, and say something, please. Because I got to talk with you. I've been getting so many messages and getting fucked around. You, Mr. Perrin, get up here and fucking say hello. I will organise your shit right now, Mr. Perrin.
Oh, it's Blob the Craigie Poos. How you going?
Yeah, it's the old Craigie Poo Zurch.
I will organise
There you go, mate. There you go, Big BK. Fuck, doing all right, mate. Still the same. Haven't been educated in any other way, so.
Ah,
Salute to you, Mr. Reason.
well, Craigie
Oh,
Poos.
salute, Mr. BK. You fucking mad old cunt. You've opened up a little bit, haven't you?
I've done nothing, Craig.
And no, I like your haircut, mate. I like your haircut.
Thank you,
Yeah.
sir.
About time you had a fucking haircut and a shave, you old cunt.
Truly, yeah, it is.
I see that roadkill still on your chin, Craig.
Nah, mate, it's not as big as it used to be. And every month, mate, I shave it off. So you can go fuck yourself, Serge.
You can't. Shave that fucking beard off. Go on. Shave
Mate.
that beard off.
Mate, when you plant something in the field, it grows really well. I'll tell you about Filipinos, mate. Fuck this Thai genre.
Well, the Filipinos are going to know about you in about, in a week and a half? Because I'm going to go put them billboards up on EDSA. Big Craigie
Oh,
Poos
you're
with a
still
big grin
doing
and
that?
Craig on 'em.
You're still doing that.
Yeah.
Mate, you were doing that 6 months ago.
Yeah, well, I'm actually over there in a week and a half, so I'll chuck them up.
Yeah, well, we know the road you hang around, mate, so it's all good with me, mate. So, yeah, no one knows me. Mate, maybe a couple of tricycle riders might understand, but no one else will. All the other chicks there, they think I'm poor.
They're smart girls.
Now, what's been going on? It's been a long time to catch up with you two.
I feel left out. You both got a durry going and I don't smoke.
Yeah, well, you
Let me hold something you go. There you go.
You won't see me much around really anymore.
Now,
Just
you're
in
all right, mate. I gave up stalking you, you old cunt.
Stalking? I could throw a
Yeah,
fucking roof.
who do you think you pissed on your pine cone tree in the front yard, mate?
I could throw a fucking rock on your roof. I'll tell you, mate. I could throw a fucking
Don't
rock.
worry, everyone could, but everyone wants to, but no one's game to. So, old stories, fucking let's move on, mate. You're moving up
Mate,
north, are
if I
you?
lived over there, I'd
Yeah,
TP
Craig,
your whole
yeah.
house.
I'm moving way up north, way up the tropics. We'll go
Good on you, mate. Good on you.
Bananas
We're gonna
going
go
to leave
tropics,
out Jaguar
mate.
stays around in a loincloth.
mate. Tropo tropics.
Nah, get a boat that you can actually use, and fucking that's all you got to do. And
Getting a good boat, mate, like about a 16-footer, 14 to 16-footer. It'll be good for that Burdekin River.
yeah, oh, mate, you don't need something that big for you, bloke. You're a
No.
single man. You only need a 4-foot with row handles on it. You be doing all right.
The crocs can't jump into. The
Fucking
crocodile.
no cunt's gonna eat you. Look at the head on you. Not being nasty, mate. Not being nasty, Banana King. Leave that to the rest of the YouTube
I'm a
society.
little bit older than you. I'm a little bit older than you, Craig.
Oh, so you felt a few more girls than me.
Yeah.
Zoots, where was the laugh there?
Hey?
Yeah, you fucking
I
dumb
know. I
cunt,
must have
Zoot.
misplaced.
Nah, good things, mate. Banana King, good things.
Seriously, Craig, if you're retired, if you don't have to work, like Brisbane's great for raising children, for work opportunities. Brisbane's great for raising children and work opportunities. I did that with my children, with my family.
Yeah, it outdoes Sydney and fucking Melbourne. It doesn't outdo fucking Western Australia at the moment.
I'm on to a retirement zone, which is like, it's a big town. I fucking love it. And I'm moving up there. Fuck it.
Yeah, no, put your arm down, mate. I can smell your killy from here.
I will never go below 20 degrees Celsius in my life ever again, night or day. It's in the tropics, mate. It's the tropics. It's far north Queensland. It's the tropics. I love it already.
No, good on you, mate. Good on you. Do what you got to do and enjoy it.
I bought a bunker house. It's made out of concrete fucking blocks filled with concrete. It's like solid concrete walls a foot thick. It's fucking perfect.
Well, thank fuck you might change the paint colour, mate, because you haven't painted that inside of the house in 20 years.
You could sit out the front with a fucking Gatling gun and not punch holes through the walls, mate. It's fucking tough as shit in my place.
Oh, mate, I remember a couple of stories that were brought up about you with guns, mate. Like, I wouldn't be ranting and raving about that one. You're a loose cannon at the best of the times, mate, let alone having a fucking gun. You're a Gatling gun.
Yeah, fucking cry.
Nah, Banana King, I always liked you. You let the little...
3 years ago, Craig. It's legendary shit, but yeah, okay. What can you say? Okay, shoot a gun off. Who doesn't like shooting a gun off in the air? Come on, be honest,
mate. Well, I shoot my gun off every night that I look at you.
Yeah.
Oh shit.
Nah, I miss you, old cunts, man. I do. Well, Zoons, you're probably a bit younger than me. No, I don't think that either. So, but I miss you, bloke.
You just have to wait to see one day, won't you?
Craig, you got to remember, mate. I never talked about your missus. I never had nothing to do with anything.
Well, let it go, mate. Let it go. Otherwise, I would have fucked you up. If it was truly, really what it should have been, and all the rest, I would have fucked you up. But that's not me, mate.
No, mate. I never ever mentioned your missus, mate. Netherlands.
Yeah, no, all cool, mate. No, just let go of it. Let go. Zurge is always going to be the fucking Zurge fuckwit that he's always going to be.
Yeah, but you made a big deal about it, mate. You made a deal.
No, I never make up a big deal, mate. I just play the game. I'm not a bad boy. I'm not a bad scout, mate.
Clear that up with you, Craig. I just want to clear that up with you. Right?
I would have brought my missus over there to slap you in the face, mate, like fucking. If you're really that bad, I would have brought her over there.
No, Craig.
Did either of you guys ever see that video?
I would never, ever talk about someone's missus or their children, mate.
Yeah, that's too low, that is.
There's other people.
Unless you talk about Steve
Craig,
then you can
when you come up with that, it was like a real major slap in the face for me, and I just couldn't. I thought, fuck this. Like, fuck, man. You can't fucking do that. That's like something I never do, mate. I never mention people's wives or children. I don't.
Yeah, no, it's all good, mate. It's all good. How many cans in?
20.
Yeah, no, you hit my mark.
20. Yeah, at least 20.
Yeah, but you're still coherent, mate. I can still understand you. You're doing well. I remember when you used to do 8.
Yeah, eight's about it when I'll start getting pissed, right? No, I'm on the Bundy now. Look, that's empty. The Bundy.
Hey,
I finished the can. The cans are all finished, mate. I'm on the Bundy now.
Hey, Craig, you said about having your missus slap him.
One at a time, Zach. One at a time. Don't get overexcited, you little prick.
You love to,
mate. I've got a young fella that's getting overexcited now. He sounds like you.
I just spilled that Bundy in my keyboard doing that.
Fucking hell, Adrian.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, did you ever see that video on YouTube, Craig, where that bloke's 79 series is getting knocked off, so he runs outside Starkers to stop the prick that's stealing his car, and then his Filipino missus is running around with a plank of wood smacking the thief on the fucking head, and then they interview her after, she's like, I just kept hitting him in the head.
No, I didn't see that one.
Fucking classic.
I didn't see that one, but I had a 72 HQ, mate, that I had to run down the road chasing back in the day. So ended up finding out who the bloke was. It ended up at Redcliffe, over Cambo's area.
Yeah, right.
So, and something was like, my car was stolen, and that's where they went to. So obviously, come back from the city, and they were running back that way. So, yeah. No, small world, man, on how things work. So some of these blokes here should shut their fucking mouth before they find out what really goes on. But we're way above that. This is why I like this stream, man. Like, you can talk about anything, and I don't know how deep you are into it, Zurge, but I'm sure you're well and truly. But no, there's some good times, mate. I used to love the old fucking Global and all the rest, and you just talk about anything. So
yeah, that's right. Yep,
mate, I'm doing a plaster mold like for fucking Pit Boss. Pit Boss like had his last stream, and I started doing a plaster mold just for the thumbs, like the thumbs up, thumbs down, and go fuck you. So I'm waiting for him to come back in another 6 months.
Go fuck you.
Yeah, no, it's going to be like, I've got something and I think it's going to work well, so. No, I miss the old blokes, mate. I miss the old Steve Perrin, fucking. Yeah, a little bit of the Steve Clark. I like Andy BKK and stuff like that. So,
Steve Perrin's back on deck. And,
yeah,
no, most lads are back on deck.
No, there's some good blokes. I think they've been swayed a little bit, mate. I think they changed their fishing spots. Hard to say, Verge, in some ways. So.
Oh, it's just like swings and roundabouts, comes and goes.
Yeah, no, I don't grow up in that world, mate. So.
I'm a bit older than you, Craig. Like, really. You're probably about 20 years younger than me, Craig.
Oh, fucking, that's only age, mate. That's only age.
Yeah,
But
to
in
expect
reality,
me-
how we think,
to
in
be
reality, how
expecting
we
me-
think is a little bit
to
different.
be expecting me to doing some of the shit that you want to do with me is unrealistic, mate.
Mate, I don't want to fuck you, so leave that alone.
You sure, Craig?
Yeah.
Sure you don't want a little taste?
Yeah, no.
Just a little nibble just to see if you might like it? Hey?
You'd be better off.
Mate.
You'd be better off hooking up with like someone like Cambo or something. Cambo, he's over there at Redcliffe. Yeah, you can hook up with him, man.
Nah, I'd smack that fat cunt in the fucking head, but he's more twisted and he's more sinister than you'll ever be, and he's more swapped the sides and all the rest. You've heard it live on Global.
Yeah, right.
Well, Craig,
Give that up, mate. I don't want to talk about those people. I'm here to talk to you and Zurge.
No, but that is one guy who's in the genre, who's in Brisbane, who's close to you and me, right? And I thought
Mate, there's a lot of people. There's a lot of people close to us.
Craig, I even think today I could go and have a beer with the guy and be a friend, just to be a friend. But when I look at it, I think, fuck, man, there ain't no being a friend with that guy.
What are you, desperate Banana King for friends?
No, I don't need a fucking friend at all, mate.
Mate, I'll put the arm out to you before and you didn't want to have a beer with me.
I could go and have a beer with someone, I could go and have a beer just to meet someone, like, and go g'day and have a beer and how you going and, like, I could do that. I could do it with you, Craig. I could come and have a beer with you, mate.
Get on the beers.
Couldn't I? Hey, Craig. I always told you, Craig, you can come over here and have a beer at my joint.
Come and get on the
Mate,
beers.
I could have a beer with you. I could have a beer with you 2 years ago when you threw off.
When I threw off?
Yeah, no, when you threw off about me family and that. I could have come and had a beer with you.
Say a thing about your family, mate.
Calm down, you old fella. Calm down, old bloke.
What is this with you and I'm talked about your family? I never fucking did, Craig.
Fucking hell.
Seriously,
right.
Craig. Come on, Craig. Let's finish this with the family thing.
We're not going to finish anything fucking for the next 35 years.
You just said 2 years ago I said something about your family.
Yeah, I don't let go on YouTube, mate. I don't let go. Zurge has never said anything bad about me or my family. He might call me Craig Poos or stuff like that. Just calm down, Banana.
You fucking got a shit-eating grin on your fucking head. Look at you.
Craig, I don't really need you to be winding me up, okay?
No, I only do that,
I
Banana
don't need
King.
you to be winding me up, mate. Now,
all right.
You said 2 years ago I talked about your family. 2 years ago was way before Global FM ever started. No one had ever heard of Craig Roosen, and you were nothing. That's total fucking nonsense, mate. 2 years ago.
All right,
Seriously,
1 year, 1.5 years ago. Seems
19.
like 2 years to me, mate.
Okay, 1.5 years ago. Might be close to when the Global FM first started. What did I say?
Right, 1 year and 3 months ago.
That was so fucking highness, Craig, with you and your family. What did I do?
No, I'll let go, mate. I'll let go. But you just keep bringing it up.
Finish it, Craig. Fucking finish it, Craig.
Nothing, mate. You did nothing.
Craig can't just have your
I did nothing. And I've never done nothing for your family, your missus, or your kids. I never mentioned fucking wives or kids, Craig. Seriously, dude.
Oh, Zerge, I could stir this up like you wouldn't believe.
Craig,
It's
you're
not the
not
time.
gonna stir up shit, mate. You're just stirred up a fucking hornet's nest with me because I'm gonna fucking sting you, mate.
No, I like your
At the
haircut,
end of the
mate.
day,
I
if
like
you
your
keep going,
strong neck.
Craig. Craig, if you keep going with it, Craig, I'm gonna fucking sting you, mate.
No one can
It
sting
ain't
me any
happened.
more than it'll
It
sting
has not
yourself, mate.
happened. It has not happened, Craig, and it will never happen. I don't do that shit, mate.
No, I agree.
Believe
I
me.
agree. You might have had one outrage moment that you actually said
One
something.
outrage
No,
moment?
something.
What? With what, Craig? One outrage moment. Fuck off, Craig.
No, it's like me,
All
mate.
right,
I
Craig.
had one outrage moment and you banned me, blocked me.
The only
flicked me.
outrage
You
moment
know,
I
no,
had
it
was
was
with
you.
Cambo, mate. I only had one outrage moment on YouTube was with Cambo about being doxxed. That was about it, mate. That was my one outrage moment. Who's controlling this music, for fuck's sake?
I don't know. I think it's on your end, mate, because I'd have a
See,
good
have
look.
you got music playing in the background? It's
No,
driving
mate, I
me
haven't.
nuts, man.
It sounds like another StreamYard's browser's
Fuck,
open.
you're dead. What is that? I'm gonna have to fucking terminate.
Well, why don't you close everything? I'll stay on. The stream will stay up, and then you can jump back in, and all your shit should be gone. You'll know if it was on yours or not. Up to you.
I'm gonna read the chat. Lots of laughs. I was in bog and could hear you call to arms, Adrian. House of kids full here. Households in Thailand. Yeah, good on you, Steve. House full of kids. Good on you, mate. Awesome. That's fucking great, mate. He's in a house full of Thai kids running around, having fun. Yeah, fucking great guy, Steve. Love it.
Breaking the furniture.
Yeah, whole fucking concept, mate.
Fuck me, you Queenslanders.
How's it
How you
going
supposed to
over
cut a
there in
pineapple
Western
up?
Australia, Zerge?
Oh, you know, this thing in the sky came up each morning and then swapped over with a different one every other night.
Now, I've been watching that Lincoln Kane. I don't know if you watch him, but he says there's
Say good night.
heaps of opportunities over there.
Yeah, always has been.
Yeah, no, I've done a bit of work over there with Western Australia and the museum sort of stuff.
Hmm.
So
Yeah,
he'd time out. So
he has.
no, I have.
You've got the work.
Working for
Hey.
someone else. I just didn't make connection with you blokes like while I was over there.
Oh, what? You came over here?
Oh, fuck yeah, mate.
Oh, you rude bastard.
Oh, fuck, mate. Do you think I want to make friends on YouTube? Where'd that old cunt go?
He's gone because his music was driving him mad. So he's going to bug it off. And
Yeah, salute to the YouTube gods.
So what are you up? You up north now? Fucking Banana King?
Yeah, I'm up way up north, mate, past Townsville.
Yep. No, good stuff, mate. Good stuff. It's good to see your studio change.
I got a concrete bunker house. It's made out of like concrete hollow blocks that are backfilled with concrete with Rio bars right up to the roof. It's like you could sit out the front with a fucking bazooka and you will not penetrate my walls. They're like,
mate, let the gun society go. Mate, in all life, let your gun society go unless you're going to be like just a root shooter or a rabbit shooter or a fox shooter, like old Zerge.
drive
Know
by
what's
with a
coming from the
drive by
footpath,
with
mate.
a fucking 308 or 303 or whatever, a high powered rifle. It ain't gonna fucking come inside the house, mate.
You're an angry old cunt, aren't you?
And fire off a fucking shotgun in the house, you won't hear it outside either.
Jesus, mate, I'm watching this fucking Mr. Mercedes. I think it's called Mr. Mercedes or something. We'll have to check with the wife what it's called. Fucking what a chronic story about fucking a low-life detective that fucking and the mind games that get played. It's truly like YouTube.
Yeah.
Mate, my new house
Well,
has
I'd
got
have to ask her. I'd have to ask the Serge what the movie's called, but I think it's called Mr. Mercedes on fucking Netflix. It could be a little bit old. It mightn't be too old, but yeah. But you got to watch too much of it. But it's a real mind fuck, like a mind fuck field.
Mate, my new place has got a panic room. Believe it or not, it's just fucking mental. It's actually the pantry of the kitchen. It's like a walk-in pantry, but it's solid fucking high block backfilled concrete, fucking reinforced fucking concrete all around. It's in the center of the house. It's a walk-in pantry, but it's the solidest fucking. You're basically in a solid concrete walled fucking bunker in the middle of the house. It's just fucking metal, mate. But that's the panic room.
Well, was there some rich cunt there before you? Fucking Banana King?
Yeah, cane farmer. A cane farmer built it.
Yep.
Sugarcane farmer. It's all sugarcane farming up there, Craig. It's a very large. It's the centre of sugarcane farming in Australia, where I am.
Yep.
It's all sugarcane
Any
farming.
opportunities? Any opportunities with your knowledge? With your knowledge on like how, like
you take your boat down to the river and paddle and motor out through the crocodiles, mate, and catch the best barramundi you ever seen in your life.
Yeah, well, no, me and Serge are a little bit younger, mate, so we can't retire like that yet.
No.
Google the Burdekin River.
Yeah, I know the Burdekin.
Yeah.
What is it, the vertical smile?
Crocodiles and the best fishing you've ever fucking heard of. 20, 30 kilometres out, you're in the Great Barrier Reef, in the fucking reefs. Like, it's just fucking awesome, man.
Yeah.
It's the tropics. And it's the tropics. It will never go below 20 degrees Celsius in winter. It's just fucking awesome.
No, good on you, mate. Good on you. As long as you got a tinny.
This is retired life, Craig. It's retired life, mate.
No, I understand what retired life is. I did it when I was 35, mate. Why do you think I'm so ugly?
Yeah, but you're still jackhammering fucking tiles off bathrooms in the Gold Coast, for fuck's sake.
Oh, mate, you got to do a little bit sooner or later.
No, you don't have to do nothing, mate. You got to
wake up do it for entertainment. Mate, I couldn't. If I retired at 35 years old, I'd be like fucking one of those old grumpy cunts when I was 40, mate. Like, fuck it, you can't do that shit. So, you got to keep flicking on. So,
hey, Craig,
you understand
I'll tell you, Craig, I retired when I was 55, and I said to all the fucking young cunts, I said, don't fucking retire early unless you really have to, or you're wildly fucking massively financial. Keep working. As long as you're in your 50s, keep working to your 60 or something and make as much money as you can and fucking then check out.
Or just retire whenever you like.
Some of that. In some of those ways are true.
Your retirement's over.
I retired early, like before I was 55. I was 54. And like,
Why the fuck can't I find this place?
You know, I didn't have a problem financially, but like, you feel like you need to be still working. It's just not fucking. It's weird.
That's what I'm saying to you, mate. We got to be active.
You want to be doing
some of us like me, got to be active for the rest of your life. I go on holidays, mate. I build other properties because I'm active.
Yeah.
Oh, you might say, yeah, but fucking that's
Craig, I see these guys on different channels, and they seem to be in their 30s and they're retired in Thailand or something. Like, that's it. They're fucking retired. They're never going to work another day in their life, and they're in their 30s or 40s. I'm calling bullshit on it, mate.
I don't call bullshit on
it. They have fucked themselves up. Like, whatever money they had 20 years ago is worth fuck all today, is what I'm saying.
No, they're not taking old school money. They're taking money that they're making
If you
now.
can earn new money, keep earning new money, is what I'm saying. Like, if you can work a bit more in your 50s to 60, if you can get new money in for your retirement, good, go for it, mate. Go for it.
Fall in this joint.
But if you can pull the plug at 50 and go and live in the Philippines, Craig, like, fucking fuck off with Australia. I'm finished with Australia. Sell your place, do everything. Move to the Philippines. Go with your missus.
Oh, right.
You might have done it too early, mate, because you got another, like, 50 to 60 that you could have worked and got good money. I don't know. Mate. I don't know.
Yeah, you don't make too much sense to me, Banana King, at this time.
I know you can, Craig. You can pull the pin at 50 and go and live a happy life.
I could have pulled the pin at 35.
Nah, you're not financially ready.
I like the advice. I like the semi-advice, mate. But yeah, fair enough.
But even that dump you got there at Bundle, you can sell that for like probably 700 grand and move anytime you fucking want, Craig.
And the great thing is, mate, do you know if I've got 1 or 3 in the same street?
None.
No, I know you got that.
I still like to just test the other people that are fucking millionaires and all the rest. Don't go fucking with a bloke that you don't know about, mate.
Craig, you can pull the pin on your joint and move anytime you want. And that's all I'm saying. That's all I'm fucking saying, mate.
No, but mate, settle down. I actually built a house in the Philippines fucking 11 years ago. I'm already settled there. I just haven't retired there yet because I'm an active motherfucker.
Look, I'm using my hand as an ashtray. Oh, fuck, it just went in the keyboard.
Yeah, well, you're a dumb cunt, mate, and you're not as smart as me.
What a dildos.
I've been in the Philippines. I've been in fucking helicopters. I've been in fucking the latest Mercedes and all the rest. And my wife, she always says, why do you waste dollars like this? I go, because I like variety. And I like privacy. And I like the fucking best of the best.
You didn't tell her it's because you didn't tell her the truth. You should have told her it's because you're fucked.
She lives in Australia.
Yeah.
Just tell me, Craig, have we put this to bed with you claiming that I've demised your family or something? Like,
no, what about if I smack you? What about if I smack you in the nose and you bleed, and then you smack me and I don't bleed?
I'm gonna fucking see that fucking fist.
What are we going to put to bed?
It's going to come straight through that fucking screen, man. That fucking bang.
I'm going to get one.
I like you, mate. I like you. Don't be like the rest. Don't be like the rest.
Where the fuck's this joint?
I don't have a lot of time here anymore right now tonight, but I just wanted to put it to
My
bed,
phone's
Craig.
overheating, so I might be
Craig,
out in about 30
Craig, you're
seconds,
not
mate.
listening, Craig. I wanted to put it to
No,
bed.
my phone's overheating. I might be out in
Craig,
30.
Oh,
Craig,
fucking hell,
I wanted to put it to bed that I never ever fucking demised your fucking family, your children, or anything. I never said anything about him, mate. Where's he gone? Has he
Pussyed out,
gone?
is he? Yeah,
Has
you've
he
vaginaed out.
jumped out. Fuck, he's a cunt, that guy. Fuck, he is. Who else is in the chat? Oh, there's Loose.
Yeah, Luce has been in there having a bit of a chitty chat.
Get on the panel, fucking Loose. Cunt.
There's a nice station for sale over there, Adrian.
You know, I need these guys to get on the panel here, Loose or Steve Perrin or someone, you know.
Well, Steve
Z.
Parents wants to be going big old good.
Mate, big ups to you. Big ups to you, Zeeg. I didn't know your trip encompasses everything that you did on that last trip, and I heard about it. And I went, fucking Zeeg, man. He's a bit of a quiet guy, a quiet achiever, like BP, the quiet achiever. Like, wow, man, Zeeg's fucking gazumped everyone going to meet fucking Andy and everything.
Yeah, I just thought, fuck it,
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
I was going to go to the normal, spots in the Philippines, and I just decided, you know what? Nah,
I'll just go and see Andy.
there we go, fly across the water.
Yeah. Fucking good on you, mate. Good on you. You know, that deserves about like 10 times credibility score instantly.
Well, at least you know I'm not just a voice recording now.
Yeah.
Shit.
Who's in the chat there? Global Evolved. Global Evolved. Is, hang on, Zeeg. Global Evolved is a possible affiliate channel. Zeeg, can I leave it with you for a minute? I want to get some ice. I want to get some rum, and I want to get some Coke, and I want to come back. Okay.
Yeah, no worries. Shit, now there's two of me. What did I just hear then? Oh, I see. It's old phony Cookie himself.
Back again.
What's going on, Craig? Craig, lend us some dosh. You're always talking about your money. Let's get this fucking big.
Mate, I haven't got 2 coins to rub together.
No, well, give us 2 notes then. Or 2 checks. Or 2 credit cards.
You want 2 redbacks there? Because the first thing I ever learnt in life, mate, was when you got to your last redback when you were a youngster, you always came back and you made heaps more than ever.
Fuck, I got bitten by a redback. Does that count?
No redbacks in Western Australia, mate, so fuck off.
Fucking RSA. There's thousands of cunting things.
Now, what happened to the old fella?
He's gone to get a rum.
No, he kicked himself. He did his rant and rave.
No, he's still there. He's just got my avatar for some reason.
All right.
He's going to get a rum. He said, "Fuck Craig, I'm getting a rum."
Yeah, don't worry. I'm on my 16th beer, mate. So mightn't be turning up at the work site tomorrow early. So
No. I turned up at work today and it fucking rained on me. And I got a little bit hurt, so I came home. Before it fucking hurt me back even more.
what do you got? Back issues, mate?
Oh, I'll do after the thing that happened today, yeah. Nothing like slipping on
It's only
fucking wet
sciatica,
shit.
mate.
Fuck you,
It's only sciatica.
Nah, this is fucking over. There's this fucking station up at Cape Tribulation. I reckon we should all fucking turn it into global fucking headquarters. Look at the joints. They're beautiful.
Mate, it wouldn't be sitting in a bunker like that fucking when you're coughing like that. It'd be hard to get up the stairs, old fella.
Coughing's bad, man. I'm going to take this glass. I'm going to pour this Bundy into this glass.
Look how happy he is about it.
the proudest moment you've ever seen, Zed.
I've run out of ice. I don't have any ice I've used at all.
That's right. Just use the frozen peas. Leave them in a freezer bag.
Yeah. Throw the frozen peas in there, fucking Banana King. For the frozen part. You just don't swallow the peas.
You know the Bundy and Coke, Craig. Come on. You know the Bundy and Coke.
Yeah, no, I've been to the Bundy Rum Distillery back in the day when I was 20.
The Bundy and Coke. Jeez.
Excuse me for interrupting, gentlemen, but is nobody going to welcome the Pommy Whinging Pom to the panel?
Yeah, g'day, Steve. G'day, Steve Perrin.
Well, God, I've been sat here like a lemon for the last 5 minutes. I thought you'd say, "Oh, hello, Steve."
Well, you fucking said nothing, Stephen.
Adrian, how you doing, mate? Craig, nice to see you again. Z, fuck off your cunt. No, I'm joking.
Steve, contact me immediately in the private chat and I will sort out that business that we're doing.
All right. Okay, I'm only going to suck. I'm only sucking cock for 5 minutes.
Don't fall for the bloke, Steve Perrin. Don't fall for the bloke that's got more hair than you, but you've got more empathy than he does.
Right. You've totally lost me, Craig, but I'm a simple Englishman.
Very fucking simple. and an Englishman.
You're basic.
Right. Adrian, what do you want me to do? I'm looking at the chat now.
Contact me in the private chat.
Cup the balls, Perry.
I'm there. Right. What do I do? There you go.
Just say hi. Just say hi.
There, I've done it.
Okay, Steve. Now I will give you a message any minute. And now, unfortunately, Craig and Ziegel will see it. But
I'll wait because I
Can
can't.
we?
I'm going to give it to you, okay?
We can trust. No.
We don't want to see you gay band at Banana King.
Don't do it, Adrian.
You went to say you can trust, and then you went, no.
Yeah.
Craig, would you like to be a Gupta on the channel here? Right?
No, mate, I don't have enough time.
Craig.
Like always,
Craig.
mate, I've always been on here just swing,
Come on, Craig.
and all the rest.
Craig, do you think you could do it, mate? Do you think you could handle being like a super moderator.
Well, you don't think I've got that niche inside myself to do that sort of
I
stuff?
think
mate?
you do, Craig. You could start a stream. You can run a stream. You can do that
Yeah.
shit.
Craigie
Would you
Poo's
like
hour
to
on the
do it?
global.
Like in an environment that's friendly,
Yeah.
like ours.
I think Craig would be excellent.
Shut up,
I'm
Steve.
too uneducated, mate. I'm too uneducated at this time of the hour, let
Yeah,
alone
but
any other hour in the day.
You're a bit like me, Craig. You're a retired multimillionaire. You got so much spare time on your hands.
Did you just
You'd
say
be
you're a
perfect.
retard multimillionaire?
Yeah.
Craig,
Sorry,
Craig,
a retired multimillionaire. Yeah.
Craig is a retired.
Zedge, I always take that always as good. No one makes a good apple pie like I do.
Okay.
Yeah,
That's
see, I
got
just
nothing
fucked
to do
you
with
up,
it,
motherfucker.
And then what?
Your apple pie has fuck more to do with it, Craig. Let me tell you that.
Yeah, well. Yeah, all right. You're a Peterbilt, mate. Yeah, old fucking Banana King. You're a Peterbilt.
Built a bit.
I'm
You ever had an
older
apple
than you,
pie?
Craig. I'm older. Give me 10 years on you, Craig. 10 years, mate.
Fuck, here we go with age and gaps and all the
Yeah,
rest.
but it is.
Hey,
It's
I
almost
work-
6.
I
I'm in
work
the
with
60s. You're in
every
the
age
50s.
group.
Stop
Us
making
50s
the pay
and
gap,
60s,
Craigerism.
mate. You got to
Sexist.
bring it into it. Right? You have to. 50s and 60s. You got to bring it into it.
Yeah,
How old
you
are
ain't got no
Craig?
50s.
Craig,
You ain't got
Craig.
no 50s and 60s fucking haircut there, fucking old man.
Okay,
Yeah, you
Craig.
got more hair than me.
Okay, Craig. Just be honest. One time in your life, how old are you? Come on.
But, yeah, I'll tell you truthfully. I just turned
truthfully.
40.
I'm expecting truthfully, mate. Otherwise, I'm gonna fucking dish you.
You're gonna
Give
dish
me the truth. Give me the truth. Come on.
Fuck, is this a cooking show? You're gonna dish me?
Yeah, mate. We don't do fucking fake shit here. How old are you, Craig?
Give it your best
Nah,
Betty Crocker.
I'm 48 and fit as a motherfucker, mate.
48. 48. Okay, so you're close to 50. You're getting close to 50. And I know what you're thinking, Craig. I know you're thinking retirement.
How do you know what I'm thinking?
Retire. Because I've been
You have
48
no
before.
fucking
I've been
clue.
48, Craig. Craig, I've been 48 before. And
When
I
were
can
you
tell you,
48?
all you're thinking about is retirement. When you got an Asian lady as your partner with your wife, and you got kids, and it's your whole life and your family, and you're pushing 50, Craig, you're pushing 50, and you're totally thinking all the time how the fuck you can get out of Brisbane and retire somewhere with your family nicely forever in life without ever having to worry about anything again.
No, mate.
Right?
I've got something in Victoria, in the foothills of Victoria. I've already built for most of you, it's a log cabin. For me, it's a house.
Yeah, I don't do log cabins.
Is this the woodshed that you masturbate in?
That's why I always sit here.
Funny that was.
You want to know my real estate agent, Zeke?
Oh, Zeke, I need a tissue for that, mate, to clean up.
Oh, what, to clean up after Craig?
It's fucking funny, Zeke.
Oh.
Oh, fuck it up.
Fucking funny. Steve Perrin's in the back room. I got to put him on.
Yeah, I think he's playing with his little doobers you give him, I think.
Why the fuck haven't you got the code, Steve Perrin?
Can you hear me?
You
Just as you
fucking
were about to
idiot.
do.
Steve Perrin! Just shut the fuck up.
Okay,
Now
boss.
listen, Steve Perrin. I will give you about 10 seconds and I will give you the fucking code and you will be the fucking gupta, okay? Boom, and done.
I'm here.
You put yourself on.
Okay.
Are you
Did you
ready?
s-
Do you know how to use the code, Steve?
Are you ready?
Can you
I'm
work
ready.
it out?
Probably not, but we'll have a go.
Jeez, here we go.
You have to start like StreamYards, like where it asks for code. And I will give you
Okay.
the code. When you get to that point and it asks you for the code, I will give it to you.
Do I have to close this StreamYards and go in again?
No. You don't have to do jack shit. You just have to start another browser, log into StreamYard, log in as globalfm.com.
Well, surely if I just stop this one, I can do it. I'll work it out. It'll be exactly the same as before.
Aaron.
What?
Steve, if we don't get this sorted out within 5 minutes, I'm giving up, mate.
Okay.
Really. I've been talking with Eddie Chit Chat. It's getting ridiculous, mate.
Well, I don't really know what to
You've
say.
been reported to admin, Aaron.
Yeah, I'm feeling guilty already,
better pull
and
your finger out.
I haven't fucking done anything yet.
No, I know you need the code, Steve. I know you need the code, but you
Right.
have to
Fuck.
log into StreamYards
All right.
and request a code, and I have to give it to you within 10 seconds. It's like it has to happen quick, okay?
Right.
And we can do it right now, Steve, while we're here.
I've got to log in within 10 seconds.
Yeah.
Hold on. Let me just open up the normal basic StreamYards bloody thing.
Don't fucking log back.
Give me a
in,
minute.
StreamYard's
Wait. That's mine. Now I've got to get out of that.
Fucking hell.
Fuck,
mate.
No, hold on.
Fuck.
STRE. Yeah, hold on a minute. Don't do anything.
Jeez.
Okay.
We're all hanging on.
Yeah, Zedge. Imagine working with blokes over 48.
Well, Craig, I was just thinking of what a great stream it would be with Adrian giving instructions about doing any job while he's drunk. Well, you have to do this. It would go viral straight away. StreamYard.com.
I don't know
Yeah,
if old blokes over 48
Steve
can work
Perrin,
up a stream, can
I'll pass that on fucking YouTube, mate. So
It just keeps bloody, every time I log in, it goes into my own StreamYards thing. I can't get the normal StreamYards.com.
log out of yours and log back in with the other one, Perry.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that. Hold on.
Oh,
StreamYard.
Zedge, you haven't changed in your life. What's been going on, mate?
Stuff and things and stuff and
Yeah.
I don't know.
Still the same old.
Chook bucket or some shit. Yeah, same old, mate.
How's the dating scene going over in the Philippines?
Don't know, I'm off the market.
Oh, you're stolen. You're stolen valor.
Yeah, that's it.
No, good on you, mate. Good on you. Didn't take too long. It only took 5 years, mate.
Yeah, that's all, yeah. Took a cool half a fucking century. Oh shit. I'm just playing with the roast pork at the moment. Because I want these fucking potatoes higher up in the stove, in the oven, whatever you call this thing.
Well, you're still a master chef, so understand that.
Do what you want. I'll do what I want, what you want, and what everyone else wants at the same time. How's that sound? I bought some eggs the other day, Craig. And I was most disappointed with them.
What were they? They weren't farm fresh, and you brought them from Woolworths.
No, fucking IGA, mate, IGA.
Yeah, well, get your own chickens in your own backyard, mate.
I've got some, but every other prick took the eggs.
Are you breaking up, mate?
I said I did, but some other prick took the eggs. Making cakes and
Well,
shit.
don't worry. Someone else will always steal your wife as well.
Is that what happened, is it, Craig?
Oi, sha. Can't even be going there, mate. What's going on there?
I don't know.
Are you cracking eggs? Are you cracking eggs to have a go?
No, I just cut a bit of pork off.
It's nice to have a roast, mate.
Is Adrian still there?
Oh, I don't know, Steve. Why don't you ask him?
No, the old cunt fucked off. He's got a disability pension, mate. He fucked
All
off.
right. Just started going in, and all it did was send me a code to my email address.
Well, you don't know what you're doing then.
No, I know, right. I know how to do it. Right, I got it. Hold on.
Yep.
Just go back. Email address. I used the wrong one. I know what to do. God, this is tricky, isn't it?
God, is every
Taking a
time
very
getting
long
older
time,
in the
Steve.
last fucking 6 months?
What's that, Craig?
Is everyone getting older in the last 6 months or the last year, Zerch? Or fucking
Yeah,
YouTube?
well,
or what?
I'll let you
What's
know a little
going on?
secret, Craig. Everyone gets older every year.
All right. I'll take that in advance on the fucking on the pool, mate, on the goldfish pool.
Right.
Why does roast pork taste so good?
What was that?
Roast pork, why does it taste so good? It's just the best. It tastes bloody awesome.
Because there had a female touch to it.
Had to what?
It had a female touch to it.
It's been a bit tenderised, has it? Oh shit. Well, Adrian has dropped out on us. There we go. I'm back at the computer now.
Yeah. It's all right. I'm ready to. As soon as he comes back, I'm ready to go.
By the time the old cunt comes back, I'll be out. I got something else to do. What are you up to,
Okay.
Steve? You're causing trouble everywhere around the fucking genre, mate.
I don't know what's happened, Craig. I consider myself a reasonable person, but I've upset half a dozen retards, and what can I do?
Did you take away their short yellow bus with the tasty windows, did you?
I don't know what I've done. I honestly don't. It's just weird. But hey, I think you have to look at life. I get a lot of fun from doing this sort of stuff. You have to pay for that fun, and I'm paying for it. But it's okay. I've got broad shoulders.
Don't let them beat you down, Steve.
Well,
don't.
No, I don't cry. It doesn't bother. I mean, I know we don't talk about this sort of thing on Global, but the weird thing is, and Adrian will tell you, I have when I first came onto Global, I had my camera on for at least
Fucking
the
hell, how did
first
your camera
week or
survive
two. I know. And then for at least a month or two after, I used a photo of myself as my avatar.
Mm.
And I've always used my real name. So doxing is a bit limp. But anyway.
Bit limp. It's a bit limp even if you do work out someone's identity. Still
Yeah.
limp.
Well,
Yeah,
I think what's pissing me off a bit is that it's not with me so much, but there's a guy, I won't mention his name, but there's a guy that somebody threatened to get his visa rescinded. And this guy's an old guy living in Thailand and not too well. And he quite honestly said, look, I've only got a few years left here. I just want to spend time with my family. And they're threatening to sort of bribe immigration to get his visa suspended, so he gets kicked out of the country. Now, look, you can call somebody whatever names you want. You can even doxing doesn't really bother me, but really messing about with somebody's real life, I think it's fucking horrible. Absolutely,
it's
the lowest of the low. It's just ridiculous. Fortunately, I think it would be quite hard to do that because of the way the Thai set it up. But just even threatening it, I think is below anything. It's just scum. It's only what scum would do. So I've said my bit. I'll say no more.
No, I tend to agree.
Even have you heard of Kiwi?
110% there, Steve. Of 110%. What all these blokes say and what they think they say, mate, if a bloke was actually securing himself, nothing. It's nothing. So let it go. Fucking let the blokes play, whoever they are, all the rest of it, mate, you got nothing. Look,
kind of people that do
mate,
it
I
remind me
can
of
come
the boys
over
in
to
high school,
Zurich
though, that
tomorrow.
once they get a smack in the face and they wonder what happened. Oh, why'd they get that? And it's like, oh, geez, I wonder.
And that's the other weird thing. It sounds like they've never had a fight in their life. They keep threatening slapping somebody. Do they know how a fight usually ends up? I mean, unless the guy really knows what he does, it ends up horrible. But no, let's not carry on too much. But it's just
I like a good slapping, Steve.
Yeah.
There was a kid on the
Go
news
on.
here years ago, Steve, and he was at school.
Cheers. Let me just say cheers, guys. This has been traumatic. It has been traumatic for me to
Zurich, can't you fuck this cunt off?
I have fucked around for 10 or 15 minutes trying to reconnect on this stream, and it has totally fucked me up. And fuck this shit. Like, Steve Perrin.
I'm ready.
Talk to me in the private chat, mate.
Right, shut up a minute. Shut up. Let me tell you. I'm ready to send the email code to your email address. Then you have to tell me that.
Fuck
you. Follow me?
Do it, man. Right. Do it. And,
okay.
And this business about being a gupta, mate,
right?
The whole gupta thing is like fucking. You are a gupta, Steve. You are a gupta.
Adrian, you have to have. Can you see your Global FM email address?
Mate, I can't see fucking nothing here.
That's the problem.
It's going to have to be tomorrow, mate, because I can't see fucking nothing here.
No worries. But Adrian, let's be positive. At least I've worked out how to do it now.
Excellent.
So there's a Christmas miracle in of itself.
Exactly.
Totally surprised.
It's coming forward. It's coming forward, Zurich.
This conversation tomorrow.
Hey, Craig, baby steps. That's what we're looking for. Baby steps. We'll get there.
Zimmer frame steps, you mean?
Yeah. Oh, Z, perfect. Yeah. And for anybody listening that thinks Zeke and I don't like each other, we are enter on the quiz night for entertainment reasons only. I think he's a lovely man, and we have spent quite a lot of free time together. He when he said he was hooked up. Can I tell them, Zeke?
I'd like to see Craig spend a little bit more time on the bottle top trivia.
Nah, go fuck yourself, you skinny little fucking big nose fucking cat. Right. You're not spending any more time with me, and I'm nearly out, Banana King. You're blinder than what I am. But cheers. Have a beer. Have an Aussie beer, you fucking
Craig.
cat.
Craig,
Stop being weird, Craig.
I'm telling you, man. I've never said
Don't suck my
word
cock,
against
mate.
your fucking
I won't
wife,
be sucking yours,
your
so don't worry
fucking
about it.
children. I've never said a fucking single thing against your fucking family, Craig. I don't
Oi,
get
red
what
shirt,
you ever
red shirt
said that,
means
mate.
happy birthday.
You have
Someone's
to,
having a birthday.
Craig,
Banana King.
Craig,
Someone's having
you
a birthday.
have to come up with the fucking goods, mate. You have to come up with the goods, mate, because I never done nothing against your fucking family, your kids, your fucking parents, anything. Nothing.
Oh shit!
If you want me to dox you, I fucking could, mate. I totally could, mate. I follow your wife's fucking Facebook page, mate.
Follow what you want, motherfucker. I'm going to smash all you motherfuckers in the world.
Fuck you,
What do you
Craig.
think I jumped
All
streams
you,
to
these
stream?
motherfuckers in the
I've
world.
never done a fucking single thing against you.
You
Or your
cunts,
fucking
you
missus.
cunts are all
I've
delusional.
never done
Even
a
you
single
young
thing
fellas,
against you
you're
or your
delusional.
missus, mate. And you're fucked out of line, buddy. You're fucked
You're
out
all
of line.
delusional motherfuckers. Mate,
You
I'd
are
even beat
fucked
your
out of
young,
line,
I'd even
Craig.
beat your son.
No,
I'd even beat
Craig.
your son. You want to see?
Craig.
You want to see? You
You
want to
are
see?
fucked
You
out
want
of
the desert
line,
party?
buddy.
Do you know
Fuck.
why I show my face? Because
You are
I'm a
fucked out of line.
motherfucking.
You are fucked out of line because your bullshit hasn't washed, mate. You are fucked out of line, mate, because your bullshit.
And don't worry,
hasn't washed.
you Beachy and fucking everyone else, man.
I've
I'm
got
gonna
nothing to do with
fuck up.
Beachy, mate.
If I
I've got
wanna have
nothing to
a
do with
go-
Beachy. Nothing to do with Beachy.
If I
You
want to
are
have a
fucked
go,
out of
mate,
line, buddy.
I'll have a go.
Yeah,
Don't
fucked out
turn
of
me,
line.
man. Don't turn me to
You,
death.
you've got as much credibility, Craig, as Dave Knopfler with his
Don't
death.
turn me.
Hey,
You got
Craig,
me. You got
as
me.
much
You got me.
credibility as
Everyone
Dave
else, you got me.
Knopfler, mate.
You know the best thing about this is I can go fuck you, and then in real life you'll
Fuck
never
you,
see me
Craig.
again.
And fuck you, Craig. Fuck you, buddy. You got as much credibility as Dave Knopfler, mate, at this point.
Fucking any motherfucker. Come get me. I'm in Australia.
Yeah,
You
Dave
got my
Knopfler,
address,
mate. I'm
mate.
fucking dead. I'm fucking dead. Everyone thought he was fucking dead, mate. You got as much credibility as Dave Knopfler.
Hey, what's this? He's back from the dead. Did DK do a Jesus, did he?
Have you missed that, Zeke?
Oh man, I don't get into enough of the gossip. What's happening?
He's
That's Craig's
risen.
mate.
He's risen like
That's Craig's
Lazarus or
mate.
Jesus.
That was Craig's mate from the Philippines that
Like,
died
everyone had like a
Craig,
big fucking
a
poor
month
old
ago.
fucking
Like,
DK,
he
all this shit on
died.
here,
Like, that's Craig's mate, Knopfler.
so what did he really do? Fuck all.
It's funny, Zerge. Zerge, as serious conversation, it's funny like how all these cunts think everyone's connected. But you got little misdemeanor motherfuckers like all the rest. But I'm not connected to you, motherfucker.
What
And
misdemeanor fuckers, Craig? What misdemeanor fuckers? Talk the names,
Oh,
Craig.
mate, you're playing. You're playing. Old man,
the
you're
fucking
playing with
names
a
up,
fool that
mate.
you don't
Talk the
understand.
names. Talk the names, Craig.
Hurry up, put the
Be a
names,
man.
Craig, you poos.
Be a man, Craig. Be a man, not a fucking hermit. Craig's gonna come back. Craig's gonna fucking spill the fucking lucky beans on the Philippine genre.
Fucking hell, Steve, mute your mic before you unclog the shit house.
Because Craig knows nothing about
I'm trying to break into the ice thing.
Craig knows nothing about the Thailand genre. Craig only knows about the Philippine genre. Okay, let's accept
What
that.
is it, though?
Craig has not been to the
Mr.
Philippines.
BK, Mr. BK, Mr.
Craig.
B King.
Craig has
What
not
is-
been to Thailand. Craig has not been to Thailand. Let's form a wall. A wall.
Let's form a
And now
wall.
Craig can talk about, in this zone, the Philippines. Okay. And we'll take Thailand out of Craig's talk area.
Yeah,
Because
you've
he
been
knows
there.
fucking
You've been to
nothing.
the Philippines. You've been to
Okay,
the
Craig,
Philippines,
go,
Mr.
Craig,
Mr. Banana King.
Go. Fucking Craig, go.
You've been to the Philippines, Mr. BK.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have. Way before when you were in nappies.
Fucking
When
19,
you
fucking
were in
69,
nappies, Craig.
when you first
Craig.
offloaded.
You were in nappies when I went to the Philippines, mate. Let me tell you that.
Exactly, sir. Exactly, sir. Now I'm not going
You
down
were
this
still
way.
in fucking nappies,
Zerg.
mate, running around the backyard somewhere. Yep.
Oh, mate, you're still running around your nappies around the background.
I know a fucking lot. I got a Filipina sister-in-law. I to this day, I have a Filipina sister-in-law.
No, she's not in the Philippines, mate. If she's smart enough, she's not in the Philippines.
She's in Australia, fuckwit, mate.
Yeah,
She's
yeah,
one of the
fucking, you're a
major
dick fuck,
senior-
mate. You're a dick
senior
fuck.
person.
You're a low key
senior-
player, mate.
Craig! She's a senior person in the, Medicare.
Yeah, lucky you moved up north, mate. Because I would have smacked you before, but I
Fuck
didn't
off,
do
Craig.
it.
Fuck off, Craig. Fuck off.
No, I'm on here, mate. You young fella would have smacked me in
I
the head.
have a Philippine connection, Craig. I have a Philippine
Yeah,
connection.
you're
mate.
so much more than I'll ever be.
Well, I
Yeah,
don't
fucking
know.
old
I
boy.
don't give a fuck what you.
You were a nice bloke at the start, mate.
Got
Now
nothing
you're a
to do
cunt.
with you or your fucking life. I don't give a fuck, mate. I don't give a fuck about you or your life.
Nah, you're an old cunt, mate, and you showing
Fuck
it through and
you,
through.
yeah, fuck you too. Yeah.
Good on you,
Craig, I've got a
North
soundbite
Queensland.
of you, Craig, saying that, yeah, I'm a cocksucker from way back.
I've got to go and do something, like get another drink, I think. I need to figure out how to do the camera stuff.
No, I like that. I like the play of the game, Serge.
I like the curl of the burl.
Yeah, like the kettlebell.
The curl of the burl. You don't know that one?
How many kilos?
No, there isn't. There's no kilos in it.
Are the curls?
No, no kilos in the curl or the burl or the curl of the burl.
All right, you got me done over. I'm blind as mate.
Shit. What are you doing? Why have you fucked off the camera? Craigie poos. Fucking hell, parent. Are we supposed to have an argument as well? Is this how this works?
Well, look, no, that wasn't in my contract at all. It was come on for a few minutes today. I haven't prepared anything, Zeke. You?
Nah, I mean, other than calling you a
Nah,
cunt, that's probably the only thing
I mean,
can do.
if they'd have told me earlier, I'd have prepared an argument. But I'm
No, you
lost,
wouldn't have.
mate.
You would not have had an argument.
Yes, I would.
No, you wouldn't have.
I would. This
No, you
isn't an
wouldn't.
argument, this is just contradiction. Do you remember that?
Hey,
Do you remember that,
I
yeah?
see you know you're piping well.
Good man. So if I haven't paid for it, why are you still arguing? I might be arguing in my free time. I think that is one of my favourite. Well, no, there's lots of them, but that is very high on the Monty Python
that's one of the
sketches.
that's one of the witty ones. So that's
Yeah.
yeah.
It really
that
is
and the one
good.
where the fucking back when we was little, when we was young, we had to live in a hole in the road.
Oh yeah, the poor old guys from Yorkshire.
Luxury.
What, you lived in a cardboard box? We don't love to live in a cardboard box. We used to live in a hole in the ground with. We had to. We went to work. It's
you
a
got up
super
before
sketch.
you went to work before you got up in the morning, and you.
Yes. Yep. But there is what's so brilliant about it, and why we all love it, is there's such an element of truth in it.
Oh,
If you
hell
tell
yeah,
a story, if I said to you, Zig, mate, it was tough when I was born. You know, it was just after the war. I was a baby boomer, and then you'd come in with, "You think you had it tough, Steve?" And that's how people always have conversations. There's always a little bit of one-upmanship.
That's right. Yeah. Always one up. Yeah, it's.
I won't mention any names, and this really just shows how boring my stories must be. But on that same subject, when somebody's talking and telling a story, there's two lines of attack. The first line of attack is quite innocent, and it's just I say, I went to Paris for a holiday when I was 25, and somebody's listening and says, and sort of you're about to tell your story, and somebody says, "Oh, I went to Paris when I was 25 as well. I had a great time. I went here, there, everywhere," and they sort of almost tell your story for you about what was good about Paris.
That's right, because all the things are in print.
And that's just an innocent sort of interruption.
Yep.
The second one is exactly as we were talking about, the Monty Python sketch. I went to Paris when I was 25, and somebody chips in with, "I went to Paris, Frankfurt, went all over Holland," and they up the story. It's one-upmanship, interruption. That happens.
It's all one-up.
I've had the best one, which was I was telling a story. I can't remember what it was about now. One of my boring stories. And somebody just interrupted with a totally different story about something totally unconnected with what I was saying. As if you hadn't listened to me for the last. I was shocked. And it was so funny. And I've actually confronted the guy with it afterwards. And I don't feel any. I think what had happened was the story was so boring. He'd fallen asleep, woken up, and thought, right, I better talk about something. God, it was funny.
No, it's like Banana King. He's always gonna have the one up on me. It's not like I
thought we got away from the arguments, but obviously not.
What are you so upset about, Craig?
Craig, I will always have the one up on you, mate, because you made a claim that was bullshit, and I know it is. And I will always.
You're still hanging on that old fella. You're still hanging on that old fella.
You said something, Craig. You said something that was bullshit, and I will always have the one up on you, mate. That's it. Until you admit that was bullshit, I will always have that one up on you.
You're done fucked up, I think, Craig.
Yeah, you done fuck up on me.
No, Zurch, if you actually caught that day what him and Tony said, mate, you'd understand. So it's all right with me. So
which Tony? Tony Kiwi?
Yeah. Oh, Banana and Tony just having a rant.
No, Craig. You fucked up, mate. You made a claim and it was bullshit and you got caught out on it. And and it will never be made right until you admit that was bullshit, mate.
It's all right, Zed. It's all right. Like, everyone's got to have a one-up and all the rest. Like, I never forget anything they said.
Craig, just shut the fuck up, Craig. You need to just say right now, and we'll be finished. That was nonsense.
Hmm.
No,
Okay.
all right. It's nonsense, mate. It was total nonsense that you said and all the rest.
I said
And you was
fucking
playing
nothing,
the game.
Craig, don't fucking say that. I said nothing. You said it.
Yeah, no, I said it. I said it.
Now admit it.
Steve.
Now admit it, Craig. You made up bullshit.
Yeah, it was made up. It was made up bullshit, Banana King.
Did I say something about your wife and your children?
Well, why do you hang on to it, mate? Like,
No,
mate,
Craig.
I'm not,
No, Craig.
mate,
Stay
I'm not
with
making.
the
I'm
fucking
not
core.
making an aquarium
Craig,
with you seeing
Craig,
it.
Craig, stay with the core thing here. Did I say something about your wife or your children?
Mate, Zed, should I answer?
Craig, did I say something about your wife or your children?
Oi, don't rage like that, mate. It's not your
No,
style.
Craig, you
Mr.
can go and get
Mr.
yourself
Banana
fucked,
King.
mate, because this is your time of fucking...
Well, I never get
opening,
myself fucked in life, mate. I
Craig,
guarantee
Craig,
you that.
Craig, this is your time of...
That's my,
redemption. This is
my
your
social.
redemption.
That's my
Craig,
social
this is your
atmosphere, mate. I
redemption,
never
mate.
get fucked, mate, with old blokes
Yes,
like
mate,
you.
it's
Even
your
young bloke.
redemption. It's your redemption for making a false claim, mate. It's your
Mate,
redemption.
I still
right
smack
now.
young blokes in the head,
Yes,
mate. I go
mate.
out.
You go and make your
I go out as a
redemption right
40-year-old
now.
bloke.
Go and make your redemption right now, Craig. Your redemption. Come on, mate.
You hanging
The
on to
redemption.
something from a year and a half ago,
Craig,
mate.
Craig, do the redemption, Craig.
Mate,
Banana King never said
sometimes
nothing.
the bananas and the
Craig,
grapes fucking falling off the tree.
Craig, Banana King never said nothing about your wife or children. Do it, Craig. Come on, Craig. Come on, Craig.
Yeah, no, you never said anything,
The
mate. You never
redemption,
said
Craig.
anything.
Do the redemption. Do the redemption, Craig. I'll be totally over it. Totally. I'm really totally fucking over it, mate. I just want to hear it from you.
Nah, mate, I don't let go of anything.
No, mate. You can't do it, can you? You can't do it, can you?
Mate, you're starting to look like a 28-year-old
You're starting to look
bloke,
like
mate,
a
fucking.
fuckwit, Craig. You're starting to look like a fuckwit who made a claim that was total bullshit, and you can't fucking say it was bullshit.
Nah, I'm
You
all
are
good
a
for it, mate.
fuckwit.
I'm all good for it.
You
I'm
are
all
a
good for
fuckwit,
it.
Craig. You are a fuckwit, Craig, because you cannot fucking say right now that was
Mate, put
a
the
fucking
poster
whatever
on
you
the
wanted
board.
to fucking say
Banana
it
King,
wasn't
put
at
the
the time.
poster on the board or fucking
Banana
put it
King!
on the
Banana King! Banana King! Talk shit about your wife and your children and all this shit. And you said that for a while, Craig. And I never fucking did, mate. And you have to fucking say right now that never fucking happened, Craig. Because it never
Now you're
fucking
looking
did.
like a
And I
young fella,
don't
mate.
talk about people's
You're looking
fucking
like a young
wives
fella throwing
and
it around.
children like you ever fucking suggested, cunt. Now fucking say it, Craig, and get it done with.
Oh,
Just fucking do it, Craig. Get it over and done with.
The old man's fucking
Get it over
running
and done with,
about,
Craig.
isn't he?
And it will be done with. Right now. 1.5 meters worth.
Never,
1.5
your
meters
old
on the
fucking-
desk.
never your
And it'll
old
be done.
fucking.
And
Mate,
good on you.
you're an old bloke. You're an old bloke.
Fucking on you,
Let
mate.
your
I
young
will say
fella
on you,
deal
mate.
with it.
Oh, fuck
Tell
off,
your young
Craig.
fella.
You are a
Tell
fucking
your young
idiot,
fella to
Craig.
deal with it.
You're a fuckwit, Craig. You're a fuckwit, Craig. Really? You're a
Tell
fuckwit.
your young fella to deal with it, mate.
Fuck you, Craig. Fuck you.
Tell you, young fella, the little Thai boxer, mate.
No, Craig, you came on with fucking bullshit and you would not fucking admit to it and you fucking stuck with it like it was fucking dog shit right to your fucking heart like you do with your fucking bullshit. And you're fucked, mate, because I never fucking talked about your wife or your children or any other fucking part of your family, and you're a fuckwit.
It's all right, mate. You move up north, it's all right.
I'll fucking move up north. I'll move up your fucking ass, you cunt.
Big pussy.
Fuck you!
Big pussy, mate.
Fuck you! Fuck you, you cunt! Fuck you!
Nah, I like you, Banana King. You're all right.
You're a fucking liar, Craig. You're a fucking liar.
Nah, mate, I've had a couple of beers.
Fuck you, fucking cunt. Until you fucking finish this shit with me, mate, you are a fucking cunt.
Nah, well, if you still live where you live...
Fuck off, fucking cunt. You are a fucking cunt. We will finish this and we'll be fucking fine, Craig. We can have a beer. We'll be nice. You can come up to where I live up in fucking Airlie Beach. It'll be all fucking good. But until that fucking day, mate, you can fuck yourself. Fuck
what are you, rich cunt, living in Airlie Beach?
You. Fuck you.
Steve.
Yeah.
Why is Mummy and Daddy fighting?
I know. Look, don't worry. They love each other really, Zeke. And they're just playing. It'll be okay.
It's all our
It'll be all right in the morning.
Craig
Airlie
knows.
Beach is a nice...
Steve,
If he
Craig
lives in
knows.
Airlie Beach, if he lives
Craig
in Airlie
knows.
Beach, Steve, it's a nice place.
Look, Craig knows.
I caught the train there once before, fucking Zurch. Back when I was 18, I actually caught the train up to like Airlie Beach, mate. Fuck
Yeah.
me, I got in trouble like you wouldn't believe. Back in the day, like so, I was 18.
Did they all stop and kick the shit out of you?
Oh, fucking not a chance, mate. I did
Damn it.
the detective and fucking all the rest of it. So, no one's ever kicked the shit out of me, mate. So, that's the problem with these old men. Where's the young man on like fucking YouTube?
What do you like?
They've
Some
got
young
better things to do, Craig.
What a few young men do you, Craig?
No, I like the young men.
Oh, yeah. I hope somebody's clipped that. Craig saying, why are there only old men here? I wanted to talk to young men.
I want some
Oh,
supple
hold on,
young
let's just
man.
see. Is it on? Oh, Zeke, you can record it. The DVR's running. Take a
Yeah,
clip
no,
of that.
that's all fair, Steve Barron.
Oh,
I've never
where have
been.
all the-
No,
where
but
have all the
Steve
young
Barron,
men
have
gone?
I ever been an angry man?
Yeah, I've seen you angry.
I don't think so. No, I think there's a few people on the internet that are quite
They take
this
it
sort
the
of
wrong
game.
way.
I'm
They
not
take
one
it
of
the
them.
wrong way.
I'm rubbish. Let me finish, Craig. I'm not one of them. I'm not very good at it. I react a little bit like Adrian reacted. I don't think I've ever seen you do that.
I'm a
You-
shit
you-
stirrer, mate. I'm a shit
yeah,
stirrer.
exactly. I'm much closer to the way, but I was going to say I hope I don't sound like that, but I'm sure I do. I react the same. I bite.
Yeah, no, I'm a
Whereas
shit
you
stirrer.
and there's a few others that are really good at not biting and just playing the game. I don't think there's any maliciousness in what you're saying. I think you're just here for a laugh.
Yeah, no, fair enough. But imagine a bloke like me out of a night time.
Well, with the young boys or young men? Let me just try and picture that.
My
With
kid-
young boys.
My kid would fuck up most of your other kids, like anyone else's in this genre.
Is this
My
what happens,
kid
Craig?
will
okay.
actually
Young,
I will
Craig.
look, I won't even put my kid, I'll put my grandson against anyone you can put up
All right.
in a fight.
all right. What about
Yeah. All right.
Mike
Well, I'm
Tyson?
up. I'm up with my young fella.
My grandson can knock out 300 press-ups without worrying.
Mate,
Can he beat a
I
Bill
can't
Cage?
give a flying fuck what you taught him. But have you taught him how to fight?
He started off as what they call pre-running parlor. What's it called? Parkour. And he only got into martial arts when he was about 15, 16. He did that until he was about 25. And that's the oldest one. The second one is actually bigger and a bit younger. Christ,
Oh, I smash them all, Steve.
they're evil. I was
Zeus
only back in
Zeus
England
likes to smash males.
for 3 weeks earlier this year, and the younger one, who's 25, twice I had to stop him hitting somebody.
Well, if you can
No,
stop him,
no,
hitting
that's
someone,
always,
then
that's
I might
always
be
a
able to
good
smash him, eh?
stance. The old man told him, or the grandpa told him. So, yeah, I
Yeah.
like that, Steve.
Adrian.
But no, Craig, I'm only joking. Violence is horrible. It'll always turn wrong, no matter who thinks they're going to do it. Christ, I almost killed somebody by accident. I don't even know, Craig, but
Hopefully you've
Honestly.
got good insurance, Steve Perrin.
honestly, I was in Thailand. We have Songkran, which is a water festival.
Yeah,
Everybody
Songkran.
sprays everybody with water.
Songkran is awesome,
it-
man. Songkran
It-
is a big chogdi to Songkran.
And what happens then? What happens there, lads? Between Steve Perrin and fucking the old cunt that's fucking...
You go there and get all
No.
wet, Craig. You get all wet.
Songkran is
Craig, let me explain it. It was totally by accident. Songkran, everybody sprays everybody with water, but there are certain rules of the game. In if you're an old guy, well, actually, it was 50, I wasn't that old then. I was only about 50, but you only play it during the daytime when it's sunny and you spray everybody with water. There's a little bit going on at night time, but not
Who's
too
spraying
bad.
who at night time, Steve? Who's spraying who at night time?
So let me finish because look, it's not a long story. I promise you.
Sure.
So I went to a local bar, and you know what the bar is like in Thailand. You can go right to the back of the bar, sit near the TV, watch the football, and you're 30 yards away from the main road and all the fuss and whatever. I sat there chatting to the cashier that I knew. Somebody came in and poured a bucket of ice cold water over my back. I reacted with just my elbow, just because I had a shock. Hit him in his body somewhere. He fell over and hit his head.
Yeah.
I know. Right, I won't tell the story.
Some cunt with his
I thought it was-
fucking
it's a good-
body shot. Yeah. How about if I take a body shot on
I don't
Craig
understand.
I want to take a body shot on Craig Risen. I want a body
Body
shot.
shot? Not a facial?
Yeah. I got to take a body shot on Craig Risen, Steve. Fuck off.
All right,
Steve,
okay, I understand.
fuck off. Steve.
Well, Craig, if you can still hear, I'll tell you the story another day.
Steve. We will talk later, Steve, about this bullshit. But like me and Craig have a bigger issue happening here. If you haven't realised.
No worries. You're good.
Okay, Steve. This is the
Yeah, no worries. I'm good.
Fucking
Right,
Craig.
you know me, Adrian. I can tell the same story 10 times. No
Craig.
problem. I'm good with that.
Steve, just shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up, Steve, because Craig will not. Oh, man, I don't even know what screen I got happening here. Craig will not accept the fact that I never talked about his wife. Craig Reason. That is Craig Reason. Never ever mentioned his wife. Never ever fucking done anything to his wife or his beautiful children. And until fucking Craig can come on this panel and go, yes, Banana King totally admonish you of anything like that. That guy can go and fuck himself, like Craig Reason. Where the fuck is that guy?
I know. Me not know.
Now I need to go back to the chat. Okay, I made my statement. There's a statement to be made on YouTube.
I think what you have to remember, Banana King, and this will tell me to shut the fuck up, is that your reputation hasn't gone down because of what Craig says. Oh, he's gone. All right.
It's come back to the.
Because that's the problem. We all worry that people are trying to humiliate us and tell that we're bad people, but most people don't give a fuck. It was rather like when Dave Knopfler came back from the dead. Some people were upset because they genuinely mourned him. It didn't bother me one way or the other. I didn't mind that he was dead.
Know about it till just now.
I thought it was quite funny that he was alive again. People react differently, but if Banana King can still hear us, there's nobody here thinking, oh, Banana King's a cunt because he brought out his... I don't believe anything anyway I see here. I've seen how many lies are being told about me and stuff, so obviously lies are told about other people.
Said you were a cunt, they were lying.
Well, not every time, see. No, let's be reasonable. Yeah. Some of that was true. But you're not drunk. I'm not even a little bit drunk. But do you follow my reasoning? We all understand that everybody lies on here. We don't. If somebody told me Zieg had done this, that, or the other, it wouldn't change my view of you at all.
No, because you're not saying it yourself.
Because I've not seen it myself. And even, I mean, there's some really horrible stories of people that even that doesn't really bother me.
Yeah.
I don't know why everybody wants to be sort of Judge Judy.
It's like outrage porn is what it is.
Yeah, he said something that upset me. It's what's going wrong with the world, in my humble opinion. Why do we worry about it so much? But then again, look, after a few beers, I react exactly the same as Adrian, so I'm a hypocrite. I know. I do exactly the same. I bite exactly the same. I know I do. What can we do?
Adrian's having a good time with the rum.
Well, yeah.
So, a little bit excitable.
But that's, hold on. I've turned my microphone right down because it was getting so loud. I can't hear you now. But that should be the whole point about it. And quite honestly, I don't care what's said on the internet. It doesn't bother me. It's yeah, I don't mean it in a flippant way, but it is. It's just the internet. It's not real. But yeah, I am a bit pissed off that people are sort of trying to take it off the internet. That's not right.
Yeah. Yeah, I think lots of people vent on the internet, so
Yeah.
Can't carry on like a cockhead to your own family, they'll disown you, so they get on the internet and have a cow instead. Yeah.
Yeah,
Shits and giggles.
absolutely.
Stir
Since I found Global and the sort of, I've stopped kicking the dog and beating the wife. So it's a good thing.
Plenty of other people to bloody take it out on instead. Yeah.
Andy, I could not agree with you more. Andy says, I don't lie because I couldn't remember what I said and got caught out. Yeah, same
Right.
here. But some of them, Yuri says, true that, Andy, you need to be really good playing an actor or lie all the time if you're in the same community for a longer time. Yeah. But Yuri, some of them are. I listened to them. 2019, you said this at 2 p.m. on a Thursday. No, I'm exaggerating, obviously, because
I probably got
you
spreadsheets,
exaggerate
Steve.
but it really, the memory is ridiculous. Anyway, that's not what we're here for. We're here for playful banter and joviality. Tell us a joke, Sieg.
Oh shit! You put me on the spot. I don't know one.
Yeah. Then you come on, then, Steve. You tell us a joke. Look, I'll tell you my favourite one, which I keep repeating because I'm quite a repetitive guy. Oh, Adrian, we can't hear you, mate. You're muted. Adrian, I can't do muted. You're muted, mate. You can't. I can't write it in the chat because he won't be able to read it. But I'll do. I'll try it anyway. He won't read it, but I've tried it. Can you highlight my comment, Zeke?
2 seconds, mate. Yep. Oh fuck! Just sat back down. Hang on. Where are we? There we go.
Cheers. See, proof of the pudding. I can't remember what I was talking about 2 minutes ago. Oh, joke. Yes. Joke. Yeah. Right. Wife says to her husband, "Have you seen the dog bowl?" Husband says, "I didn't even know he could."
Oh no.
I love that. Favorite joke I've heard in a long time. Because I picture all the thing. I think of the husband thinking of the dog bowling, like something out of Family Guy. I'm thinking of Brian bowling. Well, see, look, unless I'm not going for a little while. I'm waiting for the family to come back. We're dropping off all the children somewhere. I'm just going to get a beer, but I'm going to
mate. No.
mute myself while I go and get the beer. I'll be back in
I'm
under
grabbing
5
a bit of food, so I'll be in and out.
Okay, mate. Bye. Sorry, Yui. I'm back now. Am I on mute? No, I'm off mute. Can I? Yeah, my thing's moving. I can't work out a way to let Adrian know that he's on mute. I mean, I've tried. Can you hear me, Adrian? It's a tricky one because I know he's struggling to read the chat. So let me think. So I haven't even got a camera up and running now. Oh, Adrian's kicked himself out. Hopefully he'll come back on and it'll be working. I worked out. It took me a while, but you could have put a sign up there saying you're on mute, Adrian, in front of the camera. I think you know Orb, who's on. Yeah, I agree, Uwe. I think he's had enough, as they say. I understand where he's coming from and why he gets annoyed. Somebody trying putting your reputation. I don't know what happened, but I don't think there's any part of Adrian's character that would do what Craig accused him of. He's just not like that. He's very genuine, very honest, nice guy. And to be honest, Uwe, one of the main reasons I originally joined the original Global was because Adrian was part of it. I think he's a nice guy. I don't think he thinks the same about me, but what can you say? You can only judge people as they are. I wouldn't say we're good friends or anything, but I think he's a good character. I actually think Craig is as well. I don't know what. And that's the problem, isn't it? I have no idea what happened, and I'm commenting on it. So I'll shut my big fat mouth. Jump on, you. There's only you and me here talking. We both know I can talk the legs off a hind donkey, but it's much nicer if there's somebody here to interrupt me. Joking. You're gonna have to quickly, Z, because my family is due back in well, very shortly. We're just dropping off 2 of the children. I'd imagine we've got 2 coming back here, and then we'll be back to mayhem. I'll tell you about the trial that's coming up, just so, because I know nobody else is in the whole, well, no, in my world, everybody's interested. I'll tell you about the court case that's going on. Darrell Brooks. It has just been brilliant. Painful, but brilliant. And when, just so you know, he was the guy that drove an SUV through a Christmas parade in Wisconsin. And the trial is just coming to the end. He's been defending himself or putting his own case forward, and he's what's called, he's taken the sovereign citizen line, in that you have no right to judge me. And it's been horrible. The judge has been, to my mind, too fair, too reasonable. But the closing arguments are coming in, It's happening today. It'll be about 8 o'clock tonight when it's judges' instructions to the jury. I'm guessing that's going to take about 3 or 4 hours. Then they'll have lunch. Then the prosecution will have their closing statement, and then we've got his closing statement. So it won't be, for me, it won't be until the early hours of the morning before the real shit hits the fan. But it's been a good one. I've thoroughly enjoyed it. And I can almost guarantee he's going to spend the rest of his life in jail with no parole.
What's the latest with the Alex Jones trial?
Nearly $1 billion in damages. He'll appeal against that. I don't know what will happen. They're just trying to silence him. Look, I'm not a huge fan of Alex Jones, but I'm a huge fan of freedom of speech. And I think it's wrong to shut anybody up, regardless. My feelings have been offended, or you've said so. Fuck it. We have a super example in England, Zeke. We had a real, I don't mean a pretend right winger. We had a real right winger, English National Party or something. Nick Griffin. Nick Griffin was scheduled to appear on BBC Question Time. I know you have something similar in Australia because I've seen it.
Yep.
It's where the audience ask questions of a panel of maybe 4 people.
Yeah,
And it was that, oh, you're going to bring Nick Griffin on, this right-wing Nazi thug on. BBC, this was going back 15, 20 years, BBC actually said, no, we're going to let him on. You know, why not? It's a proper party. This is when the BBC were at least a little bit decent. Yeah. He came on the programme. The audience crucified him. You know, just Joe Bloggs in the audience asked him questions that he couldn't answer. Yeah. They annihilated him reasonably. Nobody got angry. They just, oh, what about this? What about that? You said this 10 years ago. You said this. Nick Griffin was never heard of again. That program destroyed him because he was open to criticism, open to explain. Because what happens is if you silence people, look, I don't think Alex Jones is really evil. I think he's a provocateur. He's an entertainer. He's trying to get people to pay him money. You know, that got to earn money.
The size of it,
yeah. But there are some really evil people in the world. You don't want them in the shadows. You want them out on TV programs trying to explain their shit. And it was super, Zeke. I can't explain how good it was. You know, little old lady is saying, well, yeah, but you said this and this. That's not a very nice thing to say. And the guy was speechless most of the time. The rest of the panel, you know, same as in Australia, they had other panelists. They didn't have to do anything. There was no argument. You know, the odd bods from the crowd destroyed it. It was good. Right. You're back, so I'll shut up and just answer the chat that I've been ignoring.
I'm still stuffing the last of this bit of roast in my neck, but it's bloody delicious.
Yeah, well, mate, it's just to make him bankrupt and to silence him. That's all. But there is various thoughts going around that eventually all of Alex Jones's conspiracy theories will come true. His most famous one that I remember is that he said years ago there was a national program of spying on individuals globally, all through phones and whatever, all run by the CIA in America. And that was considered a conspiracy theory until Edward Ed Snowden leaked that there was a global watch basically listening to every phone call, computers cut in. So if you said the wrong word on a phone call, then you were followed, and that they were spying on the French Prime Minister. In effect, the whole world was open to them. Alex Jones came out with that conspiracy theory way before Ed Snowden proved it right.
Yeah. And that was relatively from the horse's mouth.
Yeah, well, he did I don't know if you saw it, Zeke, but he did a super interview with Joe Rogan.
A while ago, yeah.
It was very good. The one thing that came over in it, because Joe Rogan is a big advocate of there is Area 51 in America. There's aliens and whatever. Ed Snowden came on. He said, because Ed Snowden, I'm sure everybody knows, but he's a nerd. He's a computer nerd, hacker, nerd, whatever. But he was a clever guy that was put in. He had really high status within the CIA intelligence gathering because he came from a really good family. His father was a lieutenant in the Coast Guard. His mother was a teacher. Everything about his record looked beautiful. So he was sort of promoted up. He only started off as a contract worker, and he was promoted up through the security. And he got to a really high level, and he said, Christ, I searched for all the information on aliens and Area 51 and Christ knows what, with a vengeance. And this is a guy who knows what he's doing. He says, I couldn't find a bloody thing.
No, that's right. I remember Joe being slightly argumentative with him at that point.
Joe's a big advocate's the wrong word. He's a believer. He can't believe that there isn't aliens coming and visiting us.
Yeah.
Whereas
he within his schema to be able
the
to
most
accept
obvious thing is, sorry, mate, I'm talking over you.
No, you're right.
Second.
I was just saying, he's just in his entire schema, everything that he thinks and does, he couldn't accept that there weren't aliens. He's already built that into himself that they exist.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which is stupid.
Absolutely.
You shouldn't do that. You look like a retard.
And what's the guy with motor syndrome disease? Stephen Hawking.
No, Hawking.
Stephen Hawking had the best thing. He said, stop sending messages out to aliens. If they find out we're here, it won't be good for us. And I think that is so true. If anybody's got the technology to be able to travel faster than the speed of light to get to us, they would have been like the English ships in the Victorian times raiding Africa.
Yeah.
They had canoes and you had a galleon come by with 100 guns on it, and they would destroy us and use whatever resources, and they would probe us. So I'm not looking forward to it. And I think he's absolutely right. I don't think they would be the Star Trek type of people that would just watch and observe us. They'd use us. Of course they would.
They would come and do things to Craig's nethers.
Yeah, absolutely.
Morning, Zeke. Good afternoon, Siege. Hello,
Andy.
Stephen.
Mate, how are you?
Hello.
Hello, Andy.
Hello. Hello. I just got back, so the traffic wasn't that bad. So I was fighting the traffic.
Oh, look at the sun still there.
Yeah,
Bloody
it's,
pricks in the tropics.
it'll
Must
go
be fun,
down.
yeah.
Yeah. Well, sunset here lasts about 20 seconds, you know. It's like this, and
Yeah,
then the
yeah.
next minute it's like gone, you know. Sad.
Yeah, that's one advantage being as far south as I am. The sunsets take about, I don't know, 45 minutes minimum.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a pity because I like it in the UK during the summertime where the evenings go on, and well, in France and Spain they go on and on and on till 9 or 10 in the summer. They're great.
Yep.
Anyway, how's it going? I wanted to talk to you actually. See, it's just about destinations in Thailand. I mean,
Yeah.
if you don't want to go to the islands, and there's hundreds of them, too many to mention, but Chiang Mai is a good place to go if you want to see something different up in the north, or go even further north to Chiang Rai. I think Stephen would agree. If you've been to Bangkok and you want to go somewhere else in Thailand, Chiang Mai is not a bad place.
Yeah.
I've never been, Andy.
Oh,
I've only been about 3/4 of the way up.
oh, okay. Well, Chiang Mai is an old city. It's not as populated as Bangkok, although it's a lot busier now. But it's in the wintertime as well as cooler. But you can go even further north to Chiang Rai. You can fly direct from Bangkok, and that's a smaller version of Chiang Mai. But Chiang Mai has everything: good hotels, good restaurants, people are nice. Yeah, it's a good place to be, in my opinion.
And I think there's a lot of Palangs there and foreigners there, so that I think there's quite a lot of English restaurants, that sort of thing. They cater for the Westerner.
Well, yeah, not as much as Bangkok, to be honest, Steve, but it's just different. The pace is different up there. The traffic is different up there. It's just nicer, I think. And there's, some old paths. Then you got the mountain you can go up at Doi Suthep, and there's, cable car, or you can walk up. And yeah, in the winter time, it's very chilly. Chilly for us who live in Bangkok, Thailand, but it's not really chilly. But at night it can get down to 8, 9 degrees.
Yeah.
Right.
So think about Chiang Mai, do some research. Ideally stay in Bangkok 2, 3 nights or 4 nights, go up there for 3 or 4 nights, and then back to Bangkok or something like that, or go to the islands.
I've got to stay in Bangkok long enough to drink all your booze.
Yeah, well,
have you been to Thailand before, Z?
Well, can you see his avatar, Stephen? Are you on a phone or something? Can you see his avatar?
It looks like a duck.
Yeah, well, that's correct. That's a photograph from my son's coffee shop that he visited when he was here in Thailand last.
Hold on.
Massive delay somewhere.
What am I looking at then? It looks like a duck.
Well, it's.
We don't know what it is, but it's a thing.
No, but my son says it's trendy. He's got it full of all in the coffee shop, all stuff like that. It's a Thai thing, but it's more like K-pop. It's more like Korean cartoon caricatures and things. It's big, and I know nothing about it. But that one little plastic duck cost him over like 50 grand or something.
What?
So, and he's got paintings up. Yeah, it's a big one, man. It's massive, isn't it? Well, it's not small.
No, the thing's like 4.5 foot high. It's almost taller than me missus, isn't it, Andy?
All right, I'll just put it on full screen, which I don't usually have. Oh yeah, I see now. It's not a duck, is it? It's got 4 legs. It's like a Pikachu type thing. I've never seen it before though. Huh?
A Pikachu's from those games, isn't it?
Yeah.
Are you fucking with him?
I can't remember what
Richard,
it was. A card game, wasn't it?
Yes, it was, because I remember my son going through that at the time. Yeah. I'm having problem with my internet. You have to excuse me for a moment while I sort it out.
Righto.
Okay.
Who we got in the chat? We got Cider. Cider, jump on the panel. Uwe, jump on the
I
panel.
haven't seen
Dad,
Dark Sider for ages. Hello, sir.
Ronan. How are you, mate?
Mark Loveridge as well. Hello, Mark.
Oh, that bloody Mark Loveridge. Jeez, I don't know about him. Bloody got the
Well,
friggin'
he's
Britannica
without
encyclopedia out
doxing
of
him
Tom
because
Fletcher,
I won't say anything, but he's from a similar part of the UK that I am. That I know
that's
quite well.
what's the matter. Right, okay.
Yeah,
You
I
see, because
think
you're
they
from a
must have hit
similar
us.
part of the
They hit
world.
us with nerve gas or something when we were young.
Well,
It's made us all a bit simple.
Well, that's what happened to my ex-wife, because she's from your part of the world.
All right.
Mm.
Yeah, nothing we can do about it. We were innocent children.
No, they put an extra dose of lead in the fuel back then, didn't they?
Yeah, and mercury in your teeth, teeth fillings as well. That
right,
destroyed a few of my brain cells. Who would think? You don't need to be a scientist to know that putting mercury in somebody's teeth is probably not a good idea.
It's usually a bad idea.
Not in England. No. Let's go for it. It's a soft metal. It'll make the harder metal more pliable. So let's stick mercury fillings in. God dear.
At least they didn't stick mercury on some aluminium fillings. That'd be even more retarded. You see what aluminium and mercury do when they react?
All right.
They create these crazy little structures here, weird little soft crystalline structures here. Imagine if crystals could be smoke. So they just sort of form ultralight structures that stay in one place. Yeah.
A big hello to Mark Loveridge. He recognizes my garden. We had a few beers in here when he was visiting last. Halloween, actually, wasn't it, Mark? Must have been, 4 years ago this week?
You mean to say he didn't get drunk and pass out in the garden?
No, because we went on to a restaurant.
Behaved.
We went on to a restaurant to celebrate Halloween and spent 2 hours in the traffic trying to get there. But anyway, that's another story. Is this stream been up a long time? Because I can feel a delay. No, there's no delay now. You can hear me?
Yep.
Steve, are you okay? Okay, because there was a big delay on both of you then. All right, that's me. My bad. This plane's coming over now, so I have to keep muting.
Hold on, Andy. I'll tell you what plane that is. Hold on.
Oh no.
Oh yeah, come on. I'm hoping that Banana King is still watching.
It's AirAsia It's AirAsia 737 flying at 1,800 feet and going to Konkan.
Oh, you cocky sod! You've got the same thing as me, haven't you?
We both have flight radar. I guessed actually. I guessed.
Yeah.
I didn't look.
It took me a while because mine at the moment is highlighting Heathrow.
All right. Well, when you see that plane come over, when it's really low, it's coming over my house, so you can see where I live. Sort of. That's how
all right.
Banana King Az worked it out. he's on a message to me. I know exactly where he lived. I said, cool, right?
Yeah. Well, you can do it. I can watch flight radio, flight thing. And we don't get much coming over me. Korean flights tend to come in this way, and
that's because
Japan
they have
flights.
to dodge the stink lines coming up off your joint, Steve.
Probably.
I would have thought the glistening of the sun on all those beer bottles would have attracted the pilots, you know.
And I must take a photo of them, because what you're saying is no exaggeration. After a few months, we've got a big cage out the back. We put all the bottles in, and then somebody comes and takes them all away, and gives us a few $100 for the bottles.
Yeah,
but
that's what we do.
Scary.
No, especially after New Year's Eve, I see the maid. I'm sat out here, and I'm seeing the maid. You know, one big bin liner of bottles. And I think, oh, that's not too bad, but she makes 10 trips.
Yeah.
But hey, yes, Stephen. Richard came to Aziz came to meet me in Bangkok. Unfortunately, I couldn't spend too much time with him. But on that evening, I arrived at about 4:30 in the shop, and we left. I think I left. Can't remember leaving, to be honest. But I'm told it was about 1:30.
Right.
So that was a good old session. That was and I apologize for anything that I might have said.
Have you ever seen Scott? What's he
Malone.
called? Scott Mallon come back? Has he been back in?
No, he
While you've
hasn't.
been there?
No, he did a blog on that, and we text sometimes. We're trying to get together at some point just for a barbecue or something. But at the moment,
Right.
he's busy. I'm busy, and as I say, when Ziz came over, I would have loved to have gone out in a day and showed him some things that maybe he wouldn't pick up on normally, because it's never been here before. But I just didn't have the time. But it was a good night, though. Did you enjoy it, Ziz?
Yeah, it was great. Yeah. And I didn't even have a hangover the next day.
Who called my taxi?
Hey, your young bloke did.
I remember you and my son sort of like rolling me into the back seat of it. That's about all.
Yeah, no, and we were about, I don't know, we tried to get a grab and then we ended up getting a different, so we took us about another 20 minutes before we left.
Bloody hell. It was a good evening, though, I think. I mean, it wasn't like a pub, but it was, well, the time flew. Bloody hell, did it fly. God, dear. There's a delay somewhere along the line because no one's replying to me when I talk. There. There was 4 seconds delay.
No, Andy. Look, I'm sorry. I'm still playing with Flight Radar. Give me a break.
Right. I thought you might be
Yeah,
playing.
don't
with the button.
don't blame YouTube for how slow Steve is.
Yeah, exactly. YouTube is quick, Steve is slow. That's how it works. Hold on.
A little dicky bird told me you finally got hold of the buttons. It took you bloody long enough.
No, not yet. No. Adrian was too
Ronan
drunk
wants
to
to leave.
read
Go on,
out
Ronan.
what the code was.
Oh, really? Oh, bless him. I love
Yeah,
Adrian.
Ronan.
I love him to bits. He's been really stressed because of the move. Moving house is quite stressful, and it's emotional as well for him because he's lived in that house for years and years. And I mean, he's not sad he's leaving, but it's a big thing. And picking up stuff, and he had a yard sale the other day and gets rid of. He had sort of 3 piles of stuff to take, stuff to sell, and stuff to throw away. And it's a big thing moving. It's a very big thing. Because it's for the rest of his life now, but he's really happy where he's going. I don't know, he's explained it sort of to me, but it's better weather, better life, in a sense. It seems to be that way.
And I think he's also going to be nearer to one section of his family.
Correct, I think so, yeah. So it's good all around, and he's got quite a big place, so.
What's up, guys? Good morning, good afternoon, good evening.
Morning,
Hello,
Ronan.
Ronan.
How's it going?
Ronan.
Been
That's a
all
nice
right.
garden there. I like that.
What's that?
That's a nice garden there. I like that.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, it's going to disappear in the dark any second now. You can watch our sunset.
Yeah,
right? It's like a minute.
And it's 7 a.m. here, so mine will be coming up. Yours sets, mine comes up. It's weird.
You say goodbye, I say hello.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You say yes, I say
no. You say something, and I say da da da.
You say goodbye, and I say hello.
Goodbye, hello.
The quite interesting thing as well, Andy, is I've seen these streams before with Broke Palang and whatever. Although we're all in the same part of the world, get my sunset at 15 minutes later. My sunset is about 15 minutes after you, or before you.
Oh, really?
After you, I think.
Yeah. That's weird, isn't it?
What is it? I'm trying to think which way around it is. We'll find out. I think mine is before you. It's looking darker here than it is where you are.
Well, the sun sets in the west.
But I do have tinted
and
windows.
I'm south of you. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, I'm south of you, and the sun sets in the west. So over to Zeev to work that one out. He's intelligent.
Well, your longitude and your latitude play a role in how soon it sets, in what season.
You see, I told you.
Yeah. It sounded like
Yeah.
bullshit to me, though, Andy. He's
Well, no,
just
you've got
saying that. Well, I think it's really just down to.
Well, what are you saying, Steve? Is yours set already? Is that what you're saying? Or is yours going to set later?
No. Look, let me just go and open the doors and just see, because I've got tinted.
Oh, you don't
tinted
even know
doors
you're
here.
talking. Oh my god!
I know. Look, I didn't know I had to be
Let's
to
all
have a
pick
clue
on
about
Perrin.
what I'm
Let's all
talking
pick
about.
on Perrin.
I only talk bollocks. You know that, Zeke. I've
All
got
the
no
time.
idea.
No, you don't. You're a very
it's,
knowledgeable person.
It's well. Look, we can't really tell until it gets dark.
That is dark.
I can hear a dog screaming.
Yeah, I hear the dog.
Yeah, my wife's just come home from the shop, so the dog's in the
That's not a
kennel.
nice way to talk about it.
Yeah.
Oh, and the dog saying, "Oh, let me out of this, please.
Yes.
I love you so much."
I want to get out and sniff all the trees again. That's what he's thinking.
Yeah. Look, I've asked
Anyway,
this question talking about other animals. I've asked this question on a couple of other shows, and nobody paid any interest in my question at all. We've got we just bought 2 mini parrots. They're like the same size as budgerigars, but they are parrots. You know, they've got a parrot beak on them.
So they can talk?
I don't know yet. They yak a bit. What I want to know is...
Go on. Sorry. No, go on in the middle of a story.
No, I'll give you the question. You don't have to answer it. How the hell do you teach them so that you can let them out of the cage and then they'll come back?
How old
in the
are
house. I'm not saying about going outside or whatever, but it would be quite nice to open the cage. I got no idea. I've never had birds before.
Well, if they're not babies, then there's no guarantee you'll teach them anything. But if they get used to the cage as their house, if you open the cage and and you start chasing them around the house trying to catch them, they'll go where they feel safe, which is back to the cage.
That's a very good point. Yeah,
because that's where they get fed. That's where they get fed.
You open it up.
That's where the food and water is.
You let them have a wander. But you're still taking the risk that they're not going to come. So all then you need is a butterfly net or something.
Well, no, just close the doors and windows. Close the doors and windows, and try and make this the room that you're going to start this off. Like make it.
Yeah, but I don't want them. Yeah, but okay, Andy. So they're out.
Yeah, well then you just got to wait. And a butterfly, no, I don't know. I've never done it, but I would say in the end, they will. Well, you're going to have to wait it out and put food in the cage and watch. Yeah, starve them for a day.
But then look, if I'd just been let out of jail,
starve me out a bit.
But I'm humanising them too much. I'm thinking if I'd just been let out of jail, I'm not going back in. I'm free to roam in quite a big space.
Become institutionalized, you might.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, Ronan. Good point. I hadn't thought of that. It sounds like a jokey question, and it is a little bit.
Also depends what birds they are. What do they look like?
They are incredibly beautiful. One is a beautiful red colour. One's and they just look like miniature parrots.
One's a beautiful red colour, and so what? It's all red. Like if you got a kid to draw a red parrot and they carry a red crayon.
The other one's look. I'm colourblind, but one is red. One is sort of yellowy orange. So they do look super cute.
Hang on, I'm going to find some pictures of things and tell me if it's the right thing.
And you said
same
they're
side.
small.
Yeah, same.
There's not many,
Do you have
not many
budgie
things smaller
regards,
than a, there's
Ronan?
not much things smaller than a budgie.
They're a bit bigger than a budgie. A little
Maybe
bit
they're
bigger.
Just fucking said they're smaller than a budgie.
No, I didn't. I
They're
said
same
they're
size. You said same size.
yeah. I would probably say a bit
Oh.
bigger.
Maybe they're baby
How do I do
parrots.
that?
Very
Hold
good.
on.
Maybe they're baby parrots and going to
Let
grow
me just
to
see if I
bloody
can
monsters.
connect
Maybe.
my.
Maybe you stole some parrot mum's fucking young and now she's going
Yeah.
without.
And they're going to
No,
be
we got this
massive when they
in
grow up.
Cybercow Market, so they're good quality, obviously.
I tell you what, it'd be difficult trying to teach them to talk because you have to talk to them and they won't get an word in edgeways. with you.
Yeah, you'll never know if the fucking training stuck, would you?
Yeah. Steve's been teaching his parrots to talk, but they've never got a word in, so we got no idea whether they can speak or not.
And you don't know how big they're going to grow. They could be babies. They could be baby parrots.
Don't know.
Well, good. Have you named them yet?
No. No, we know
Well,
what it's like, Andy. My wife bought them for the granddaughter, and she was fascinated by them for about a day.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Now,
Guess who's got to look after
No.
them?
yeah, I've even got a fan going on their cage all the time because it's quite
Is it one
hot
of
in the
those,
room that
Steve?
they're in.
All
Huh?
right.
Is it one of those?
Oh, they're cute.
Hold on,
I'll blow it up for you.
hold on, wait. That looks very much like it. Yeah,
Well, they're
Uh,
quite common. It's a sun conure. They're pretty common.
I wouldn't say it's quite that, but it is similar. The same beak.
Is it similar because it's got a beak and wings? Is that what you're telling me?
Yeah. And it goes
Yeah.
tweet, tweet. Does it
But
go tweet,
Yeah,
eyes.
and it's got a beak, wings, and it's quite a pretty colour. That's it. Yeah.
Well,
Well, it
this
doesn't narrow it down at fucking all.
Don't forget at night you got to put a cover over the cage so they sleep.
They are pretty
That I
annoying,
do
aren't
know.
they? Like they never shut up.
Oh well, Steve will get on well with them.
That's like something else we know, isn't it?
Oh, Andy, good
Yes,
to see
mate.
you, sir. Yeah,
Yes, good.
nice to see you, mate.
But do me a favor.
Subject
Do me a
matter.
favor. Sort the codes out tomorrow with Adrian. All right, you've got his line now, and he can send you the code. It takes once you got the
More
email.
importantly, Andy, I actually understand the instructions now.
What
I was putting in my email address and getting codes sent to my email address.
Oh, loser.
So I've worked out what you all mean now.
The thing is, those codes that were sent to your address, you could have put in, and you would have had the buttons.
No, I'd have had the buttons for my own stream, not for your stream, not for
yeah,
this.
Correct.
Yes, don't confuse him anymore for crying out loud.
Look, I understand it now. I am not saying I'll have remembered it all tomorrow, but as we sit here now, I understand it.
Yeah. So now
Tomorrow-
just get in touch. Yeah.
Yeah,
Well, it's
no,
easy, mate.
tomorrow. Hold on,
just-
look at this new bird he's putting up there. No.
Yeah, so tomorrow,
That
just get in touch with Adrian, and he'll give you the code on the line. You go to that login page, you put the email in, his email in, and the code he sent you, and you've done it. And never
Yeah.
log out. And never log out. Otherwise, he has
I
to
got
put in
ya.
the code again. Yeah, that's cool. Good. I'm glad we got that sorted out.
Right, I'm going to go get a beer. Back in
Okay.
a bit.
Okay. So, Ronan, what have you been up to? Anything exciting or anything?
Yeah, I have been actually.
Go on, then.
Anything
Let us-
exciting or anything.
Yeah, we're floundering for content at the moment. Anything. What have you been doing?
It just reminded me of Austin Powers when he walks in chasing the bad guy and he goes into the dunny and he asks the guy, "You didn't happen to see?" And then halfway through he realizes he's blind. He's like, "Anything at all?"
So, what have you got?
I have kittens in my room. I'm in Kentucky right now. not in Utah. I drove to my parents' house, and I've been staying here for like too long. But anyway, I'm leaving soon. But yeah, the one of my mom's cats is like the cat. She sneaks out, she disappears, and comes back pregnant. She's one of those cats. So she gave
That's
birth
like-
in my
That's
room.
like my ex.
Yeah, yeah, I know other people like that.
How many kittens?
5. And she like dragged them underneath this thing in the room to like so no one can really get to them. I guess, to keep them safe.
Mm.
But I mean they were safe anyway, but she just moved them into the corner of the room. And
So you're going to keep all 5 when you? Bloody hell, man, that's a big undertaking.
I know, right? I don't know what my
Bloody hell,
folks are
bro.
gonna do. They're not my
what-
cats. Although my
Yeah.
wife wants me to bring them back with me.
Okay, bring
with
him
her
back and then say
sister.
bye bye.
I don't want to
Yeah.
drive a road trip with freaking a mother cat and 5 kittens.
There you go, Andy. There's
No.
my backyard.
Oh, that's gorgeous, mate.
Oh wow!
Oh, that outdoes mine by like forever. That's really cool.
Everything's in bloom.
Look at that. That's really nice.
Yeah, in the springtime.
What time is it there now?
7. Oh, it's dark out there now. I took that the other day.
So you're the same time as us, except you're an hour in front. That's it.
It's
Yeah.
7 a.m. here.
Yeah, I'll be exactly 12 from Ronan because you're on which coast, Ronan? Or closest
East,
to which
east
coast?
right now. Yeah,
East, that's right. Yeah, it's 2 hours different, or 3 hours difference to the other coast, isn't it?
3 hours. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's going to be a little bit. I'll take that off. But,
What's your time difference in Australia? Is it 6 hours from coast to coast?
There's technically 5 time zones, but we only use 3 of them. I think it's
So it's
only-
3-hour time difference.
Yeah, I think 3 hour time difference. There's a
Hi,
weird West
Johnny.
Australian time There's like a middle West Australian and a middle somewhere else time as well, but we don't use those for anything.
Okay.
hello, Johnny.
And they're getting rid of daylight savings.
Andy.
They're getting rid of that, right? Next one is the last one. The what is it? They're not going to do the daylight savings anymore. It's the last change. The spring one and the fall one.
I hope they don't do it anymore. It's a pain in the ass.
Yeah, it doesn't really make any sense. I mean, it did when we were all farmers.
Even then.
Yeah.
I mean, England, all I have is the memory of like long, cold, dark, almost days, because it doesn't get light till about 9. And if it's overcast and rainy, it doesn't really get light. And then if street lamps are on at like 3:30 or 4 o'clock,
4 o'clock, it's dark. Yeah.
it's like, poor old England, it's just in the wrong place.
Very green.
Go
And it's
across
full of
the
them
channel, they have
palms too.
lovely weather.
Andy, you've got to admit, England is in the right place.
Oh,
And so are
far
you.
out of far out of reach. Yeah, I get it.
And how are we tonight, gentlemen? How are we going?
What's up, Johnny?
Not a lot, mate. Not a lot. I'm depressed. The weather's crap, and I just heard the budget from our new government.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
6.8 billion for LGBT posters or what?
well, the whole part about it is, yes, I'm older. Admittedly, I had to pay for everything. Now everybody expects the government to pay. So in other words, I'm paying to look after some other bastard's bloody mongrel children. I'm paying for their housing and I'm paying for everything. Why don't they try to get off their ass and effing work for a change?
Don't be silly.
You
Yeah,
always have part of the population that doesn't want to work, but it seems like more people today are, I don't know, with people losing their jobs because of the jab to everything else that's going on. People maybe don't want to work anymore.
Well, I think half of this country, they should have given them a jab up the ass to get them mobile. If workers shortages, they're just sitting on their arse saying, "Oh, geez, we get better. You know, Social Security's not that bad, and we get government housing, which we reckon, you know, we don't care about because you know it's not ours."
They do trash it. That's true.
Yeah, yeah.
I had a job for a while cleaning it up and fixing them up. I quit. That was the most depressing job in the world.
Yeah, back in the younger days, I had a contract for what used to be the Housing Commission of Victoria, and you're right, it was a very depressing job. I would have rather burned the houses down with the people in them because they were pathetic.
You can't be that efficient.
I can't. I don't want to be generalising though, because there
Now
were
we're talking.
there are a lot of good people that those lower income ones were a stepping stone for them to improve themselves. You know.
Yeah, but you can't, Johnny, you can't go being that efficient, just burning the whole house down. You've got to leave some stragglers, otherwise there's no work for the boys, mate. Taking all the
What
work.
about the Undertaker? What about the Undertaker?
Well, the cremation's already done, so you're cutting him too much slack.
Well, you know, it's only got to get the ashes.
I suppose it'll take him a while to sift through the ashes and find which ones are the house and which ones are the blokes.
This goes with this and that goes with that.
And this goes with that at Suzanne.
Yeah. What's the largest organ of a human body?
The penis.
You're bragging
Skin,
now,
isn't it?
Ronan. It is the skin. It is the skin. Correct. You know, some people say the brain, but I tell you what, when I go out into society, I think they've shrunk.
Not on me,
Well, they have
anyway.
because they're vegans.
What are you doing, Ian?
I'm sure. Hello, Johnny.
G'day,
When the
Steve.
drums are
Sure,
intense.
that was one of your trivia quizzes, and I answered skin, and it was kidney or liver or something.
Yeah,
No,
because
it
you
was
answered. If
internal.
someone else.
That question was internal organ, which is the liver. As far as the organ on the human body, it's skin. There.
Right. So, are
Internal,
you
there's
saying you owe
difference
me a
between-
point?
No. If we even if we gave you 3 points head start, you'd still end up with 0.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah, that's very
Steve.
true.
You're more. I tell you what. Stay tuned for tomorrow night. You might find out.
Oh, don't worry, I'll be here. That's it. Gentlemen, I'm going to have to go.
Steve,
I
before you
hope
go,
you keep
Steve,
it going open. That everybody's just come back, and I'm going to cook something to eat.
Steve, before you piss
What?
Don't
off,
worry, Steve.
Yeah,
what's the biggest bone in your body, Steve?
biggest bone. I'm guessing it with one of the leg bones, tibia.
Craig
Femur.
Rusin.
I don't. Huh?
Skull.
I said Craig
What?
Rusin.
No, not in Steve's body, in everybody's body.
The cranium. You're talking about his cranium.
I was just saying the biggest bone in Steve's body is Craig Rusin.
Ah,
No, that's the biggest bone in Banana Kings.
No, that's a bone. That's a bone in somebody's side, isn't it? You know.
So come on then, Zeke, what's your answer?
I think it's your femur.
Yeah,
where's that?
It
then, for
is.
heaven's
It
sake?
is.
Your leg.
Your thigh
two
bone.
leg, isn't it? It's got to be a leg bone.
Because your
Yeah.
thigh bone's connected to your ass bone, you know.
And your
Don't be
arse
so
bone connected
cheeky.
to your thigh bone.
I know a guy that broke his femur, and he had to have it like bolted together. You know.
Plays havoc in an airport going through the metal detectors.
Yeah, I
Oh,
think
would-
even when it's cold out, he would complain. He could feel it.
still- even in this
Well,
day and
what-
age with modern medicine, a
twi-
certain percentage of people that break their femur still die within 5 minutes of doing it. Did you know that?
Wow.
That's because it's normally arterial damage, but
That's right.
because it's also one of the strongest muscles in the body. So the contraction of the muscle Yeah. But Rona, what
Oh,
for Christmas or birthday, you get your mate that's got the metal plates and that, and he complains. Get him get him some WD 40.
It's a good one. Man, some people do have a lot of metal though, from all these crazy surgeries.
Yeah.
I don't have any, but
2 secs, guys. I'm just plugging the gas bottle in.
You were cooking something earlier.
Andy, have I talked to you before? I don't know if I have.
I know your name. I mean, I know your handle, Ronan. I don't, from the old days, from a year.
What's your handle on YouTube?
Just Andy. Andy. Oh, sleep, eat, and repeat. Got to change that now. That was when I was on a techno rant. Andy Bangkok Chit Chat.
Okay. So that's where you are, Bangkok?
Yeah.
Nice.
Eat, sleep, repeat.
Oh,
what about what about regurgitate?
Well, that comes in between one of them. throw up, basically.
Yeah, eat, sleep, regurgitate. Oh no, exceed, regurgitate, repeat. That'll be better.
Exceed.
That's about covers all bases there, I think.
Yeah. Nothing exceeds like excess.
Yes, correct. Yeah, it's one of Pete Tong's lyrics from one of his, trance. I think
Uwe says he's all metal. Uwe, I think he's going to get more metal put in too.
Who?
Yeah,
Uwe, he's the Terminator.
He's gonna get longer thyroid ends.
How much metal do you need in your body before you become AI? Just need a little computer chip in there, and then somebody else can do it from a remote location. You don't have to do anything.
That's the next step they want. It seems like they want to chip us all. Do you see Neuralink? Elon Musk's Neuralink.
He actually set up in the early days, Elon Musk set up a company. He's got, there was the early one and the latter one, which was, electronics to take over from, functions, different stuff. So who knows what's ahead of us.
Well, it's, I've seen it on streams. People can change their face, and so in 3D they can become Elvis Presley, and now they're all meeting in virtual bars. Yeah, the filters, they're getting really, really clever. Ron does it quite well, but then they can all go to like a virtual bar, and they can actually sit down, and they're sitting down, and in comes, I don't know, Clinton comes in and sits down with them, and they can almost drink. What they do is they can go for the motion of drinking, but then they have another drink themselves at the side of the camera, and they drink to simulate the drinking. Weird, isn't it?
Is that like in VR, in virtual reality?
Yeah, that's VR. I don't know hardly anything about it, but I know what they can do.
There's one game or whatever. It's like a comedy club, and they take turns. You can go up on stage and tell your jokes, and then the audience can respond. Like they can laugh or they can boo. So
really?
It's a virtual comedy club. It's kind of cool.
Yeah. I mean, more and more people maybe not going out so much for different reasons. They can have all their fun and entertainment without getting off their armchair.
Yep.
It's frightening, isn't it?
It's like everybody, isn't it?
I don't think it's for us OGs, but the future, my God, it's exciting as much as it's frightening. I'd love to live another 100 years. My God. Right. that ain't happening in anyone's reality.
And of course, they have like the first thing they do is they make virtual reality porn.
Well,
Oh, they did that in Team America. That little puppet show. You know, that was probably one of the best porn scenes I'd ever seen.
what was that? I didn't see that. Oh,
Yeah, that was a good one.
Team America. Team America.
Okay, I'm making a note.
Yeah, Team America. Team America. They did they did it all with puppets, and really, I think that sex scene out of that movie was probably the best I've ever seen.
Was it explicit?
Hang on, I'll find it.
No, it's not. It's
No,
just
don't show
puppets.
it.
Just puppets in different positions.
Oh, I see. I get it. Well, I'm sure Johnny will find it, and it's probably okay to put on then. Find it. I've got to work out how to share screens on this thing. Yeah, not now. Every time I share it, it goes to all my private bloody files. I can't get anything up.
I guess it just shares whatever you're looking at. So if you're looking at your private stuff, we're going to be able to see it too.
Oh, I see. That makes sense. So if
So
I
it just kind of like
minimize
mirrors
those-
the screen.
Yeah, I get it. There's something down the bottom here that says present.
That's the
Present.
one.
Away,
That's share. That's your share screen.
Oh, they've changed the name. All right.
Yeah, it used to be share.
And then it goes share screen. So if I share screens now, you'll just see what I'm seeing now, I guess.
Yeah, he'll have to
I
add
get
you.
it. Yeah, I got it. Okay. I've got nothing to share.
I think this is it.
I need this, I need love, I need you. I don't need one heartbeat, I need two. There's an emptiness I need to fill, and only one.
All right.
empty Only a woman can brighten up my day.
Okay, that's got us a strike for sure.
Well, it's taken from YouTube. So how can we get a strike?
True that.
Now that's interesting.
There's a few there that bring back memories. Yeah. Yeah. Well, so I mean, that's a very good call there, Johnny. I mean, yeah, I get it. I understand what you mean. But now it's improved to like you can't tell the difference whether they're human or not. Oh, God knows what they're going to get up to.
Yeah.
Let the children play.
I must admit, when I first saw that, I just about fell off my bloody chair laughing.
Yeah, it's good. It's good. Except I'm going through like Pinocchio, the wooden tops, the things when I'm seeing that, you know. But his nose didn't grow. That's one thing. Something else did probably. But...
Well, yeah. There was a few notable what would you call them, bits out of the movie, you know, like every movie there seems to be a statement that people kind of adapt and run with, and that Team America had had a few good ones.
Oh, Huey comes up with a good one. He says that doesn't count, Johnny. Robert got striked for sharing a MSM video, which is still up.
Yeah, that's right, Yuri. I know. I
That's
do
politics,
know
isn't
that.
It's sad that YouTube is in this open, free. Like it was in the old days. All social media, really.
Actually, haven't seen Robert for a while online for a while. What's his internet buggered or?
No, he's been on. He got a strike on his channel the other day, so he got a 2-week ban.
Another one?
Yeah.
Ah, somebody's got the shits on with him, which is
He's been getting those strikes for like what is it, medical misinformation and stuff.
yeah. Well, realistically, that's rubbish. You know, the that's the thing with YouTube, Ronan, that the appeal
But
process.
you can't have an opinion.
Yeah, that's right. You can't have an opinion. The appeal process is a load of rubbish, and that's why everybody's looking for a different spectrum to that is not politically motivated, or and freedom of speech exists.
Right. I mean, there will be a next platform. Like YouTube will get stale, like everything else. Like MySpace died and Facebook was born. So something will replace it. It's just kind of takes a while for that to happen.
I think when there is one, which is a free or whatever platform.
Yeah, hopefully a free speech platform.
I think it'll be flooded because with the dollars and cents and lots of other things that go on behind the scenes with it. And you might upset one of their sponsors or something like that. That's where instead of truth or whatever, that's got nothing to do with it. Just in case you upset one of their sponsors, they might pull out. Welcome, Yuri. You mate.
Hey guys. You know what?
Yeah.
I think there's two
Tony,
things we
hang on.
gotta think about. There's one thing. Robert was just sharing a video from a mainstream media channel that is on YouTube, and that video is still going on. And he was just sharing that, and he got strike for that, not for copyright. He got strike for medical misinformation. That's one thing. But the other thing is what Ronan says. If now millions of channels would go to whatever Rumble or wherever they go, then they force these platforms to censor as well, because YouTube doesn't do it on their own. They get forced by the government. So that's the thing, They don't do it on their own shit. That's the thing.
Need to smash them all in the tits. That's what we need to do.
In what?
Smash them up.
in just give them a bit of a flogging, a bit of a touch up. You reckon?
Yeah, dust them up good.
That's promoting violence. We can't be seen doing that.
Well, you weren't on earlier then, were you?
No, I wasn't.
Oh, jeez.
Hello.
There's definitely some
Hello,
promotion.
how you
Tony.
doing?
Hey, Tony.
Hey, how yous all doing?
How you going, Cuz?
You good, cuz, bro?
Ah, shit.
Good seeing you, Andy.
Yes, it's nice to see you as well. Nice to see you.
How's
Strange
Thailand
people.
for you at the moment?
It's fine. It's fine. It's I just didn't realize I'd be so busy. I was looking forward to my lasting years as a retiree, but It hasn't quite worked out that way. But hey, I'm happy. It's great. Yeah, Thailand's fine. Trying to avoid the flooding. So far, so
Yeah,
good.
that's
Thumbs up.
yeah, that's what I was asking because I heard there was a lot of flooding.
Yeah.
So
I was in Ayutthaya last weekend with my brother, and the restaurant we were at has a lovely garden. Well, that was underwater, and the flow of the water on the river there was little boats going past like speedboats. Well, with the flow, they were going fast, you know. And Ayutthaya getting flooded is always a what's the word? It's a pre-warning that Bangkok might get it. But so far, it hasn't rained for a long, long time, so maybe that's going to help. We'll see. We'll see. But thanks for asking, Tony. Appreciate it.
oh, always.
But isn't the rain season over already in that area?
Well, it is, Yui, but 2011, when my house got completely devastated, it was in November, and it hadn't rained for 2 or 3 weeks. It was glorious weather. We hadn't rained, everything was fine, but the water was coming from up country, from the dams. They let the water out. Bangkok had sealed itself off, so there was nowhere for the water to go, and my house was, not in a good condition.
Dang.
Took a long time and a lot of money to get back to sort of normal. But it's nothing to do with the rainfall, to be honest. It's to do with the water running from up country down into it's trying to find its way to the sea, basically, via my house.
Yeah, my
coming up through the
brother's
tiles. Yeah.
my brother in the West Coast. His house got flooded twice. First time was he had to redo the whole house. He couldn't live in it. The second time wasn't bad, and he was happy because he just put up new weatherboards, new carpet, everything. So
Oh yeah. I mean, I've replaced my wooden floor because it got ruined, and we've got like tiles that look like wood now. So if I got flooded, I just have to move all the furniture out of the first floor, which is not easy, but I would do it because I know the warning signs now. But when it finally happened, the water was coming up through the tiles. In between the tiles, the water was coming up through there. It wasn't coming, it wasn't coming down the road like a tidal wave or anything. Nothing like that at all. And it just
my
slowly
brother
rose
had
and
water
rose.
my brother had like water in his oven and everything. It got that high.
That's
Yeah.
not how you make a roast.
I know. It's not how you
Um,
clean your oven either.
What was he thinking then?
I don't know.
Gee.
I think
Well,
you just
Andy-
want a new oven, to be honest.
Yeah, well, that saves cleaning the bloody thing. Just get a new one.
Exactly. I bet he's like, yeah, I'm going to get a
Yeah.
new oven. I'm going to do the house up.
But Andy, just think of buy yourself a kayak, and that's a lot cheaper than one of those rowing machine things. And you could go to the floating markets.
Johnny, they would come to me, I think.
Well, the whole lot you drift off together.
Yeah.
Jeez.
It's not
Imagine
a bad
so-
idea, though, getting a kayak. 'cause
Yeah,
then you
imagine saying
explore.
to the wife, we'll take the burner upstairs, and I'll just row down to the market and pick us up some supplies, and
Yeah.
row back and tie it up to the staircase, and
Nah, I'd rather things be. I lived upstairs for a long time, but that was horrible. But and money wise, I would say about 3 to 4 million baht.
yeah. Did you had a balcony? Did you? That way you could use it like diving, into the front pool and like a
I do have a
resort thing,
balcony. Yeah, but you want to see the water that was flooding. It wasn't exactly stuff you want to put your foot in. It was all black, oily, sewagey. We had the whole house steam cleaned by professionals.
So there's no insurance covering anything, or
I don't know about. I mean, we weren't because we weren't in a so-called flooded zone, and we still aren't. It's all just water mismanagement from the government. They don't know how to handle it. All this rain falls in the dams up country, and they have to let the dams out and open the floodgates down the clongs, and let it they have to manage it, and they haven't been managing it really.
It's just
So-
crazy. Fuck, you know.
But by the way, I have a new name for Steve Perrin. He has to be called Steve Parrott from now on.
Parrot.
Yeah, you got parrots now. You got two
Oh, you
parrots.
missed it. He's bought 2 birds. He didn't know what they were, and he said they were like they were size of budgerigars, but looked like a parrot. And Zeus did his thing and found a picture of one. He goes, yeah, sort of similar, but he doesn't know what
Yeah.
he wants to let them out of the cage. You should have been here and helped him to how to train them, because that's what he was asking for, Johnny. Yeah, I'm
But to
talking
be
you,
honest,
man.
Yeah, it's all your fault, Johnny.
in
is.
fact, budgies are parrots. They are just small parrots. They are the same family.
Yeah.
Why
What-
didn't
what-
you
what
guys
did he-
come on when Steve Perrin was on? we
I've
had no
seen,
clue.
I've seen some real budgies the other day.
What, budgie smugglers?
No, I saw some real ones in the wild flying around. Hundreds of
Yeah,
them.
I think they come from Australia, only from Australia. I think.
Yeah, that's correct, you mate. When Steve, I heard Steve Perrin trying to describe these birds, I thought it sounds like lovebirds, you know.
That's what I thought. So I put that picture. I
That's
put a
what I
picture of
thought.
Fisher's lovebird up, and he goes, "No, not like that." No, no, we'll shove him
Yeah,
up your backside then. I don't know
Well,
what
you
you're
should
gonna
have
do.
shown it. You should have shown him a picture of a pizza, and he might have said, "Yeah, something like that."
Thing is, he's got to look after them. They were like for his niece or something, and for a day she was, oh, aren't they lovely? And then she forgot about them. It's like when you buy dogs for kids, you know what I mean? Like be
It
prepared
was
to look
traumatic.
after them.
That was traumatic for Steve because that was like his wedding all over again.
A dog's
I
okay.
know you're listening, Steve. I know you're listening. That's why we're taking the piss out of you.
But anyways, it's good that
I
they are
think-
not alone. They getting really. You should never hold them on in just one. So you always should have at least 2 of them. That's the because they don't like to be alone. These birds.
Well, at least
If you
he's
have
got
just
2.
one on its own
Yeah.
pair bond with you,
And never buy your kids a goldfish.
yeah, they still can whinge when they flush it down the shitter when it's dead.
Well, I'm 40 years old and I'm still upset about little Tony. She
Oh,
lost
Tony,
it.
really?
She
Bless
lost
you.
it a day.
I bought a
How
load
long
of
ago
fish
was
from the
that?
market that they started to eat each other. It was like a whole battle going on in there. I think I got the wrong ones.
What the hell?
Well, you're supposed to feed them though.
Ah. Oh, okay.
It's just a little tidbit of information there. Yeah.
We had
where
a
I
huge, like, massive
had a-
tank.
I had
And
a
Big Daddy
goldfish.
would eat other fish, the
Yeah.
smaller ones.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you get
what-
fighting fish and stuff, don't you?
Yeah,
Well, he was huge. He was so much bigger than the rest of them, so he just ate them.
yeah. That's
That's not funny.
pretty normal in the animal kingdom. But when I was in the army, I bought one little goldfish, and I put it in a flagon, which is, you know, a grog bottle.
Yeah, I know what flagon is.
Blame.
And it got to the stage where the fish had kind of outgrown the bottle, but the only way to get it out of the bottle was to smash the bottle. And
What the hell?
unfortunately, that decision led to its demise. But anyhow, it had 5 years of living in that bottle.
Yeah, I mean, how long the Japanese carp and stuff, which are really a
Oh,
big
they get
goldfish,
really
I know.
old. They
They
get really old.
Do they? Yeah,
Yes, yes.
and
yes.
get very expensive as well.
You mean the koi carps? Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
quite.
They can be easily 70 years old.
Yeah, give you a hint. If you're into koi carp, anybody that's listening, if you go into anywhere between Welshpool and Thornley in Perth, there's a creek that runs into the Canning River, absolutely loaded with coloured koi carp, and they're all like 40 to 50 centimetres long. There you go.
Yeah. The thing is,
money.
I think they grow their whole life. They grow their whole life. They never stop growing. So that's the thing.
Bit-
And,
bit like tortoises.
yeah, and I think it depends on the on the pool, whatever they are in. The bigger the pool, the bigger the koi get. You know.
Peeve staring, getting all upset in the chat there. It's getting
Oh,
peeved. Our peeve staring.
If you have a koi which looks exactly like the Japanese flag, like white with that red button,
it does, yeah.
they can get easily 100K for those fish, easy.
Wow.
They are completely crazy on that stuff.
See, you got some money there.
Well,
Is it-
that sounds like a business thing. Get into genetics of fish and breed them as per a country's flag.
Oh yeah, and the next thing you know, you've got bloody SARS fish too, and we're all in lockdown again.
How can we have SARS fish?
Because you'd be playing
Hey.
with the genetics.
I just shared a screen.
Yeah, that's the ones. Yeah, the big goldfish.
That's
that
it.
break up.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
I've mastered that then.
Well, there you go. Who said you can't teach old people new tricks?
Exactly. Mainly old people.
See, Steve, Andy can do it.
How do I get it off? Okay, I got it. There we go. Where did Ronan go?
He might have blown himself up. I don't know.
The kitten's got the better of him.
That's right. Ron is gone.
Ronan, bye-bye. Nice to...
Maybe he's back at
Spoken to you.
Mike's channel.
Whatever. Someone from them was like under their banner of their channel was chatting
What's up,
on
guys?
our chat. Just, you know, like...
Oh,
come
how
on,
you
come
doing,
on.
mate?
It's our little mate. What are you doing, Orbie Poos?
Hey, Orb.
I miss you, girl.
Oh,
What's going on, bro?
What's going on with you?
Fans back together.
Stuff and things.
I heard you guys were having a good laugh out here. I thought I'd join in.
Oh yeah, we're all here laughing at Steve Perrin's expense.
What's a zig? Motherfucker.
There you
My
go.
nigga. Hey, my boy.
Steve Perrin's biggest Steve Perrin's biggest
I
moment
recognize
is when
that
he's
voice.
not on the panel.
That's my boy. Mr. Four Stringer.
Did you say four stringer or four skinner?
How do you
Oh.
tune a foreskin? Ah.
Oh, Ronan did drop out. Look at that. That's how observant I'm being.
Oh, look at that. Oh, handsome man.
No, look at the plants. Tony likes my hanging plants.
What would the old Filipinos would be like? Esta pogi.
Hmm.
What are you doing, Poggy?
Yeah, yeah. Motherfucker.
So, Johnny, you still have rain in your area?
Yes, mate. We had 2.5 good days, and I thought, well, things have dried out, hopefully, and then it fair pissed down, thunderstorms, the whole deal. I thought, why do I bother getting out of bed? Motivation has gone out the window. Believe me, mate. This has been going on for that long. It's not funny.
Yeah, but that's not usual for the area.
No. But the thing is, it hasn't. We've had in my area, which is usually the area that cops the most of it, and a lot of flooding. We haven't had bugger all flooding.
Yeah,
Which is
Because you
surprising.
finally learnt to share.
crazy. I mean, they got even floodings in Tasmania. I heard last week. Oh, it's crazy.
I look up along the Murray River,
Who did we just
you know,
lose?
border in New South, and In Victoria, there's been a lot of rain, a lot of flooding up through there. What they say, Murray River went to 95 metres. That's a lot of water.
Holy crap. Really interesting where all that stuff comes from, man. Absolutely crazy.
Oh well, you've got a third of Australia as catchment. In realism.
Where's that airplane coming from?
Me.
You are so
Another-
close to the airport?
Yeah, the smaller airport.
He lives in the hangar. You mean?
Okay.
On
That's
the end of runway 1.
that's a very very nice backyard though in that hangar, man. I like that.
Oh yes, yeah, the planes aren't so bad. I get used to them.
I made a mistake once. I thought I'll get a hotel real close to Suwanipon because I had an early morning flight. That was a good idea, but it
That was
was
good, brother. That was good, brother.
looking out the back of the hotel. You could see the runway, and I thought, well, that was fine while you're having a couple of beers and before you wanted to go and have a bit of a sleep, but forget about sleeping. Forget about sleeping because about every 15 minutes there was a bloody plane taking off.
Oh,
Yeah.
Or one land, and and in between that there was one landing. Ugh. It was a cheap hotel, and now I know why.
Yeah, probably, yeah. So
Yeah,
Really, brother.
So what's been going on? Oh, what's been happening in your life, buddy?
I want to see you play, brother.
so
I
do
wanna
they
see-
do they
I want to see Johnny Sand play. He plays.
you want to see what? Johnny's place?
You want to see my place? That's easily done, mate. There you
It's
go.
dark outside, you can't see shit, man.
No. Hang on. Camera down. Oh, yeah. Bloody light in the way. That's why I keep my camera off unless I put a screen up. That friggin' light up there.
Alright, guys, I'm off to bed, but it was good talking to you.
Nice
Oh,
to
well,
chat,
you have a good
Tony,
night's
as always.
sleep, Tony.
night,
Thanks
Tony.
for coming by.
It's been a pleasure. Have a
Righto,
good one.
Tony.
Take care.
You
Take
too.
care.
You have some.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
What are you going to play? What are you going to play? Oh,
Fuck all by the sound of it.
He muted himself or what?
we got no sound.
Yes.
We got no sound, brother. We got no sound.
I'm fucked if I know what's going on. I know what I'll
this
do,
is
Johnny.
for-
I'll play the sound for him.
Yeah. I think he's doing it for our deaf viewers, to be honest.
Oh,
Sign language.
well, what,
He's translating what we're doing into sign language.
so what we need is captions,
Yeah. Yeah.
or one of those people that stand out the front, pulling on their ears and waving it all around and making stupid faces and stuff like that. What do they call them?
Orb, we can't hear you. Orb, we can't hear you.
So Andy, do they start and land all night long too, or
No,
They,
this is a small airport. So at certain times of the day, it's the budget airlines, mainly Thailand and a few to Asia. But it's not a big deal.
when it was the main airport years and years ago, we used to have the long haul flights at 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, but that's stopped years and years and years ago. Now it's not a big hassle. Now's the time they all take off. You get about 6 or 7 in a row. That'd be it. It's not that busy an airport, really. Oh, we got it. Did we get some sound out of all? No.
Not yet.
Oh, we can't hear you. Is he playing Agadoo Doo Doo? Agadoo Doo Doo. Agadoo Doo Doo.
Oh yeah,
There he's back. You're muted, man.
I forget that.
So try again, or we couldn't hear you, man.
Let's go.
What's
He's going
happening?
to be so disappointed when he finds he's put himself on mute. Take 2.
I know he's up here showing Moshwa how to do it, and
I'll fill in for you, Rob. I'll fill in for you.
Here we go.
I'm surprised Mosh was not on at all today.
No,
No.
it was on
I haven't
yesterday
seen it.
though. Maybe Warren used
Yeah,
to.
yesterday he was on for a long time. Oh yeah. I think the Cowboys are on a
That's pretty
freaking on a run. So I hope the Cowboys won't win the freaking Super Bowl, man. Then I think they're getting all nuts on there. Holy crap. So when you go back to Philippines, Zeke? I thought you're gonna go in October, you said. Did we lost Zeke too? What the hell?
All fingers weren't quite matching the music, but well, was a good try, I suppose.
I guess he's a little bit shit-faced.
Yep.
Yep, I
That's
think
pretty
so.
good. Who is that motherfucker? That's pretty
Me.
good.
Steel guitar.
Play What If God Was One of Us, Johnny.
What if God was one of us?
Yeah, blue, 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 blue. You know the one.
Yeah, I kind of do.
A buddy of mine the other night showed me the song that Deep Purple ripped off when they did Black Knight. And it's like note for note ripped off. Like they've completely plagiarized the entire fucking song.
What, from Black Sabbath?
No, from an earlier mob. A rock group, yeah, like a bluesy rock group.
Really?
Where's
Yeah, yeah.
Orcon?
I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I was like, you fucking kidding me.
It's a lot of that. You know, if you go back and research some of the songs, you'll find it's a little no-name band somewhere,
Mm-hmm.
and then you know, a bigger group will release this fancy new song, and it's virtually the same. That close to it, it's not funny. Black Knight.
I used to love that song too. Fucked it.
I used to love Smoke on the Water. Really did.
Oh yeah, everybody did. I mean, that was the best freaking guitar riff in the
Who's the original Black Knight?
in the 70s.
I don't know about the Black Knight, but Black Betty. Oh, Black Betty.
Ram Jam. Ram Jam.
Oh yeah, Ram Jam.
It wasn't Ram Jam. The first ones to come out with it was not Ram Jam.
Not?
Oh.
No.
No?
I didn't use that.
Was it Black Betty? And she's really annoyed about it.
No, I actually played that last Wednesday night. Everybody's saying, "Oh, Ram Jam." It wasn't Ram Jam.
Black Betty. Yeah, madame.
Well, I know Spiderbait redid it later on. Because they're boring.
And that was a perfect song that was ripped off from a small little garage type band.
Yeah, right.
Really?
What was Nights in White Satin? That was another
Moody
good song.
Blues. Moody Blues.
Mm.
Moody Blues.
I think I grew up, or you were around the same. We were around, you know, age group Andy type of thing. Really was probably some of the best music ever produced. In all aspects of music, you know,
I guess it went all right.
You know, the real self-expression and find your own market type thing.
Yeah.
I guess for the rock music, the 70s was the best by far.
Yeah, 60s was pretty kick-ass too, though.
Well, that was all against, you know, the 60s was very political.
Flower power. Yay. Flared trousers. Yay. Flowers in our hair. Loved it. I took
Flowers
too much
in my
LSD.
hair, flowers everywhere.
I think I took too much LSD at the time. But it was
What the hell?
California dreaming on a winter's day. What kind of lyrics is that? California dreaming on a winter's day. Well,
all the leaves are brown, all the leaves were brown, and the sky is grey, and the
Of
sky
course,
is grey.
I think that was, they should have changed that song to the theme, like the national anthem of England, really.
No, it would have been black trees, black leaves, dark.
All the buildings are grey, all the buildings are grey, and everything is dreary.
Yeah.
On a
exactly.
winter's day.
Oh, I want to slit my wrists.
Da, 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 da.
Their tampons floating in the Thames.
Da, 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 da.
Yeah. Or hanging off a drawbridge.
And sofas full of whores.
Da, da, da. Yeah. No, it should start instead of all the leaves are gone for a start. I'm not going to sing anymore.
the
I got to shift off, guys. I haven't eaten all day, so I really have to leave you. But it's been great talking to you, Siege and Johnny, of course, and the chat. And let's hope we can do this all again soon. I hope to get on tomorrow. I got a day off tomorrow.
Oh,
well,
good.
that'll be
So
good.
do I. So do I. So hopefully we can they'll be on tomorrow as well. That'd be good.
Okay, that's cool. That's cool.
All
Okay
right.
then, guys. All right.
Take
No
care.
worries,
See you
Andy.
later. Yeah.
Yeah, well,
cheers.
I'm gonna ask the world some questions tomorrow, so we'll see what happens.
I always watch that because my general knowledge is hopeless. All right, then. I'll speak to you later. I'll speak.
Right on.
I'll email you the answers, then you'll look like a star. How's that?
Oh, that's cool. That's cool. That's cool. I'll take care of
You
you
mean,
when you come over
you're
here.
going to
mate.
send them to him and Mark Loveridge?
Get him.
Okay, guys. See ya.
All right,
Bye-bye.
brother.
Bye-bye.
Cheers, Andy.
Bye.
Yeah, cheers.
Get him.
What's up, Bob, man?
What's up, brother? You guys are pretty cool. I miss my Aussies. I miss my Aussies. You guys know how to talk shit. I just like to have a good laugh. Whatever.
What does Spoon always reckon? Spoon always reckon you can't argue with these Aussies, man. They got too much vocabulary. I didn't know
Yeah, well,
fucking
they
cunt
know bass,
with tons of vocabulary.
Check
but there you
check
go.
this 5-stringer out. Pussy. Zig's a pussy. Dig don't know the 5-stringer.
I got the 5-string on the wall, and I don't need those little. I don't need those little metal things on my one.
What's up? What's up? What's up, motherfucker?
What's that thing
What do
you got there? What builds that thing?
That's a finger.
It's a little something I picked
And
up.
what's your thumb doing over the top of the bloody neck? That's you never do that.
And Zig don't know nothing about the 5-stringer. He's a pussy. He's all
me
treble.
some.
He's all
play
treble. He
some-
don't play bass. He plays treble. He's all big. He plays treble.
You know what a bass player is?
He's not a bass player. He's a treble
A
player.
drummer without any fucking rhythm.
No, that's what they say about that's what they say about. Do you know about the what the hell is it called? The drummer. You know what a drummer is?
I used to play the
He's
drums,
the guy,
so
he's the
be
guy that
careful.
hangs out with musicians.
And that's why I always say bass players, friggin', you know, they
Fuck
just
off,
got no
fuck off,
rhythm.
fuck off, Johnny.
You know?
Well, they had to invent drums because they needed something for the tone deaf to play.
Zig plays treble. I don't know what the fuck you're listening to, but fuck Warwick's. It's all treble. You're not playing the bass, bro. You're playing the treble. It sounds super sloppy, whatever you're doing. Fuck Zig. Fuck Zig. It's all
Oh,
treble.
next thing he'll join a gospel choir playing like
The
that.
gospel choir.
Let's get him.
Start singing
Let's get him.
soprano.
Zig, you know I love you, bro. But
Yeah, man.
I also love to fuck with you.
At least I don't have no redneck banjo hanging in the background.
Hey, check that shit out. I bought that shit at Swap Meet. It's pretty
Yeah?
cool, man. It's pretty cool. That shit
Is
was
it
that shit outdates your ass. It's like from
Is
the
that a-
40s, bro.
Is that like a 4 or 5-string one?
It's a 4-stringer.
Yeah, yeah.
Banjos
It's pretty cool, man. The bridge is broken on it, and all kinds of. There's a lot of stuff wrong with it, but it's pretty good wall art.
Yeah, well, banjos were usually odd number strings for odd.
Yeah,
odd
they got
people.
the one with the 5 strings on it.
Yeah,
It's got the net. like halfway halfway up the fretboard. I know those things are confusing. But this is the early one. It's a 4-stringer.
That's what you they've got fifth one's a G string. They pull it up nice and tight.
Yeah.
Lift
I never
and separate.
I never messed around with it enough, you know.
The old cheese cutter, you know.
Yeah.
You cheeky cunt. You got me.
Do you know the thing about the banjo that's actually kind of cool is it's
Yeah, they're
100%
cool, man. They're
American,
cool.
100% American banjos. The United States.
Hey,
If there was never a United States of
it makes
America,
a
there's
noise.
no
It makes a
banjo.
noise, bro.
It
makes a
wasn't.
noise.
It wasn't Froggy. What was it? Froggy Mountain, whatever it was.
Banjo Man.
Or a few Earl Scrubs. It wasn't that made the banjo popular. It was Deliverance. It really showed the true southern part of America.
I thought it was a pretty cool find. I just bought it, and
Yeah.
they didn't know what they had in their hands. I was like, I want it.
Yeah, well, that's what garage sales all about. You know, somebody else's trash is your treasure. That's the same as singles nights.
Even Zig likes it.
What, singles nights?
It's
Yeah,
pretty cool.
yeah.
I dig it.
Yeah. Somebody else's treasure can turn. Somebody else's
Turn
trash
into
can
someone
turn into
else's
your
treasure.
treasure.
That's
It's my
right.
wall art.
Anything's possible.
Yeah. Just
Just gotta have-
add alcohol.
Just never have no in your heart. No, that's
I've
cool,
got a-
man.
I've got a space in my heart, but I haven't got one in my wallet.
I know a dude who's actually really good on the banjo over here.
Anything with
But
four
he's- but
strings,
he's
anything
an
with four strings,
asshole.
I can play it, motherfucker.
4 strings.
Yeah, that's all you need. 4 strings will make the fucking world go round.
4 strings, yeah.
4-stringer.
Mm.
The 4-stringer.
So what's that thing? Lackland or something? What is that? Modulus, Lackland?
Oh, I have a mod if you want to see it.
Yeah, what's the one you playing there?
Oh, this is Yamaha.
Yummy.
Check it out.
Sounds like a tennis 2-stroke too. Ring,
This is Yamaha. My baby. My baby girl.
Should have got a Honda, mate. Let's 4-stroke.
I didn't even know, bro. I didn't even know that Yamaha made these motherfuckers. But this is my
Yeah, they've
baby.
been doing it a while now.
Fuck off, bro.
That was how they tuned. That's how they tuned them.
This shit plays
they-
like a dream.
Yeah, they tuned their motorbikes off the sound of the guitar.
I might
Didn't
as
you
well
know that?
got a Honda, but I got a Yamaha. Hell yeah.
Oh, you
I didn't
wanted a
even know they
Honda
made
and you
these.
got a
I
Ronda.
didn't even know. But
You
it-
took her for a ride
nice.
and she bit you on the
nice.
ass.
It plays nice, bro.
Is it like good whiskey, nice and smooth?
Took me for a ride.
What gauge strings are you running? 135s or something?
These are special order. They're like 100s.
Oh yeah, mediums, yeah. Well,
Mediums. Yeah,
lights.
you're right.
Yeah,
Or mediums.
yep. That's what I use. So I don't see the point in using heavy strings.
Fuck you. You sound like trash, bro. You sound like all treble. I got heavy strings. This is like a fucking 50, bro.
It's probably
like a 50.
more my it's probably
I
more
play
my
the
headset
bass,
than the fucking.
motherfucker. I don't play
actual
treble.
thing.
I play bass. This is a fucking 50. This is a 50, motherfucker. Keep playing your treble.
Keep playing the treble. I'll whistle for you.
Hey, motherfucker. Hey, you're my boy. You're my boy. You're across the
What have you been
pond.
doing? You've been-
You play
my
the tune. You
But-
play the tune,
but-
and we'll
But you play the
sing
treble,
for you.
bro.
Who put the bump in the bump a bump? Who put the
You don't
ram
play
in the
bass.
ram
You
a
don't
ram
play
a
the
ding
bass,
dong?
Zig. You don't play. You only play treble. You do what your guitar player tells you to do.
You just do what you get time. Man, my last guitar player was a smack addict who fell asleep on stage. I don't think he was telling me to do anything.
A
Hey,
smack
we're
addict.
playing bass
Ah.
over here. We're playing bass
So
over here.
in other
We got
words,
50s. We got 50s
the
on
music,
the
the music had its highs and its lows.
hard strings.
A little bit of Hendrix type stuff, and then down to
Electric
Yeah.
Ladyland, the best album.
Oh,
God
fuck
damn it.
this. Where's my fretless?
Zig knows. I can just fuck with them.
Oh, oh fucking. Oh, shit.
yeah. Well, fretless is like playing a violin.
Yeah. Good stuff.
You haven't got your
Zig-
amp plugged
Zig-
in.
Zig-
You haven't got
Zig
your
thinks-
amp plugged in.
Zig thinks he's
What do I think? There you go. There's B.
he got your beat, bro.
That sounds like a loose string to me.
I'm telling
Yeah,
you. I'm telling you.
got too much
he-
tr-
he-
too
he
much
plays-
tube
he
dialed
plays-
into my
he
amp for the
plays
other
weak
bass.
gauges. Zig, he has weak gauges. He don't use 50s. He uses 100s.
These are 165s on this thing, man.
Yeah, me too, man. Me too.
There you go.
Slappings for pussies, bro.
German lady.
Play some fingerstyle shit. Play some slappings for pussies, bro. Play some fingerstyle shit.
Better play some fingerstyle shit. Fucking jeez. That's boring though.
Anybody can do that. Do it. Play some fingerstyle shit. Impress me, Zig. Anybody can slap. Have you ever heard of the band called Korn? That motherfucker
No.
slaps,
Yeah, he doesn't
Nobody-
slap very well.
and nobody can stand it.
He doesn't slap very well, that's why. And he doesn't have he's just got like
Yeah.
action so low that it's nothing but the 22nd fret.
Play me some good shit, Zig. Play me some. Impress me.
Oh, like what?
I heard Corn got mashed.
Corn got mashed. Yeah, it does if you want a nice bourbon.
Corn mash.
I love a
Feed
good
the
fight.
hogs.
I love a good
Feed the
fight.
hogs.
Hit it, brother. Hit it, brother.
You almost had a gallop then. Should have kept going.
No. I can do what you do. Take this finger lick out.
Need to be able to hear it.
Like a 1-2. Like you can hit it with the front and you can hit it with the back.
Oh, the old. Yeah. I like that double thumbing technique people use. That's fucking crazy.
It's technique, bro. Zig, what are you playing on? An NS?
Nah, this is a Warwick Corvette.
I wish
Fretless.
I had an NS, bro. Those things are so cool.
I need to play this a bit more. It's fucking grimy. I need to give it a clean. Oh shit.
Did you play in a band too there, Zeke?
Oh, many
Too many.
Piccolapazin. Many bands, yeah. Not so many that I don't know. You like them when you're playing them, and then years later you're like, ugh. What's I do that for? Like,
Yeah,
fuck,
yeah.
MySpace went down and there's no evidence.
My brother.
What was it? You know, play for the drinks, the drinks and the women.
But, well, not even the women, because they're.
We just play for fun.
Hey,
I would love to fucking be in a band with Zig. That would be so cool. We just play for fun.
You don't need two bass players in a fucking band. What the hell?
I've been in one with two.
I could play keyboard too, bro. I can play keyboard.
Oh, okay.
I do it all.
You do it all. Well, you and Zig could get along really, really well. Oh,
Yeah, man. Thing's my homeboy.
he likes it both ways.
None of these fucking sideways jokes, but Zig's my homeboy.
Zig is multi-talented.
He is. He's a master of his talent, man.
Yeah, I managed to one night play a bass note and kick one of the audience members in the face at the same time.
What the hell?
Somebody's echoing. It's not me.
They kept fucking with the foldback, so I got sick of them and went up and kicked him in the face.
I thought they were trying to pull the plug on you.
No, it would have just been pulling the plug on everyone else in the band that I was listening to.
You're gonna get it. You're gonna get it, Zig.
I tell you what, Zig, growing up around this area, you know, because this was around the pubs and different stuff, you know, battle of the band type things, and this is where kind of Skyhooks.
That's pretty cool. I miss you guys.
And AC/DC and stuff like that. That's where they kind of debuted and all the rest of it. So there was some pretty good shit around, bloody, you know. But there was the downside. We had Chad Morgan too.
Johnny with the fucking hard hitting quit. Hit it, Johnny.
What's that, mate?
Somebody's got an echo, bro.
Yeah, there's an echo. Yeah, that's right. I hear an echo too.
Not me, said I.
I'm trying to hear myself talking to myself. Somebody has an echo.
So how's your best mate going, Orb?
What's up?
How's all real shit going? You been on Moshes? Has real shit been shown?
Oh shit! I don't know, man. I don't know how to handle that motherfucker. give me a second. Give me a second. I'm gonna get him.
What a fucking hero that is. Man.
With prejudice is how you deal with him. Nah, he's
no.
alright. I just like staring the fuck at him.
Motherfucking Zig. The whole channel is prejudice.
Yeah.
Yeah. So.
The good kind or the bad kind, though?
So I have to come at it wisely. I got to choose my words. I'm gonna get him.
I just keep giving him shit like he's J-Rock from Trailer Park Boys. He doesn't know how to handle it because it's too Everyone just
Yeah,
has
hang
to
on,
fuck
hang
off
on.
laugh at him.
But I
Don't you
know,
think he's into
I know
K-pop
what you're
more?
saying.
I
No,
think he's
he's not
into the
using the
K-pop.
But I don't want to be the asshole that they're gonna be like, oh, you said something.
Oh
I
yeah, I
have to
forget
choose
they
my
do all
words
that shit.
wisely.
Yeah. I actually don't mind the guy when he's being normal, but when he starts tough talking, I just lose my shit.
I
I'm like,
laugh.
you aren't fucking hurting anyone, weirdo. Fuck, shut up. I remember one of the first times I was dealing with Man About Oz on here, and if he's listening, here you go, Man About Oz. But he fucking comes on and he's
Hey,
having a go at Grant MC.
I talked to Man About Us, and he actually said, "What's up?" He actually said, "Hey, Rob."
Yeah, no, he's a cool
he said,
dude.
"Hey,
He's a
what's
cool
up,
dude
Rob?"
when you get him going on his own. Yeah. But he's
Man-
going
Man
off at
About-
Grant MC this one time, and I'm like, what the fuck?
I think he's
didn't-
on his deathbed because he's very nice lately.
Yeah, right. Trying to make amends for all his past transgressions, is he? Yeah, well, I remember he was going crooked at Grant anyway. Grant was, talking about his cancer and stuff. Like, he, just telling about his whole life story on Global. And I was new to this whole thing. And anyway, I said to Man About Oz, because he's riding Grant like a motherfucker. I said, fucking hell, the cunt's got cancer, leave him alone. So then he tried turning on me. And then he goes, I'm going to do this. And I just went, no, you're not. And he went, yes, I am. And said, no, you're not. He didn't know what the fuck to do.
Oh, what about you can have cancer and come back from the dead too. Hey, apparently, yeah, but it is
That's good
YouTube,
news. What are we wasting all this money on fucking funding the cancer council and shit for if people just come back from the dead?
Big. You want to see the modulus? Here it goes.
Can't hear shit.
Well, I don't know the guy, but I think it's
That was a bit like porn when they don't put the thing in.
It's base porn. This is the modulus right here.
Yeah, nice.
Motherfuckers.
That there's no sound effects, mate. We're going to have to add sound effects to that. That's a nice looking guitar.
It's awesome. It's been with me for so many years. I bought it.
Well, if you don't treat it right, it'll divorce you and take you for everything you've got.
Yeah.
Then you'll be left with singing gospel
That's
music
right.
or country and western.
And then by treat it right, you mean do its nail, pay for its nails, its hair, its fucking clothes shopping, put up with all its friends coming over and talking about you, all that shit.
You wanted to see that? You wanted to see it?
No, that's cool, man.
Fuck Warwick.
I want to work right now. So
fuck NS's. Modulus, baby. Modulus, baby.
I'm gonna buy a mayonnaise next time I buy both.
What you want to do is get yourself a set of pearls.
They don't make them
get
no
yourself,
more. I got a good one.
Get yourself a set of pearls, Zeke.
Get a good pearl export, you reckon,
drums?
Johnny?
Pearl drums, I got them in my house, bro. Fuck off.
Every drummer I've ever had, except for one, has had a pearl export kit.
Yeah.
Or the other one had a Mapex. The other one had a Mapex.
I was jamming with the guy at one
What
time.
were the other ones? What were the other ones?
It was a Gretsch kit.
Tama. You had, in my day, the popular ones was obviously Pearl as always.
Yeah.
Oh, Ludwig are more popular.
PDP, which was Pacific Drum, whatever. Yeah, and then there was D Drum, which was all the metal bands are playing because Vinnie Paul from Pantera was pushing them.
That's a
and there was another one. Who the fuck was everyone else? And everybody that could afford one had a Brady snare.
Yeah, my first.
I always seen past that shit because we were all poor at one point, trying to be musicians.
Oh, Mapex, Johnny, Mapex.
You know what I mean?
Mapex
I was there at one point. I was like, I just needed a fucking instrument.
My mate's drummer, I actually filled in their band for a little bit. This grindcore metal band. He's
But now that we're
rough as
older,
guts band,
it's okay.
and he had this.
It's okay to
he had
make
this
fun of them.
ridiculous full double kick drum.
Yeah, hell yeah, man.
Massive
yeah, man.
full set of Brady set.
I bought my little brother his first drum set because we needed to rock. We need to rock. I bought my little brother his drum set, bro. I was like, let's go, motherfucker. He seemed like he was a drummer, and he's pretty good at it. We got a family band out here.
A family band.
My brother's long gone, but we grew up that way, man. We grew up fucking that way. Play music.
Well, I'll be honest with you. You can't play with your dick all the time. So, yeah, a lot of people choose an instrument.
Yeah. And then I met Zig. Then I met these fucking Aussies. Love you guys.
That's a leave you soon.
You're
Well,
echoing, motherfucker.
You're cooking dinner.
No.
Somebody's echoing.
I'm just.
I can
He
hear
had
myself.
he had his dinner already. He had his
I'm
roasted
knackered.
pork.
Oh, he's probably got the hot date on simmer, you mate.
No. You know, my tunes on the Sims are just about to start masturbating each other. No, I'm joking. I don't know.
Haven't you talked about going to Philippines and
Oh yeah, well quickly. Yeah, I'll talk about that quickly if you want.
Zig's a
Yes, I'm
monger.
I'm off in.
Zig's a monger.
I'm off the market, mate.
You know, monger that shit.
So it's
Off
1
the
week
market.
and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1 week and 5 days, and I'm out of here.
then it's
You're
November
going back.
already.
You're going back over.
Yep.
Oh, you got it bad. Fuck me.
Zig's looking for a wife.
Hang on. I'll see if I can find a song and I'll play it. I'll see if I can find a song and I'll play it. It's in reference to the same kind of thing.
But no elevator music, man.
No.
Not looking for a wife, Orb.
I'm just fucking.
Have.
I was waiting.
How long are you
I was
gonna
waiting
stay
for the
there this time?
response.
Just a couple of weeks, Uwe. Packing our stuff and heading back here.
I just fucked with you, bro. I missed you, man. Me and Zig are homeboys.
Yeah, I did wonder the other day where we got to. I was going to start coming back over Moshes and see where a few of the crew were. But I noticed last few times I went on Moshes, there was heaps of crew missing.
Yeah, pretty cringy.
Heaps of the regulars went around. Yeah, so I'm like, oh.
That was Orb Unleashed. I was out.
Yeah,
I was out. If you see me on Marsh's panel, I was out of there. You know.
Yeah, right.
Here we go. Here's the song. Listen to this song and tell me what you think. Oh,
Hit it, Johnny.
hang on.
The local gossip had a field day when Big Jimmy came home. After 3 weeks at Southeast Station, he didn't come back alone. And his mates at the terminal gates couldn't believe their eyes when he walked off the plane hand in hand with his young Filipino bride. And the Big Jimmy was a wild one, unpredictable as lightning, drinking and fighting was all he ever had. So you can well imagine what everybody was saying. All the odds were against them. Big Jimmy and Felicia died. They set up house in a caravan down on Silica Street. She put in a little garden. She got the place looking neat. And he was out of the dozer as soon as the whistle blew. Headed to home, his workmates crowing. Hey, she sure put a spell on you. Big Jimmy was a wild one, unpredictable as lightning, drinking and fighting. Yeah, he was one of the last. But isn't it amazing how a woman will change things Just like it happened with Big Jimmy and Felicia died. Oh yeah.
I guess that's what you Aussies made a lot. Drinking and fighting, is it?
That's one of the. We had to take Poof to bashing out of it. But yeah, normally.
Have to take Poof to bash now. Fuck, they got to ruin everything that's fun, don't they?
Yeah, or you can't go out on Friday night and have fun anymore.
Yeah, you guys suck.
I guess it was a wild fucking time in this.
Leave it
70s,
to
80s in
you.
Australia,
Leave it
man.
to
Holy
you.
shit.
Ruin everything.
I blame ABBA and ELO for being all girly like.
ABBA was fine.
Was like the Wild West.
Yui, we were having fun. We were having fun. And
You fuckers.
ABBA was good. I that got
we love Yui.
for a young bloke. ABBA,
He was my brother.
that stirred the
But I'm
emotion.
gonna razz him a little bit.
Those girls performing on stage was, yeah, really, really good.
That's your echo, bro. Somebody has an echo.
Certainly better than listening to Gary Glitter.
Who's that?
Why are you
What's
listening?
wrong
to
with the
Glitter?
glittery Gary? Besides everything.
It's a Johnny.
G'day, Graham. How you doing, mate?
Rum.
It's a football song. It's a football song. I got you, Johnny. Johnny listens to Gary Glitter.
Yeah.
I got you, Johnny.
All those old Adam Sandler movies have got that Gary Glitter song in them. No, 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 no.
I love that
rock
song.
and roll or some fucking thing.
Yeah, you can meet up with Graham in the Philippines, man.
You can't make this shit up. You
If
can't
I have
make
time
this
to,
shit up.
I guess he can show you around, man. He knows probably everything down there.
if I have time to go north, I will contact Graham. If he gets off his ass and adds me, oh, he did. Never mind. I was thinking about Tai Tim. Tai Tim is to still talk to me on Messenger.
Yeah,
No,
I
Graham's
think
got me on there.
Tai Tim is still in Thailand, I think.
What's Graham on Lausanne? Or Mindanao?
Luzon, yeah.
Oh, yeah. All right.
He's up near Baguio.
Oh,
won't say
well,
anymore.
that's fair enough. Fair enough.
What did I? That's a good one, man.
Well, it's not that far out of Manila, but it's up in the mountains. If you know your Philippine kind of territories and
You know
shit
your
like that,
judo
but
well.
Do they have seriously mountains on the Philippines too?
Oh shit, yeah.
Mountains.
Yeah,
Most
that's right.
of it's mountains.
They got some big mountains there. You can roll coconuts down them all day.
They have volcanoes, do they? Yeah.
Volcanoes?
Yeah.
Yes, they have got volcanoes.
Yeah, that's down Batangas end.
I can't imagine what's the size of the Philippines. What?
Well, they've got the part.
Yeah, I know the
Taos
area.
right next to
I know the
Manila.
area.
That's huge.
Yeah, I know the
I
area,
don't
Graham.
know how big it is, so I have no clue about it. I know it's an island, but I don't know how big it is.
The Philippines is 7,000 islands.
How many?
About 7,000 islands.
What the heck?
It's an archipelago.
Be right back.
Will you, though? He's turned into an orb. Look at that, just like his name.
Who the heck counted all them islands, man? What the fuck?
Probably
Well,
someone with a lot of spare time.
Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Probably Jacques Cousteau. Yeah, because every year the count seems to change.
I know that
Yeah.
Indonesia has the most islands on the planet, does it? I mean, Indonesia got the most islands, I think. I'm not 100% sure, but I think so.
Oh, I don't know. Apparently, Australia's got a whole heap of islands that I didn't even knew existed. But anyhow,
Yeah,
apparently
we got
they
heaps.
do.
We even took some off Indonesia. Screw those
Oh,
guys.
well, the Americans got their oil and gas rights, so what? Yeah, it doesn't matter. There's nothing left.
Yeah, I suppose. Actually, I was talking to a bloke that actually does exploration. He said that with the new gear they've been running over the last sort of 10 years, they found oil deposits beneath the basically the strait between Australia and Indonesia that I wouldn't call it an ocean or a sea. It's too bloody shallow. But
The Timor Sea.
yeah, the water depth there isn't the problem. It's the depth of how far down the oil is,
Yeah,
which is actually
usually,
turned a heap of geologists' theories about what made the oil and where it come from and how old it is, because for it to be that far down, it shits on all their theories. But basically,
just not-
it'd be about $3.20 a litre if you could get it up here. Fuel would be about $3.20 a litre if it's viable to dig up. That's how far down it is.
well, normally it's a couple of kilometres down.
Yeah, it's usually a long way. Yeah, this is down at the point where your bloody rocks all getting doughy and it's real fucking dicey getting it out. Yeah.
But I know Bass Strait well, and yeah, it's quite interesting.
We want to hear about it. What happened? How'd you get a strike?
You want to strike?
Who's on strike?
Well, I was talking about a strike. Well, hey, I'll throw you a curve. I'll throw you a curveball, mate. And if you can't send it over the fence, that's a strike.
Strike one. There you go. I got you, Johnny. I missed you guys, man. It was so much fun on Global.
Well,
in the beginning, definitely, man, that was fucking awesome. Jeez.
The thing is, we've all got real lives as well.
Yeah, for sure.
You're right.
And that's why we're not on as much. And sometimes, and I'll be honest, like Wednesday night, it takes virtually a week to give it the rest for 20 odd questions.
I've heard someone say that it was a lot different when the Americans came in there.
Well, that was the complaints he heard from the beginning.
That's when it got fun, and then
It wasn't so bad. It was
the only ones that complained. The ones that complained about the Americans coming in was the Poms, because it was a whinge fest.
That's right.
Who could out whinge? Who could out whinge?
Get a bit of Mexicans in there, and we're gonna.
Yeah, put a little bit of hot chili in there, a bit of
Make me some fajitas, motherfucker.
Yeah, they're haters. Yeah, but that was all cool. We got a lot of people in there.
And the thing is with the Americans and with the time zones and that, they're having their breakfast burritos, and the English were having their poached eggs on toast. Thank you very much.
What about Spoon? What about Spoonie?
Spoon is unique. Let's say Spoon is unique.
He's definitely
my brother.
I came at the same time as Spoon, and he was. I knew him from Marsh, and he was never on panel.
You don't know how to shut up.
I got him on the panel the first time on Global.
I love
don't
that
even know. Don't even know who was on there too. Probably Aztec. I don't know, but it was the first time he was getting on panel. But
Who?
Don't get him started. Don't get him
Oh,
started.
Spoon.
Spoon and I think we came almost the same time to.
Yeah, me and Spoonie
To,
and me and Spoonie with Uvi.
Yeah,
Cool day.
Orb,
Poor
yeah.
Spoony. I've hung a fair bit of shit on poor old Spoon
Yeah.
before.
Robert
He's
came in a
harmless.
couple days later. So yeah.
Spoon's harmless, but he's a loudmouth.
Where is
First
Spoon?
couple months was really great, man. Was really awesome.
The one thing, Orb, it's YouTube. You can have any, you can project yourself out of life. You can have an out-of-body experience. You can be anybody and anything you want.
Yeah.
I don't think so. I don't think so, man.
Sooner or later, sooner or later,
YouTube?
it crashes
I think I'm
down
real.
and the truth comes out. Yes, but
I don't think Spoon's messing around. I think that's real life.
Spoon, I don't
You
get me
can.
wrong. I like Spoon.
You're right, Johnny. You're right. You can't project a persona.
That's what I said
like
earlier. That's what I said earlier. Johnny. You can play a game, you can play an actor,
Yeah.
but there comes the point then you prove yourself as a liar. That's it. I mean, you can't. You got to be really really good to make that over a long period.
But you can't make this shit up. Spoonie is real.
Spoon is real. Yeah, he is. He likes his trash talk and stuff like that. Yeah, it's all right. So
Oh, hello, we've got
You doing
Spoon.
okay, Huey?
We've mentioned
homeboy?
his name.
There he
We
is.
invoked him. He's like Beetlejuice.
It's like we've all got around the fire and thrown the juice.
I knew he gonna
Kaboom.
show up. He's
There he
always
is,
lurking.
motherfucker.
He's
listening.
always
listening.
lurking. I knew he gonna show
lurker.
up, man.
Get on the panel.
Holy
You
fucking
motherfucker.
hell! Look at we've got a ghost in the
fucking
chat as
cheese
well,
eating.
everybody.
You cheese eating, sardine eating motherfucker. Get on the panel. Hey,
We've got a
Spoon,
ghost in the
Spoon,
chat.
hey,
Can you
Spoon,
understand that?
Spoon eats sardines for fun. He loves that shit. He loves
That's a
that
good.
sticky
That's a
fish.
good comment too, Graham. Yeah, that's a good comment.
Well, the one thing about looking down little holes where you shouldn't be looking, Spoon, you can get your eyes poked out. Or you might see something you don't want to see.
We just fucking with it. Come on, Spoon. Where you at, Spoon? We miss you, bro.
He's probably messing around with his freaking plans,
He's fucking
preparing
hey,
everything for the winter.
He's peeing on his cats. Spoon pisses on his cats. Somebody has an echo. I don't know. I sound like that.
Hey Orb, do your best Mike Tyson impression.
My Spoon impression?
Hey, Mike Tyson.
Who do you want me to impersonate?
Mike Tyson.
Mike Tyson.
He's Mexican. He don't know him, man.
Oh, I
Fuck's
can
sake.
do it. I can do it. He's egging me on. I'm sorry I hit you in the face, but anytime I hit you in the face. That's pretty good, right?
Spoon, get on the panel, mate. 'Cause I'm gonna jump off for a bit so you can fill in my spot, and Mr. Perrin can get up here too.
That was a pretty good request, Zig. Any other requests?
For me, Mike Tyson still comes directly after Ali, man. He
Yeah,
was
Mike
fucking,
Tyson.
he was fucking awesome.
He's an animal, bro. He's an animal.
When the first gong came, man, and he ran out of his fucking corner.
Oh, dude.
That was
He was born to fucking be a fighter, man.
Yeah, he was born to be a fighter.
Ali or Tyson?
Michael. Tyson, bro.
Yeah, he was an absolute weapon.
He's an animal, bro.
He was a
He
weapon.
was born to be a
Tell you,
fighter.
There's just
His
no
fuck-
fucks
his-
given. He would just charge straight in, like, and just you
Yeah.
just see swings coming from like 3 meters away, and he just
Yeah.
didn't.
It's funny because you
He
laugh
just
at him,
knew it.
but don't look at him.
If-
Don't look at him sideways. He'll fuck you up.
Yeah. Have you seen the
Oh, there's no
documentary
way.
about
That
him?
cunt could have he could have a fucking Zimmer frame, and I still wouldn't pick a fight with him.
Have you seen the documentary about him when he was a kid and was fighting and he always was crying and Castomado just told him to be cool, and that's why he was always so aggressive in the ring, man, because he was so scared, and he was coming out of the corner and just smacked them, man.
Leaving nothing to chance, just getting fucking straight into it. Yeah.
He was an animal, man.
Oh, he's a
Hey,
brilliant.
Ronan and Spoon are fucking humping in the chat.
The humping, are they?
They're humping it, dry humping.
Well, if you've seen Joe Dirt, you'll know that he'll stop humping as soon as he's done.
to stand up on your feet, man, when you got the uppercut from him, that was almost impossible, man. Fucking hell. I mean, he was way smaller than every other heavyweight fighter. You know, that's why he has to get inside every time, because he was way too small. His
He
arms were too
wouldn't even
short.
dance around. He'd just go
No.
straight in.
Straight in. Straight in.
Like beeline. There was no fucking like going around, tossing. They just straight
Come on,
in there.
Spoonie. Bitch ass Spoon. Come on, Spoon.
That's fucking
Let's
awesome.
go, motherfucker. Let's go, motherfucker.
You know
Bitch
he
ass
wants to
Spoon.
join.
I think it was Michael Spink's fight. I was preparing everything because it was 3 a.m. I made my coffee and everything. And he
Mhm.
just knocked him off in the first fucking round, man. So I thought, what the fuck is this all about? It was the fight of the fucking century, they said. And it was not even 2 minutes, man. I was really
Just
pissed.
floored him.
Yeah.
I stopped watching the heavyweights in the UFC for the same reason. Every now and then there's a good fight, but most of the time it's just whack down. And I'm
I
like,
stopped. I stopped
where's the-
watching boxing when the fucking Klitschko's shown up, and there was all fucking bollocks fights, man. Every time they got a real boxer in the ring, they got their ass whipped, you know. And they what they fight and won was all freaking nothing, you know. The real
I like
fight,
watching the-
nobody of them won the real fight.
I like watching the welterweights and the featherweights, the welterweight judo guys and the jiu-jitsu guys and the featherweight dudes on in the UFC, because the featherweight guys are always doing Muay Thai and shit. So they get in the ring and they kick the living shit out of each other before anyone goes down. It's fucking great.
I never watched this UFC stuff. I never seen that. I don't know. I was never into that, and I think it was always here on pay TV anyway. So you couldn't watch
Spoon,
it
you
free.
weren't doing anything important. You get straight up on the panel. You haven't been up here for ages. You owe it. It's your tax. I refuse to pay for them anymore, Uwe. Like, I won't do any pay-per-view fights. They're not worth watching.
No, I never paid for that shit.
Back in the day, if you had like Fox or Galaxy, if you're old enough in Australia, you'd get pay-per-view fights, and there was no ads, no interruptions. You saw everything that went on. And
Yeah.
you got the whole commentary, you got everything. Now, you're lucky. Like, some of the really big fights, yeah, they'll fuck all the advertisers off and stuff, but the smaller stuff, they're making their money back in just advertising, because I know they're not getting the views. It just does your head in. This constant fucking plug-in shit does your head in.
Yeah, what sense makes it then to make it pay-per-view, man? That's fucking bullshit. You back in the
Exactly,
days
so why bother?
back in the days they paid for pay-per-view to not have any fucking commercials, you know. So
Yeah, well, now they base it on. Well, they set a standard, don't they, Uwe? So they'll say, oh, well, fucking Floyd Mayweather brought in, you know, this many viewers, so that's now going to be
Yeah.
our baseline. Any viewers less than that, you know,
Yeah.
for one of his normal fights, any viewers less than that, he's going to have to deal with advertising. Any viewers more than that, we won't put advertising in. Because they don't want to lose out their profit that they made on that time when he fought that time, or when this other person fought that time and made that sort of profit for them. That's what they want to retain, that income every time, every fight. So it turns to shit. They're starting to do it in the motor racing. It's fucking shit. You can't sit down and watch. You know, years ago you watched a 24-hour Bathurst here in Australia, and it was great. You'd sit there and watch the whole thing, and Very few ads, if any. And now you sit down and try and watch it, and you miss 90% of the shit that goes on because you're trying to catch up on highlights, and you don't actually see any of it because the fucking ads on it all the time.
Yeah.
The TV can fuck itself. Just watch the whole thing back on a stream later on.
Yeah.
Because it's not worth the bullshit.
No, not
Certainly
at all.
not to pay for it.
Let it out, Zig. Let it out. Tell us
I
how you
mean,
feel.
I mean,
I hate watching motor racing with interruptions. You can't watch it. It's bad enough they switch behind the cameras all the fucking time. You
Tell
can't.
us how you feel. We love you, bro.
You cannot watch motor racing with ads. It's impossible. Too much shit happens in these little windows where they put the ads. Too much stuff happens. It's like massive amounts of overtakes and collisions. It's like, oh, for fuck's sake, all the fun shit just happened.
I mean, back in the days, I would have paid for the Tyson fights. I would have done that, but thank goodness you could watch that quietly for free. But I would have paid for those fights, but that's about
Yeah.
it. But not for the bullshit these days.
It'd be like paying to go watch Steven Seagal swat flies or something. It's crap.
So you don't think it's okay to pay these athletes millions of dollars?
Oh, it is, but the point is, it's not. It's going into the pockets of the
So
organisation.
you're not okay. You're not okay with paying these athletes.
I think it's fine for them to make a living, but I don't want to have to sit through fucking ads for shit that I'm never going to buy, and I don't want to fucking hear about.
So you also can't hear my sarcasm.
Oh, right. No, I couldn't. It was hidden under all the Mexican.
I'm not speaking Mexican. Enough.
Even when you're not, you are.
Pretty good, Zig. Pretty good.
Yeah, if Tyson would have kept his shit together, man, he could have won at least 15, 20 more fights, man. But when he went crazy, it was all gone.
Yeah. Fighting cunts ears and shit.
Well, I suppose Holyfield. You know, he wasn't doing the exactly.
Holyfield was the man, bro.
Yeah, and he wasn't exactly doing the bloody Marcus of Queensbury.
He was a silent
thing.
killer. He didn't need nobody to tell him he's a badass. He was badass.
Yeah, Holyfield was more like a gentleman, you know. He was not like a real badass fighter, you know.
But you know,
But a lot of these fighters, they need an entourage, whatever. Holyfield didn't need none of that shit. Holyfield was a badass.
Well, he didn't have the money. The only, you know, like he got there to fight Ali and that, but you know, he wasn't doing the fair fight thing, and that's why he stirred up Ali, and he just said, "Well, you want to do stuff illegal? I can too. Fuck your ear. Listen to this, prick."
And I tell you who was another real big fucking fighter in the big puncher. That was in the 70s, George Foreman, man. George
Foreman was a fucking.
He was an animal.
Johnny.
Oh my goodness.
Johnny, chill out, bro.
The only reason why Ali could beat him because he was so freaking fast. He was the fastest heavyweight fighter ever. So.
Yeah.
I remember.
George Foreman was also older than him, wasn't he?
Yeah, well, he ended up being grilled, didn't he? But the whole part.
Yeah.
He ended up with his ear cut off.
The one fighter I liked, which was a very good fighter, he'd throw 200 punches in a round, was Manny Pacquiao.
The only contender to Mike Tyson. And Mike Tyson got so mad that he got so mad. And we see what happened.
The Rumble in the Jungle was a freaking
great
fight.
that was done in Manila.
Yeah, that was Manila.
That fight, the Rumble in the Jungle.
That was a fight, man. Holy fuck!
I remember that. Remember the Japanese fighter fighting Arada. He was another dirty fighter.
I want to see a good fight. I want to see Mr. Johnny versus Yui. Who's gonna win?
You know,
That's
if
a
it's
good fight.
That's two different
best-
classes, man. You can't do that.
the best,
I got my
the
money.
best fight,
I'm sorry, Johnny, but I got my money on Yui.
the
He's a
best
big man.
fight, the
Dude,
best
he'll
fights
fuck
are
you up.
bar fights. You know, when the stools and the pool cues and the fucking, you know, the glasses come into it. That's a
In
good
the
fight.
fucking, in the
That's not,
fucking
that's
jug.
fucking dirty fights, man. With the pool sticks. What the hell?
I won't
No,
say
you're
who
talking
did
about
it, but I know
you're
a
talking
bloke.
about Friday night at the pub.
I know.
Yeah.
I know a bloke who jugulared someone with a beer jug once. They smashed him
Come
over
on,
the head
Yui.
with it. And the handle broke off and slit the guy's throat.
Well, that's all right.
They shouldn't have fucking broke the bottle, should he? He'd kept
Well, the
his
thing
head
is-
at the road.
Well, the whole part about it, if he had his shout in turn, it wouldn't have fucking happened.
And I don't know why. I always like George Foreman for some reason. I like the guy. I don't know
Holmes
why.
is
but
good.
I like
He's
it.
good. Yeah, he's good. He's a good fighter.
Yeah, he's just a likable person too, I think.
He's a
Some
likable
people
character.
aren't likable, you know, from the get-go. Or the media gets hold of it and, you know.
Oh,
like,
man,
like
he-
everyone liked Mike Tyson until they didn't. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And suddenly he's the big bad guy, you know?
Well, that was the media. Let's face it,
That's
the
right.
media control a lot of it.
That's
You know.
that's because you don't know shit. Mike Tyson was a badass. He was
Oh,
born a badass. Zig don't know shit.
It kind of reminded him of a fight.
I don't
there,
care
one
who
of
you like, Zig. If you don't like him.
Yeah, whoever Orb likes, I don't.
It reminded me of the blue at one of the local pubs, and it was fair on. You know, the whole fucking joint erupted, and one bloke he copped the glass, and so he went out and got in his fucking car and crashed through the fucking joint. Said, "I'll kill you, cunts."
Yeah, he's a madman.
He lost his
Boxing's pretty-
license to that.
You know, boxing's pretty big in the Philippines.
Oh shit, yeah. Well,
They fucking love it.
you know, you go back to 2000, like Pacquiao.
Oh, dude,
Um,
Pacquiao's a man, bro. But
I actually had the pleasure of meeting him
no way,
for
reals.
way back then.
I would
Yeah,
love to meet
because
Pacquiao. I would
the
love to meet Pacquiao. He's cool.
the property I own in the Philippines is just up the road towards the beach, where he used to play pool.
Pacquiao learned his stuff from the Mexicans, bro. Because he's a little guy. The only guys I've seen fight like that are the Mexicans, like the Mexican boxers. Like
Yeah, and the
Macho Camacho.
pygmies in
You
Africa.
remember Macho Camacho? He fights like that, motherfucker.
Well, let's face it,
Pacquiao is
the
fucking awesome.
Mexico
Pacquiao is fucking
Mexico and the Philippines were under Spanish rule for
I know that.
well,
I know that.
Philippines was 130
Philippines
fucking
has
years.
Mexican last names.
Yeah.
I know.
Well,
I know.
it's
Remember
they're all
Brian-
Spanish.
Remember Brian? Remember
They're all
Brian Ramos?
Spanish names.
You remember Brian Ramos? He has a Mexican last name, but he was super gay.
Ramos is a very popular name. You sure you're not? You sure your surname's not Ramos?
You're talking
both ways.
you're talking about the global Ramos or what? What the hell, man?
Yeah, yes, that's the one. That's the
Oh
one.
my goodness, man.
Hey, the Spanish conquered Philippines too.
They
And
conquered it in the
Brian
1600s.
Yeah,
if you didn't know that.
But Brian Ramos conquered Orb.
It was a flawless victory too. There was like it was almost
Aye,
strange.
aye,
There
aye.
was no resistance.
Let's go, Johnny.
They do,
Like
they
you
do.
look at
And,
Johnny's going down.
and the thing is, Graham, you've heard me talk about this. General Santos City, which is where Pacquiao is.
Respectfully.
Yeah, there's as far as marketing and stuff like that. He's got
Hey,
his
Johnny,
own water and
Johnny,
yeah,
you're so
lots of
old.
stuff.
You're old enough. Why don't you give us your perspective on life?
My perspective on life, it's fucked. Go on,
I
slip
was
your
going to
wrist.
say,
Get it
Joe,
over
you'll
and
sum it
done
up in
with.
one word.
And no, he's trying to educate us. He's like he's trying to give us a history lesson, like we don't know. Hit it, Johnny. Give us a history
Well,
lesson that we don't know about.
history repeats itself, Orb. And that's what I can tell you. It does. A lot of people are stupid and they're getting dumber.
I see that.
So what are we going to do? Are we going to exterminate them or are we going to educate them?
We got to get him on the
Spoon
panel.
wants to
Jump on the panel,
fornicate them.
spoon me. We got to get him on the panel, this dumb fuck.
Oh, well, so you want
Spoon-
Spoon on the panel? I asked Spoon to come on the panel.
What
Spoon
you
doesn't
talking
like us
about?
anymore.
We're talking about.
He doesn't like us
Ronan.
anymore, Orb, man. He's not coming up. he don't
Nah,
like
he
us.
loves
anymore.
us. He loves us. Spoon loves
Ronan
us.
says Orb remembers Ramos.
No, you're saying-
Roden
you're
says
saying-
to port them.
Johnny is saying that these people keep getting dumber and dumber and dumber. So I said, jump on the panel, Spoon. Let's go, motherfucker.
Well, you know, that's no reference to that Spoon's done. It's just jump on the, you know, we would like another,
Yeah, right.
another,
Yeah, right.
another,
Yeah, right.
another option. Hang on, no, another opinion. That's the better word.
Yeah, right. Think fast, Johnny.
I never think fast. I always have forward thinking.
That's why they left you in the gutter, because you're not.
No, I've never been left in the gutter, mate.
According to Johnny.
Yeah, there was some really, really good lightweight fighters, man. They were so freaking fast. Holy shit.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah, that's the advantage
Mr.
they've got.
Cyan. I'm just kidding. Mr.
Yeah, I know
Monger.
you are.
Right, I'm going to lovies and leavies for a bit. I'll just jump backstage. I'll be back in a little while.
I deserve
No
you
worries.
backstage.
I'll
He's got his
backstage
backstage. He's got the backstage pass.
All right, I'll see you in a little bit.
Yes.
Yeah, I can't pronounce that name, man, but I remember that Filipino fighter, man. Holy fuck.
Manny Pacquiao.
Pacquiao, the man, bro.
He's a legend, man.
I'm not really a gambling person, but we
I
have
put my
the
money on
ability.
Pacquiao. Fuck yeah.
We have the ability here, and when he started to move up the ranks,
He can dance.
I'd
That motherfucker can
go and
dance.
he could fucking hit too. Or
Oh yeah.
Oh,
Well,
yeah, he
that's
could,
what
man.
I'm saying.
Oh, yeah.
but no one kind of knew him, and I'd go up to the local hotel and they'd have what we call the TAB, which is a betting thing, legal betting thing.
Yeah.
And I'd drop $100, and they'd say, "Who's that bloke?" And say, "Oh, I don't know." Oh yeah, but everybody knew me, and they'd say, "Well, you don't really bet on anything." And I said, "Oh, I kind of like the boxing, but that's it." And after half a dozen times of him winning, and I got some very good payouts on it, I stopped betting on him because I knew for a fact the way it was going to go, which was the way it went. The Americans didn't want him to win, so he was never going to win.
Yeah.
Blame it on
When
the
it went-
The odds
that
dropped
la-
too, I guess, after
Yeah,
the time.
I watched that last fight. I actually upended the fucking table in the pub with everybody's beer on it and said, "Go and get fucked to this," and all the rest of it. Not Holly. What was that little black bastard's name? Mainwaring.
that black bastard.
Yeah. What a dirty little fighter. And fucking, that's how crooked the whole lot of it was.
I know who you're
I thought-
talking about.
I just flipped the fucking
Mayweather.
table
You're talking about
over and said,
Mayweather.
Mayweather. That's it. Yeah. He said,
Yeah.
go and get
I
fucked.
can't stand him either.
Pacquiao won that,
That black motherfucker.
and you know the whole thing
He's a
about
little
it
punk
was
bitch. He's a little punk bitch. He
It wa-
walks away.
it was stooge, and I said, go and get fucked on. I haven't watched boxing since. Yeah, that's it, right? Thank you.
Yeah, I quit boxing a long time ago.
But I grew up here. We used to have a program on television. It was Channel 7 Sports Night. Friday nights was fight night.
You're not grown up yet, bro. When have you ever grown up?
Well, the whole thing about it, you need to kick in the ass and get told to get up then.
You're not grown up. You're one of us.
But the whole thing about it is my father used to love the boxing.
I know. Yeah, it's good stuff.
And he'd sit there and
They're good at it.
The one thing about it, you didn't want to sit on the couch beside Dad because he'd get socially excited and you might cop one.
Watch out, motherfuckers.
Yeah, I think one of the worst things could happen was when Don King took over the fucking boxing scene, man. He was a fucking bastard.
Good one, Johnny. Good one.
That's actually true. That's true. True as fuck.
That's what makes the best jokes, man. Like a lot of everybody loves Richard Pryor. Everybody loves Richard Pryor's bullshit, but he's telling the truth. People love, what I mean?
I'm not joking, mate. My father used to imagine himself in the ring, and he'd be, throwing a couple of jabs and a couple of crosses, and then he'd fucking throw a hook, and then bang!
Holy shit!
Oh, got one. After that happened a couple of times, I used to sit in the floor and let my sisters sit in the couch.
I wouldn't even jump in that ring. I wouldn't even step foot in that ring.
Better step away to the other side of the room, man.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I must. There was we had some pretty good world class fighters here, and where I actually live was kind of the area they came from, and when I was a young fella doing an apprenticeship and that, you'd go to the boxing gym and you'd fuck around or whatever and spar around and the non-professional fights, just whatever. I did a bit of it, but I'd realistically way back then said, you can make some money out of this, but you have to be bloody good and you have to be fucking dumb. I could use me tools and make better dollars, really.
Oh yeah, Richard Pryor. Oh, what was that? He was in that movie with that train. What was it? Trans-American Express or something? You remember that movie?
Not off the top of the head.
It was like a comedian movie. I think it was called Trans-American Express or something. Let me Google that.
But the one thing in life that you come across a lot of people and their experiences in life, they might pass on a few little golden tips, and that's a real thing.
Yeah, it was with Gene Wilder and Richard Pryor. Yeah,
Gene Wilder.
Yeah.
Those are great movies, man.
That was a funny movie as hell, man.
Yeah,
Holy
they're
shit.
fucking hilarious, man.
Yeah, that'd be fucking
Right
great.
there.
Oh man,
I
think that movie is from
I never knew Gene Wilder was that funny, man. Come on.
that movie's from the
I already
60s, from the
already
70s.
knew Richard Pryor was good to go, but with Gene Wilder, that's fucking hilarious.
Yeah, but he plays the straight guy type of
Yeah,
stuff.
he's a
You
good
know.
guy. He's Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. Good guy, man. It's the same
Yeah.
thing with Dumb and Dumber. Like you would never expect.
Oh my god.
You would never. Jim Carrey. He's already a character. You know it's coming, but you will never expect it from what's his name? Jeff Daniels.
Jeff
You
Daniels.
will never
yeah.
expect. Yeah, he plays a perfect
Yeah.
character. He's sidekick.
The best thing was when they were on the fucking motorbike, man, and they arrived there, and he had fucking
Yeah.
two pairs of gloves on.
They're frozen.
It was freaking crazy. or when they gave that dead bird to the blind kid, man, fucking hell. They took the freaking strip and made the freaking head on the bird again and gave it to the blind guy. What the fuck?
Oh yeah, I dig that shit.
Oh, that's, you know, it is kind of funny, but it's taking the piss out of blind people. But
Yeah, I
really,
mean,
yeah,
these days you couldn't do that anymore, Johnny. Really, these days they would
Well-
not make those movies anymore.
you know, the whole thing about it is, since the world has changed into whatever, everybody's got rights except for us. You know, taking the piss out of somebody, just a bit of fun, you know,
Ronan is a simp.
was common. Very, you know, always.
Yeah, but these days you can't do it anymore. I don't know, man. You have the whole fucking world against you.
Well, yeah, like I was saying about our budget that the new government handed down. Why the fucking hell am I paying for everybody else's mistakes, including the government's? Don't get fucked to that. And I love this when they say, "Oh, electricity prices are going to go up because of world parity prices." Well, hang on, we're not selling it to the fucking world. It's produced here. It's our resources. So because they sold it off to fucking world countries, different countries, why should we be paying for it? Go and get fucked.
That's what they tell the public here. We have to go on the energy prices because of Putin attacking Ukraine. No, he attacked the Ukraine, but they took the freaking contracts down here to buy his gas and oil. So it's not Putin's problem or fault that we have to pay these prices. But people freaking believe that shit and say, "Oh yeah, we got to be standing united with the Ukraine." To be honest, man, what have I to do with the Ukraine?
Fuck Ukraine, as far as that fucking piece of shit sellout that's worth billions of dollars.
Exactly.
How he fucked his people over, and he's still living in luxury while a lot of them are dying, trying to get an existence or whatever. They would be better off putting their hand up and say, "Come on in, Putin, and you go and find that cunt and kill him, and when you get the money, distribute it back to us."
You know what I read today? Today I read he was saying he's hoping that Ukraine gets $500 million a month to build up again. $500 million a month, and I'm pretty sure they're gonna give him.
You know, that'll come back to the NATO and all the rest of it, and yeah, there's some of my fucking taxpayers' money going over there. Well, hang on. Fix up your own fucking mess here before they go worried about shoving their nose into something else. The Americans shove their fucking nose in. That's why what happened. And the other thing is that little weasel, as soon as they hang him from a fucking flagpole, impale the cunt, freeze every fucking asset he's got to get all his fucking money, which is all hidden away in America and fucking every other account, the little cunt.
It's unbelievable. And nobody cares about the Saudi Arabians bombing Yemen and Azerbaijan bombing Armenia. Nobody cares about, Nobody gives a shit.
Well, look what's happening in Myanmar. Don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, it's the same. Yeah.
You go back into the 70s and the 80s with the Khmer Rouge. What happened in Cambodia? They didn't give a fuck about that.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's all about economics, basic economics. What's going to make us fucking money? Fuck the Americans. They're the biggest terrorists in the fucking world.
Yeah, they are.
I can't stand these fucking Americans, bro.
And I don't mean that as a general person either. I mean that their fucking government and the duology.
I know what you're
behind
saying.
it.
I know what you're saying. I can't stand them either.
Bobby Crush, haven't seen you for a while. Welcome.
I identify as a Australian.
That's it, Graham. The money goes not to the public. That's it. And the money goes not into weapons as well.
Fuck these Americans, bro. They don't know what's up.
The money goes in his fucking pocket. There goes the money.
Yeah,
They're blind.
that's right.
They're blind.
You
bro.
know, the whole part about it is the Serbian fucking thing. All right. Australia took so many people, but they at the end, when it was all sorted out, they sent them all back, or majority of them. But the whole thing is, why do we send soldiers everywhere else in the fucking world to fight some other gutless cunt that's running away? Their fucking wars. If they're not prepared to fight for their own country, fuck them.
Zig listen to us on the channel.
The thing is, with that Yugoslavia war back in the days, they were fucking lying to the German public too. They were talking about that they are building concentration camps like the Nazis did, but that was all fucking lies. And that was the only reason they could get the majority here to get in the fight. Otherwise they would never agree in here to get in there active. But they built it all on lies. It's unbelievable.
Oh, look.
And it's proved too that it was lies. It's proved.
Let's face it, UB. Half those countries in
we're fucked
in Europe are fucking not much bigger than fucking some of the towns we've got here.
Yeah.
And they've got a traditional hate against the next country, which is a town, around the same size. That somebody years ago fucked somebody else's cousin and then didn't marry her? Big deal. I couldn't give a shit about that. But it goes on through generation after generation. Oh, we hate them bastards. And you'll probably find if you go back in history, somebody's cock had something to do with it.
Yeah, these freaking elites, they're controlling the entire world for at least 200 years.
That's a very blunt way to put it, but you're right. You're right.
Well, it is. If you look at the British monarchy and all of that, and you go back through it, there's French, there's German, there's Russian, the whole lot, because they pawned each other off for stability of economy and all that.
Hit the panel, see Perrin.
Yeah, and the worst part is that 90% of all the kingdoms on the world, or let's say in Europe,
Mr. Steve,
as German blood in there.
Yeah, well, the last queen Well, realistically, there's German blood within the British
Yeah.
right now.
Philip was a fucking German.
Mr. Perrin.
I'll give you guys a little bit of perspective. The German, like from what people say, the Mexican music. People love Mexican music. They say it's from Mexico. No, it's fucking German polka.
Polka?
Yeah.
Or polka?
The German influence is very strong in Mexico.
Really?
And the it's polka, man. It's polka music. And the people fucking they're head over heels. They're dying over it. Like Mexican, they say it's Mexican. That's not Mexican, bro.
But I think
But they don't.
polka
They're
comes.
blinded. But they're blinded. They believe it because it's in Spanish.
Yeah.
Only
But I think polka is not from Germany. Polka comes from the Balkan area. I
so,
think.
educate me, Yui.
I think polka.
Because
is like Balkan area. So
because they got the trombones, they got the brass instruments.
Yeah.
There's no brass instruments in Mexico, bro.
That's Herb Albert.
Imported.
Oh, that's Herb Albert. If they've got the brass and they're going for it, that's definitely Herb Albert and the Tijuana brass.
We only know how to play guitars, bro. We don't.
So polka comes out of Czech Republic, you know.
But either way, it's across the pond. It did not, you know. Either way, it's not.
Yeah.
It's not. It wasn't born. It's not.
But
it's not,
I definitely agree that
foreign.
the Germans,
It's foreign. But
Germans has way too much influence in the world. That's for sure.
It's
And
foreign.
not in the best way. Let's face it. That
Well, after the war,
Ronan, hey, you see Ronan?
Ger-
He just mad because I fucked his sister.
yeah, well, you know, the Germans went to a lot of different countries, and they were, you know, basic people, peasants, God knows what.
I see it. I you know.
But a lot of the rich Germans, and that went to America.
Yeah. And we all know the one and only big German family who controls everything.
Yeah.
Starting with an R. So, and that's I mean, let's face it, the elites controlling the whole world. That's maybe 1,000 people, not more. It's maybe 1,000 of these elites controlling the whole entire world, you know. And that's for centuries. That's not the last 50 years. That's centuries.
What do we got here? I'm just going to go back through the chat. Bobby Crush. What did the American carpet fitter
She does
shout?
it. Little do you know. No,
Yeah.
she does it.
Underlay. All right. The Germans bombed your fish and chip shop in fucking 1944. They're very interesting. All right. I don't bloody know, Steve Perry.
She told me she
Upload
loved
it
you, Ronan.
again. Go off and upload it again.
Hold on.
Is that the real Steve Perrin anyway?
Jump
He
on the
hasn't said a
panel,
word.
Ronan. You want to talk shit?
He hasn't said a
Come
word
on.
yet.
Come on, pussy.
Yeah, it is me.
All right.
It is.
Don't worry.
It is really him. I could hear the kids in the background. That's why I didn't get him out.
That's him. That's him.
Well,
That's it.
Johnny, that is probably the best test, isn't it? You say to anybody coming on that's a clone, you say,
How you doing, Mr.
can you
Steve?
hit one of your children just so we know it's you?
Well,
Go
make
on-
it easy. Make it easier.
Go
It's
and
easy
get one
enough,
of the
right?
kids and strangle them.
It's easy enough, right?
Yeah. Make them pay. Well, look, nobody could copy that, could they? So it's good. No, I have to be quiet because everybody just go to bed, and I keep getting told off for shit.
So I
That's
figure
why I'm
out that
so glad we're back on Global.
I figure out that Bobby Crush is British, I think.
Yeah, he is.
Yeah. She's got a British sense of humour.
Steve, I know exactly what you're saying. That's sometimes, I as you know, I like a chat, same as you do. But I don't open up a stream or whatever, or only type in one, because if I get socially excited, the wife walks out the bedroom and goes, "Shut the fuck up, you cunt, or I'll kill you."
Steve Perrin, I think Bobby had a crush on you, bro. I think Bobby had
Yeah.
a crush.
Bobby Crush.
Well,
how's it?
Hey,
I mean,
Bobby has a crush on Steve Perrin.
I mean, I will never ever defend what happened in that time, but I can tell you that what the British and the Americans made with Hamburg, Cologne, Dresden to level their cities to the ground, that was not the best fucking attitude anyways.
No, look, the whole part about it is the people nowadays are not the people of those days. So any of those prejudice should be well and truly removed. But that's the trouble with National Mutual fucking insurance, Bobby Crush. They should have known that, because Steve Perrin was selling National Mutual insurance for years. That made him rich. He's living in Thailand. That's why the fucking house was not built.
Not quite true, Johnny, but
close.
I take your point. Yeah. Can I just go back to what you? Sorry, Yui. I've only just been listening to what you talking about. What Bomber Harris did to German bombing Germany towards the end of the war.
Yeah, I was talking about that they killed hundreds of thousands of civilians and leveled the cities to the ground with these fucking burning bombs and these phosphor bombs and shit like that. You know.
But the problem is, I've seen photos of Germany, 1943, and they still weren't being bombed. You could live a really pleasant life in Germany. It was a war outside of Germany. So, and this is when in England, don't misunderstand me, I think all fucking war is shit. I hate the idea of all of it. All I'm saying is I can understand that for years, since 1939, England was being bombed, blitzed, even B-2 bombs and Christ knows what. You know, cities like Hull were almost destroyed. Plymouth in the southwest, London, obviously. So we had a lot of our cities ridiculously bombed, where many civilians died. What Bomber Harris did was fucking horrible. I'm not saying it was good, but you can understand during that time, you think, fuck, let's start bombing them a bit. Let's level. Dresden was the worst example. I was going to say best. I apologise. Dresden was the worst example of it. They just flattened Dresden.
The same was Hamburg.
But
it was the same. The people.
Oh right. Yeah.
The people.
Look.
I don't get me wrong. We know all that.
You're losing your audience, bro. You're losing your audience.
We all know that war is fucking evil, but.
Yeah,
to burn the people on the streets with these phosphor bombs.
Now I've never heard that story, Uwe. I'm not doubting you 1 second, but I've never heard about phosphorus bombs being dropped.
Yeah, you should
but
watch.
You're not doubting you. Yeah,
you should watch.
Sounds horrendous.
That's actually against the Geneva Convention fucking shit.
I don't know if the inventions was the same that days, but it's still, you know. I will never ever defend what the Germans did, never. But
Juve exactly the same. I would never defend what Bomber Harris did. but I can understand it.
So
Um,
that was maybe
and I've heard many British soldiers at the time also say, no, what Bomber Harris did was fucking horrible. There's a really good book about one of the guys who was a prisoner. He had to bury his job. He was a prisoner of war in Germany, and he had to bury the casualties from what Bomber Harris's instructions were. Really interesting book. It's only about 10 years ago he died. It was interesting. I've listened to him on the radio. But sorry, we're getting a bit too despondent. But UV, I'm not disagreeing with you at all.
The one thing about it is, here we are in 2022, and innocent people are dying due to greed and politics. What have we learnt? What have we learnt? Nothing.
Exactly.
nada. Absolutely nada. Absolutely.
We think we're becoming more civilized and progressing and becoming more But no, we're about half an inch higher than a caveman.
But
It's
let's face it. It's not the regular people who are doing this. There would be no war in the last 150 years without the freaking media, the press. Back in the days, it was the press, and these days it's the fucking media. You know.
Yes.
There would be no war on the planet if they would not do all the work in advance to plan all that shit. You know.
Oh, I couldn't agree more.
Nobody, not you or me or whatever, want to have a war. You know, we don't want that. It's just some fucking assholes who does it and take everybody inside. You know, that's the worst part of it.
Let's have a new subject. It's too depressing.
It is.
Yeah, that's right.
It is.
And it really, I'm not saying that to be jovial or whatever.
No, you're right.
It's just so horrible.
It's not a good subject. You're right.
And if we carry on down this road, we start talking about other war. It's just horrible.
Yeah,
you're right. You're right, Steve. But the one thing is,
I never knew it was that bad. I never knew it was that bad until I started talking to Yui. It's pretty bad.
It is good to reflect on, things in the past. It's good to reflect on that. But the thing is, it's also to learn from it.
Yeah.
I just say this one thing. Bobby Crush has made a joke about the Falklands War. I think that's been the only half decent war since World War II.
What do you think?
Bobby Crush says he lives in Liverpool. Fuck, I wouldn't admit to that. But anyhow, reading on. On the side of a bomb factory. Okay. The land was cheap. Just in case there was an ordinance there. The Falklands War was the biggest joke.
Can you highlight my comment? Can you highlight my comment?
Which one?
The only one I made.
The sensible one or the non-sensible one? That one.
The one about Bob. He's
That's
pretty gay.
I wouldn't say that, Bobby, that it was the greatest military achievement. But I think the Second World War was certainly justified. I think the Falklands War was justified, or the Falklands. I don't think we even called it a war, was it? I think it was called a conflict.
I misspelled the crush.
But it was just so well done. England had been through some shitty times, but the way England, it sounds horrible, but the way England reacted to it was pretty damn good.
Steve Perrin, how do you do it, man? How do you always have these guys following you around? What did you do?
What's that?
Like, what did you do that these motherfuckers got to follow you around?
Nobody's following me. this channel hasn't been busy for a little while. Nothing to do with me.
So these, losers,
Johnny and
these losers just find channels to fuck with.
no, all these guys are okay. I've had a few arguments with Graham.
No. But
What are you talking about? You lost me.
Bobby Crush, he seems to have a crush on you. Like, do you always have people following you around like that?
Look.
Bobby Crush is our resident comedian.
Yeah.
He's about as funny as a bucket full of burning babies.
I don't know what you guys are doing, but
let me address this to Bobby Crush. I can't tell you the real deal numbers, but almost every week they find bombs here from the Second World War when they are on construction. Almost every week.
Wow.
And that's 80. That's 80 years, almost 80 years after.
Steve Perrin is famous. People love him. People follow him around.
And there's not too many deadly accidents happened with it, but you wouldn't believe how many bombs they still find here. It's unbelievable.
Jump on the panel.
We in the UK we get maybe one every year or two.
Here they find them every week.
But look, that's why we should have stopped. But there is a bit of me that's saying, not to you, UV, but just saying generally, you started it. So look, war is horrible. I don't even believe in this thing that you can't do chemical weapons or nuclear war. I think if you're going into war, that's it. You go into war. I don't know why anybody considers you can have a controlled war. We're only going to use this. We're only going to do that. No, you're having a fucking war. I don't understand how people think about war that is different to the way I think about it. You have a controlled war. I think that's ridiculous. But
there's no controlled war.
No.
It's impossible.
And just all these I mean, there's I don't. Let's stop. I'm going to upset Graham or Bobby or whatever.
Yeah,
but Graham disagrees with me on the Falklands.
What I have to say is, Bobby, quit typing so much. Jump on the panel if you got something to say, motherfucker.
You see, that's Bobby. The Germans bombed my allotment and they shelled my piece.
Pardon my French, but
he's good. Bobby is very good. But no, just so you know, this channel's not been open. It's not been manned for a little while. So all these people aren't coming because I'm here. They're coming because they've had the notification, and they know what the fuck's going on here.
You're famous.
That's all.
You're famous with Steve. Spoon's about to show up right now. He'll come get your
excellent. Graham, I'd love you to come on and explain. Look, I confess it was a simplistic view of the Falklands War, but I would suggest it's the only war that you can justify or conflict you can justify since the Second World War. And I'd love you to tell me wrong. I really would, because I don't like the idea that I like a war. So if you can tell me why it was a shit war, I'll be more than happy.
I don't know, bro. Some people just don't like to get along.
From a tactical point of view, the UK did nothing wrong. It was just, I mean, we had more military superiority, technology, but 6,000 miles away we sent the ships, and the greatest thing about this was that all the Argentinians were stuck on one side, which they defended because the other side was horrendous, And all they did was fly in our paratroopers who ran across the island, yonked, they call it, yonked across the island and totally surprised the Argentinians. Because nobody would have thought, who the fuck would run across there? They're going to come in the easy way. You're not going to land on the shitty side of the island and then run, I don't know how much, Bobby will probably know, run to the other side of the island. Because you had to do it quickly before anybody could do, intelligence could do it. But most battles, most wars, as you know, it's mistakes. Most of what happened in the Falklands worked very well for the UK. Yeah, I'm glad but I'd love to hear your point of view, Graham. I'm 100% with Bobby Crush. To be honest, Bobby, most of us were quite shocked at it, weren't we? How smoothly it went. I mean, misunderstand me, there were some horrendous things. One of the boats in the harbour was bombed, went off in flames. Lots of sailors were burnt to death. There was one really famous guy who made a new life for himself as a TV presentator whose face had totally been burnt off. I can't remember his name. But, some horrendous things. But all I'm trying to say is comparatively, it was a sort of war that everybody wants. That's it, Bobby. Yeah, Simon Weston. His whole face was burnt off. Months of plastic surgery to rebuild him. And he became and I don't know about you, Bobby, I really like the guy. He's got a good brain on his shoulders. He speaks very clearly. And he became a TV personality. He wrote a book. Good luck to him. All right, Christ, Bobby. You know too much, mate. I'll just feed you the lines. Oh, wow. Hats off to you, Bobby. Real hero. Absolutely. Now, even that, Bobby, I didn't know he was in the Welsh Guards. Excellent. Right, I'm going to get a beer because I'm starting to talk too much and my voice tends to raise, so I'm going to put it down a bit. Back in a bit, gentlemen. Oh, Bobby. Oh.
Hello, Anna. How you doing? Just catching. G Plan. G'day. How you doing? Last time I saw you, you were in bed asleep. That makes for a good live stream. Apparently that's popular nowadays, do a sleep stream. Bobby, what you got to do is you use spend the extra couple of pound and get it delivered. During the disease we had to have, I did that. A truck would turn up and deliver the beer, and then a little van would drop me off 2 little packages of food.
Where's Orb gone?
I don't know. Who knows? Who knows? People come, people go. People come, people go.
It was pretty much it, eh?
My job is not to judge people; it's just to take the piss out of them. Oh dear. Oh, come on, Bobby. That's bullshit. You go and get. You can't even find a place that serves English food in England anymore. It's all Asian food, or Indian food, or Jamaican, or God knows what. And Bobby, by the way, that's not how you make pottage. You got to put the butter in it. Graham, the confusion comes when people are not well read in history. TV has a lot to answer for. MSN is devoted to factual information regarding history, and that creates a distorted view of the world. A lot of the media is controlled by politics. You're right, Orb. A lot of the media is controlled by politics. So news is distorted. What is portrayed as news, what they want us to see, what they want us to hear, and their reasoning. Even a dumbass should be able to work it out. We're getting fucked over.
Yeah, but you've never stepped.
Latina Ray, how you going?
You never step foot to be a dumbass. So
It's really hard to figure out what you can trust from the history.
it's
we
pretty
got
hard to
taught
figure
and
out
whatnot.
what these guys are thinking, man.
All the stuff.
History creates a challenge to the intellect.
Yeah,
all right.
That's what I'm getting. That's what I'm getting at. That's what I'm getting at.
I'll give you an example. If you watch a German movie about World War II or World War One, they won it. If you watch one from the US, they won it. If you watch an Australian one, the Pacific Islands, which they won, and they did. That's truthful. If you watch a Japanese one, well, they won. So it's the truth compared to what sells. But the whole part about it is we're all left over. Latina One. No, it's not my channel.
Latina's a weirdo.
I've got my own channel. This is, and we've said it many a time, this is the
Steve Perrin's channel. Sorry, Johnny.
You're right.
And that's
Steve Perrin's channel.
that is what Steve said.
I'm joking. Just a joke.
What Steve said then is actually the truth. It's really the people that started Global that
Latina doesn't like Steve.
in the belief of conversation, not yelling, screaming, doxing, shit like that. So this is it's not my channel. I've got my own channel, and that's going to be once a week soon. But it won't last long.
That sounds like you're about to move the prime thing we have here over to your channel, Johnny.
I am not. I'm going to be talking about...
Johnny, I'm joking. Don't take me seriously.
I'm going to, with another person, we're going to be talking about something where my channel won't last long, like the last time. But it needs to be said. Simple as that.
AC Perrin, you're a lefty, bro.
Why are you? Who said that for a start? Is that Orb?
Orb.
I'm just messing with you.
I'm glad to see
I-
you
I-
taking
You
the piss
fucking
out of Steve
liberals.
Orb.
I couldn't be that further away from being a lefty, but look, what can I say? I'm a libertarian. I believe in small government, freedom of choice, freedom of voice, exactly, freedom of speech. Small government. I don't want the government interfering with me. I can take care of myself. I don't want any
She's getting
support
me.
from the government unless I'm really in trouble. I can take care of myself. I don't want anybody else telling me what to do, governing my life, doing anything. That's why I quite like it in Thailand, because that doesn't happen. We've got basically a relatively small government in Thailand. But no, I'm so far away from. I mean, left is totally the opposite. Left wants a government to take care of it.
Let me respond to the chat. Let me respond to the
go on then.
chat. I'm very
All right.
opinionated. I'm very opinionated, and I like to. I would like to say that my opinions matter more than anyone else's. Latina.
Fuck
that-
off,
to the-
Swab.
Oh yeah.
Orb,
Of course I do.
Orb, I can understand what you're saying, but you're very disillusioned because no one gives a fuck about what you've got to say.
Hit it, Johnny. Hit it.
Latina, sorry, I couldn't understand what you said because Orb was talking over me. That's normal with Orb, but I'll say it again.
The way I always do.
This channel is a group of the people who started off the global channel. And you know, we've been through a few versions. But our belief
Number
is
47 at the moment. Global
not
47.
Not quite at number 4, but the whole part about it is our belief is good conversation and a bit of respect for other people and things like that. It's not a yelling game. It's not a shouting game. It's not doxing people. It's not none of that kind of stuff. So yeah, you're welcome, and it's good to see you here.
Well
Go
said,
ahead,
Johnny.
Steve.
Absolutely. I was just going to say, well said. Absolutely.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. You can say something now, Will.
Yeah. You got me. I'm speechless.
Okay. What have I said?
I don't know, guys. I think she likes me because she keeps following me around. I don't know, guys. I think I got myself. I think I have my own Bobby crush.
Your Bobby Crush has got a new fan. Orb's got a hard on. Orb's got a hard on for Bobby Crush. Thank you very much, Graham. Thank you very much. That's what we're trying to do.
Orb, can I ask you a question? What one example of something I've said that makes you think I'm a lefty?
Oh, it was
just one.
Mr. Steve? No, dude. You don't remember the last time she got all pissed off and left the panel because you didn't want to tell her your political views? Like because you wouldn't respond to her, whatever the fuck she was saying?
Who are you talking about now? Who?
In the chat.
No, who was I talking to? Where was I? What channel? Christ, I will tell everybody my political views. That's my favourite hobby. It's just ridiculous.
Well, she said you were lefty, bro.
Who did?
In the chat.
No, he
right.
drops.
Who in the chat? What? Oh, I give up.
No, dude. She said.
Well, you keep saying she. Who's the she?
Read the chat, you motherfucker.
No, I'm not providing evidence. I'm not going to.
Her name.
I'm not providing evidence to incriminate myself, am I?
Do you want a real answer? Her name. She keeps changing it. Today it's 1_A Latin capital A,
All right.
in California.
Okay. So
in
somewhere
Cali.
up here, she says I'm a leftist.
No, she didn't.
She got mad. She couldn't handle
You're
it.
Orb. I think you're just making up stories.
No, dude.
Eh?
No, dude.
Yes, you
couldn't-
are.
Hey,
Or
we couldn't
you're-
agree. We couldn't agree on it.
By
We
the
couldn't agree on
way,
it.
you
We couldn't agree on it. She sprung up.
read out her name there. You can't read very well, but you're just
we couldn't
making up
agree on it.
stories.
Actually,
No, I'm
she-
confused.
she-
I'm confusing my. I'm
one-
confusing my people.
Latina
I think it
in
was-
Cali,
No, it was Johnny. It was Johnny that did that.
anti-mandate mum says Orb is a gossiping, blabbering idiot.
Yeah,
That's not very far off.
Orp is just a drunken Mexican
very
in
far off.
California. That's what he is.
I like I like the descriptions people give of me. It's not very
Well,
far off.
it's okay, but I'd like to answer her other question. There's been a little bit of management change, but majority of the same people. That's why you haven't got a spanner. When we know it's you, because we've had a lot of cloney crap happen, we will give you a spanner, not a problem. That is not a problem.
We're just
Because
testing it out.
you haven't you used to come on the panel and call me a lefty bastard and stuff like that. So please feel welcome to.
and I've got to apologise to the chat. I'm so sort of involved in the conversation. I've been looking. Graham, I agree, mate. I think we'd have a great conversation. He said earlier on, because Graham and I have clashed heads a couple of times. I think he's got his opinions. I honestly, though, Graham, I don't think we're that far apart. I think you're just an argumentative sod. I'm joking, because I am.
That's very
We're not too far apart, and I think, I'd love to have a beer with you, mate, anytime.
When I went to school, we call it high school, which is the next school after when the teen. No, I'm just playing. That's okay. Don't take any offense to what I say. But anyhow, when I went to school, we had debating, and it was a part of our curriculum, debating. And
right,
even though the teachers would know that because of your upbringing to it and whatever, your view might be this way coming from the family or whatever, and your task would be defend something which was totally against your belief. So you'd have to do your research and all of that and put your arguments forward. That was what I learnt at school, which I thought was a very, very good thing in preparation for real life.
Absolutely, I'm very jealous because at my school we never had any of that, and I went on to further education, only up to 18, to get A levels and stuff. Never had any of that. Well, I tell a lie. We had one sort of hour lesson about a debate. That was it. In my entire 18 years of education, 1 hour.
Big Bird Anna.
Couple days ago,
that's probably Johnny. That's probably why I make up for it now.
Nice to see you, Big Bird Anna.
Couple days ago, we talked about the subject of education and what you learn in school and stuff like that. And
correct.
I think, let's go to the math, for example. You learn so much stuff in the mathematics, that you never, or most people will never use in their life, So it could, you should focus on the topics, what is really important for most people in life, and not teaching everybody equal the same shit, what they don't even need.
Ube, I can answer that. A lot of simple maths, my tiny little brain didn't get it. But when they got into the trigonometry and the all of that kind of stuff. I excelled at it. And further down the track, when I went into doing sheet metal work, which was making, a lot of that was making patterns for lobster back bends, squared around transitions, all of that kind of stuff, it fell into place. I was a whiz at it.
Right.
And that's
unusual, Johnny.
Yeah.
To struggle with simple maths, but excel at advanced maths. That's unusual.
Yeah, well, I still don't know a lot of my times tables, but if you go into your pi and this and that and your sine waves and your tangents and all that kind of shit, I can produce you a sheet metal pattern of oval to round, square to round, whatever. Just bang, 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 bang.
I've got a good buddy who's a carpenter. Well, he's been a carpenter all his life.
Yeah.
If you ask him to write an email, almost every word is spelt wrong or spelt how he hears it. You start talking to him about it's only simple maths, fractions, conversions. God, he's brilliant.
Yeah,
it's because he's doing it all the time, every day.
That carpenter.
That's correct. That's correct. We went to the metric system to save dumbasses because everything was in tens instead of the fractions, and where 3/16 plus an eighth and then a quarter and all this kind of, and a 32nd to what they added up to. Now, a millimeter is a millimeter, centimeters are 100 millimeters, that kind of stuff, It's very, very simple. But like I could, with that arithmetic and stuff like that, when I built one house, I said, I want my ridge beam this high off the ground, and I put it there and then measured it and then just walked out and got 24 rafters and cut them all out, and they all fitted like a bum in a bucket.
Yeah.
And that was all done
But
calculator and a piece of paper.
But there's a huge amount of calculations you're doing to get that right. And that's why idiots like me get it wrong. Because we're not taking into account the thickness of the wood. So you've got to leave,
Anna.
You've got to leave a space for the thickness of the wood, and it's a real skill. And it just shows why the education system is so wrong, because it's wrong for two reasons. A, they make boys sit down for most of the day, and most boys hate sitting down for all the day. It's just ridiculous. And isn't it? Well, I know I'm doing it now. Are you digging at me?
Now, the reason I'm laughing is you brought back a memory to me is the girl with blonde hair that used to sit in front of me at her desk. She had blue tips in her hair because I used to dip her hair in the inkwell. And that's the truth.
It's just a stupid way to educate boys. We're taught. Go on.
Well, it's a stupid way, but they need to be educated, man, because otherwise, no, I'm being serious. Otherwise, they're
Yes, but you don't have to do it that way. You can do it as I've just explained with the carpenter. You can teach them. I mean, I'm very lucky. I was taught woodworking and metalwork at school. That's the way you teach. That's the way you teach kids mathematics. You don't sit there and do. Anybody here understands simultaneous equations? I spent hours studying simultaneous equations. I actually, at one time in my life, I could work them out. No fucking idea what the use of them was. No idea whatsoever.
It's okay.
For
dude.
about a
It's okay.
month in my life, when the
I could've
exam
been a
came,
doctor, bro.
I could understand them.
I could have been a
No
doctor,
idea.
but I was better off reading a tape measure.
Yeah, but do you know what
Y-
orbit? You know, well, actually,
I'm
you've
a-
done.
Corby
I'm
is
a-
really
I'm
on
a
form.
construction worker, bro.
You've
I
done
did
roofing. I
pretty good about it.
I know Orb's done roofing. So, you know, the basics of a triangle and shit like that, or an angle.
Oh, make a right angle, yeah. I know.
Yeah, you know,
3,
the
4,
whole
5.
the whole part. How do you make a right angle?
3, 4,
What is it?
5.
3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
You know, that's
I
simple
did
usable.
I did that shit just last weekend.
Yeah, Johnny, that's
and I squared that shit off so good, motherfuckers.
Yep.
Can I just explain what Johnny just said? The actual theorem is the sum of the hypotenuse equals the sum of the
Pythagoras.
other two sides.
Pythagoras theorem.
What did I say?
Exactly right. Pythagoras theorem.
Yeah, but when I was at school, it was explained to me
That's like
as the sum of
3.145,
the
isn't it?
Bob, give me a break. The sum of the hypotenuse, the sum of the other two angles equals the
Pythagorean
sum of
theorem
the.
it's for a circle,
Oh,
bro.
fucking hell.
It's not for a square. it's
Stop
for a
interrupting me. What I'm trying to say is, my point is, if they'd have just said 543, I'd have understood it, Johnny.
We understand.
It's so
5.
simple, huh? Or even
3, 4,
345, yeah.
But it's it's a sum of the hypotenuse.
Yeah, I can't remember it now. I'm too drunk. But it's the sum of the other two squares equals the square of the hypotenuse.
Hell yeah.
That's
Hell
it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I agree.
But why do they say it like that? Why don't they just say 543? That's the easy way to do it. Or 345.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because you weren't there to tell them to say it that way.
I know.
No, because somebody wrote a book.
You didn't
And-
lay
and-
down the law. You didn't lay down the law, Steve.
You know, the thing is, right?
That's
Here's a perfect example.
That's your
If
fault.
you've ever sent,
That was your
if
fault
you've
that
ever
happened.
sent children, you ever sent children to school, the whole thing about it is you can't hand the books down to your next child because
You can't. They're not
they
gonna read 'em.
change. They
Not gonna read 'em.
change it the next year. So all their mates make some fucking money, but at the end of the day, they're teaching the same shit. But that's what the whole education is it's a money making system, but it's also controlled politically nowadays. What golden gem has Bobby Crush? Actually, Bobby, as I thought a square root was impossible because you can't put a round peg in a square hole.
What the hell?
You don't tell me I can't. I'll do it.
Oh, you're like the Lone Ranger, Orb.
Don't tell me
You're
I
like the lad. You're like the lad. You just launch yourself at it.
Hell yeah. And I'm gonna live stream that shit. Don't tell me I can't. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna live stream that bitch. That's what it's all about.
Oh dear. Anna, one for the Jack. I tell you what, Anna, remember the AC/DC song? She's got
Akadaka.
the Jack.
Akadaka.
She's got the Jack, and God only knows what else she's got. She's got the Jack.
She's got the Jack.
Great song. Great song.
Yep. Like almost 95% of all AC/DC songs are great songs. So
Oh, they had a few shitty ones, but they were pretty good.
What about they have a better one? They have a better one.
my favorite is still Thunderstruck. That's my favorite.
I like the soundtrack they did for it was the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie Last Action Hero. They did AC/DC. A lot of bands put songs. It was a soundtrack. It was cool. But they did Big Gun. Check that one out. If you like AC/DC, check out Big Gun. It's cool.
Yeah, I'm not saying I'm familiar with that one. I probably might have watched
It's
the
from
movie.
it's not. I don't think it's on their albums. It's like a movie soundtrack. They did a lot of bands put some music on that one. AC/DC was one of them.
Might have been one of their B-sides, but
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
yeah.
but I love it. I can't get enough of it. They did a good job.
Well, talking about that, there's a lot of groups that bought out a single, and
You don't know that you never knew about. Yeah, I know.
and that song was shit because everybody was playing the B-side.
Yeah, I know.
Let me just answer Loss and Nomad. We do all know the Pythagoras theorem. Is it Loss and Nomad? Yeah, we do know it. I'm just too drunk to say it right.
A squared plus B squared equals C squared.
Yep.
Yeah. Well, another great example, Johnny, is that dance players do algebra all the time in their heads. When they've got 3 darts and they're trying to get 120, am I talking through my ass? What they're doing is algebra. It's the same as you just said. It's
yeah, but the whole
3
the whole
times
part-
1 plus. It's a really complicated calculation they're making,
Yeah,
but they're doing it instinctively.
The thing is, the arm as a launch mechanism is controlled by the brain,
right?
And you can't actually set 100%. That's got to be that. That's got to be that. A parabolic curve of the weight coming down with the thrust behind it. Yeah, that's fine on paper, but we all know you can get a stone and throw it at something 3 times, all the same weight, but they're actually going to hit in a different spot because we haven't got that much control.
But I can always throw a piece of rough paper into a bin 15 feet away from me. How's that work?
Over the left shoulder?
I'm right-handed. But don't you find that quite ridiculous? That it's quite hard to play darts to a good level. I mean, I was actually a half-decent darts player, but it's quite hard to play darts. But without thinking, I can scrunch up a piece of waste paper here. I've got an idea that there's a waste bin off to my left 15, let's say 10 feet away, and I can just throw it in there, and more times than not, I'll get it in.
Yeah. What about a basketball hoop, though? Something like that?
I never really got into basketball. I've never really enjoyed it. I think what they should do now, because all the basketball players are 7 foot tall, you have to put the basket up another 3 foot. Because when basketball was invented, people weren't that tall.
The 5 foot.
Yeah, well, let's say that. Well, I can remember watching the Harlem Globetrotters. The guy, there was Meadowlark Lemon, who was the sort of captain of the team and the biggest joker. And then the dribbler was called Curly. Curly was about 5'8". Graham, I'm just trying to lighten the conversation because if we start getting into a serious conversation, I'll raise my voice and my wife will kill me. So I'm just looking after my future.
Righto, gentlemen. Let's get get the pins out and we'll get him going, get him slaughtered on stream.
Johnny,
you're right. You're right.
That's not a game. It is so easy. I honestly didn't realise how easy it was to trigger me. I'm the easiest triggered person in the world. Fuck me.
But the thing is, I can imagine you as a darts person. You didn't always get the point, but the whole part about it, you participated.
What the hell, Anna?
I don't know. I think Johnny is trying to compete with Bobby Crush now, and it's not working, Johnny.
Dear.
The Harlem Globetrotters had a yellow Robin Reliant van. Oh yeah, that's Christ. You've just made that one up, haven't you, Bobby? It needs a little bit of work, that joke, but there's a future in it. The joke is relating to the Trotters was Only Fools and Horses in England. Did you ever see Only Fools and Horses? Did that translate to Australia?
It did, but I actually didn't want to waste my mental ability.
It was.
I loved the Love Thy Neighbour and On the Buses.
Right, yeah, both good, but
I didn't like Coronation Street. I couldn't give a fuck about Ina Sharples, and a lot of the Pommy stuff that everybody thinks is funny, I don't. I think it's an insult to my intelligence. Carry on.
Well, don't misunderstand me. We've had some bad comedy, but the one that Bobby's referring to, that Only Fools and Horses, was one of our best. It was absolutely brilliant. It was the equivalent of Steptoe and Son, Hancock. It was brilliant. Did you get Porridge there? Stanley Baxter?
Oh, that was the jail
Stanley
one.
Yeah. Did you get that?
Yeah, we did.
You didn't go for that one either, no?
No. Like I said, I set my sights a little bit higher than that.
Well, the two examples you just gave me, what was it? On the Buses and
Neighbour. Love Thy Neighbour.
Yeah, honestly, Johnny, they pale into significance compared to how good Only Fools and Horses and Porridge were. They were really clever, really well-written comedies.
I'm completely lost about this comedy shows, man. Never hear about that.
All right. Hilda Baker, yeah. Keeping Up Appearances, yeah, Mrs. Bouquet or Mrs. Bouquet. I never really enjoyed that. Johnny, it's about the only thing that England has been good at for the last 30 or 40 years.
What's that?
We produce lots of shit comedy shows, but we have produced some really, really good situation comedy shows.
Okay. Did you ever watch Number 96?
No.
Australian production?
No.
Okay. Did you ever watch Neighbours?
Oh yeah.
No, it was along the line. It was the forerunner to Neighbours and stuff like that.
I know that Kylie Minogue got famous with Neighbours, but I never watched it.
And Graham's got a good point. We had another one, a brilliant comedy series called Yes Minister, and then it was Yes Prime Minister. And it was our Prime Minister, Margaret Thatcher's favourite show. Very clever. It really delved into how the civil service, it was a comedy show, but it delved into how little power MPs had and how much power the civil service had in England. Very, very clever, clever comedy show.
It's kind of what I've been saying for bloody years, Steve, that you can vote a government in and out. It's the bureaucrats that you need to get rid of. Then things change.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. But yes, Prime Minister, or sorry, as Graham said there, yes, Minister. It started off with them. It was yes. He was. I don't think it lasted for too long, did it, Graham? Yes, Prime Minister. He was Prime Minister, I think, for the last series. It just exposed the hypocrisy and how bad it was. It's really good. And interestingly, our Prime Minister at the time was Margaret Thatcher. And I think she even appeared on one of the radio shows because she loved it so much.
Is Margaret Thatcher on that, dressing up and on that game of what's that game on television? They've got the contestants and all that kind of stuff, and they answering the questions, and there's one larger woman there with an attitude that I thought was Margaret Thatcher, actually.
I have absolutely no idea what you're talking about, Johnny. But
so,
because I'm a simple Englishman.
I can't, the whole show is, they do it in England as well, the same show. I'll next time I see it on television.
Margaret Thatcher was our Prime Minister. I hated her when she came to power because she destroyed all our coal mining industry. But she did me a favour because I was living in a council house. I was 20 living in a council house. And she suddenly said, you can all buy your council houses for 2/3 of the price. So that was good. Got me on the housing ladder. I was renting a council house, if you follow me.
Yeah.
And she suddenly sort of enforced the right to buy. There was always a right to buy, but she enforced it and said, no. If you're renting a council house and you've been there for a while, you get, I think we got 1/3 off. We might have got more, to be honest. And suddenly I got a mortgage and a house. And I think within 12 months, my house had gone up by 15 grand. Within a couple of years, it just sort of, it gave me a good kickstart in life. So, although she was a bitch, I think she was a fair bitch.
The Iron Lady.
Yeah.
Well, from what we can see of English politics, it's the biggest joke in the friggin' world. They give Boris Johnson the arse, and then they put that other woman in, and she's arseholed again, and now Boris is kind of, oh no, I can't get the numbers. Well, the whole part about it is, if they can't agree on it, have a new general election, and let the people put into power who's going to be there, instead of the party doing, fuck the party. They do that here. Fuck the party. We make the vote, not them. We control them. They don't control us, but they try to.
Yep.
The Westminster system of voting is fucked.
But it's hard to believe that all the elections go in the legal way. Let's say that way. So I don't even believe that most elections are what the results are probably not what the voters would like to have.
You know, I've lost all faith in it. What I look at a person I would like to vote for, and because they have preference voting, I research the person the preference will most likely go to, and then who they are giving their preference to. But you've got to look all the way down the line. The way they're running the system is, yeah, I voted for this bloke. He didn't get in. So he gives his preference to somebody else. Well, he didn't get in. So he gives all them preferences, and it goes all the way down the line to some fucking asswipe that no one knew about, got all the preferences, and they got in. That's wrong. First past the post is the way the voting should be, and that's it. And if a government don't like the leader or whatever, like England, they all put their resignation in. Well, that means they resign. That means they haven't got a party. That means fuck off. Resignations are resignations. And yet they're still there doing votes against it. What later? What a fucking joke. You couldn't write a TV script like that. It's a total joke to the whole universe. Write your letter of resignation means you're gone. And the taxpayer's no longer fucking paying you. And if they haven't got enough people to form government, well, goes back to the vote to the people.
I agree.
I love that. Latina A, I love that. I love MASH. I used to love that show.
Oh yeah, me too. That was funny as shit, man.
I think I've watched it that many times that I can just about tell you what somebody's going to say, but I will still sit down and watch it because I loved it.
That was really funny stuff.
Do you think Radar reminds you of Avery?
Who?
You're talking about MASH. Were you talking about MASH or not?
Yes, we were. But if you're talking about the Avery that I'm thinking about, be more like fucking Max Klinger.
That's a bit cruel, Johnny.
No,
He's definitely more.
Definitely Max Klinger.
No, I think he's a Radar.
No, well, let's see. All right, you asked me. If not Klinger, Rizzo.
You know, I'm going to show my ignorance. Hold on. I'll be back in a minute. I'm just about to have a pee and I'm turning my mic off. Hold on. Back in a minute. Nobody wants to hear this.
Yellow River, Yellow River. Yellow River by IP Daily. Bobby, Margaret Houlihan you'd be talking about. Yeah, I Klinger, he played at the end of the day, he was, you know, a good person, but he played a lot of different roles because all he wanted to do was get the F and L out of there. And then you had Rizzo. Remember Rizzo, the mechanic, the motor pool? Pulled
I
stuff
can't
apart.
remember Rizzo.
Yeah, well, he was the motor pool. He laid underneath the vehicle smoking a cigar when he was awake.
Right.
And,
That's right.
you know, yeah. And he had the.
I'm gonna have to. I can't think about who you're talking about. RIZZO Mash.
Rizzo, yeah. Well, he was from what, Louisiana and the Bayou and all the rest of it. And, you know,
I still don't remember him really. I must have missed those episodes.
Him and Klinger.
He wasn't the main character, surely.
Oh, he was a secondary, but you know, like him and Klinger used to clash all the time.
All right. Well, Anna, they called you Radar. Wow. I'd take that as a huge compliment. I really would. Because he was super clever, wasn't he? Bit naive, but super clever.
Yeah, that I tell you what, that was a good show. That was a good show.
Yeah. And I think it was especially good because they showed how horrible war was. You know, young 18-year-olds that they were sort of right. Most of us. I mean, it's bloody clever the way they did it. They showed horrendous things, and you could believe those hospitals, those mobile hospitals, and it looked horrendous. But it was a comedy. It was really clever how they did it.
Yeah, you're right, Grant. You're right, Grant. Then they went straight from Korea to then the Americans went straight from Korea to Vietnam.
Well, the last episode said that, didn't it?
Yeah.
In the very final episode of MASH, there was a sort of a talk at the end where it's well, at least we've been through this hell. It's never going to happen again. And then they came up with the story about America has just sent in, what do they call it? Not investigative. I can't think of the word. Just as observers. We've just sent observers into Vietnam. And that was at the end of the MASH movie, or the very final MASH one.
Well, the thing is, it wasn't the Korean War. It was a police action. And Vietnam wasn't a war. It was a police action.
Yeah.
The thing is, the Vietnamese told the French to F off. And the Americans thought, shit, we can go in here.
Yeah.
And job's right. Well, yeah, so much for that.
Why don't they ever learn? That's what gets me.
Greed.
Every time the economy struggles, you start a war and push up your economy.
Yeah.
It's fucking simple, isn't
I
it?
think you're right, UV.
But, you know,
simple way, man.
I think a couple of times that I can remember where the Australian dollar for 24 hours has been worth more than the American. And, you know, at breakneck speed, I've converted, you know, a good amount of money into American dollars, and you wake up the next morning and your American dollars, you've made 40 or 50 cents on the dollar. Beauty, cash the American, you know.
Right.
And I've seen that it's happened twice, and but the thing is, they float their money. The whole thing about the government, the bureaucracy in that country is full of shit.
Yeah.
Absolutely full of shit. Like most countries, but they're probably the worst in the world. Imagining wars that have never come because they haven't started them yet, and yeah, all that kind of crap.
And you're absolutely right. I mean, that's probably why I hadn't really been a simple man. I hadn't really thought that's probably why the American dollar is so strong at the moment. There's no reason it should be, but it's because maybe am I on the wrong track here? Why is the American dollar so strong at the moment?
They prop it up. They prop it up, Steve. But you would notice your pound in the last month or so, you've got getting a better return on the Thai baht.
No, we because we had a change of government. You know, with all the indecision and Christ knows what. It went down by 5%. It's now back to what it was 3-4 months ago. It's 42. But yeah, no, we haven't gone any higher. It used to be sort of the pound to the baht was 42 when the American was about 33. The America's now up to 37. So the dollar's gone up by about just over 10%, I guess.
Yeah, I knew. Anyway. I know. Daughter has said, you know, fucking. Yeah, she was going to send some money back, and I said I'll just wait to Christmas time when you come over and just bring over the Thai baht. Don't worry about converting it and shit like that, because you know.
Yeah, I'm exactly the same. I'm looking to make a big purchase, but I don't really need to do it now. So I'm just waiting for it to see what happens.
Yeah.
And even if it goes, I don't need to do it. Even if it goes down, you know, it's not a desperate thing. It's just a play thing. But if I do it now, you know, it's a lot of money to lose. 10% is, you know, makes a big difference. Anyway, I'm going to call it a night. Johnny, it's been lovely to talk to you again, and I hope I can join you tomorrow. Uwe, as always, it's been great. Orb, I'm sorry, mate, I didn't say goodbye to you. I didn't even know you'd gone. I
think he doesn't know himself that he's gone. So.
All right.
No worries, Steve. Good night,
I
mate.
just quickly run to the chat. Anna, you always bring class to the chat. Thank you. Latina, I don't really know you, but I love your comments. Graham, yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You hit the nail on the head earlier on. We do knock heads a bit, but I think we'd have a good laugh having a beer, and I'd beat you in a game of pool. Everybody else, I'm going to call it a night. Otherwise, I'll be here till tomorrow. Good night, all.
Take
Good night,
care.
Steve. I've seen the way the Poms play pool, Graham. They cheat. They make the rules up as they go along. I purposely hadn't played pool I used to enjoy the game. Like around, you know, but different states, different thingos. There'd be, you know, it'd end up being a punch up or whatever. I just kind of gave it up. And a mate of mine and I, we were playing pool in Hua Hin. And mainly amusement. It wasn't, competition grade. It was just amusement because none of us had played for quite a while. And just sorting out the table, where the bouncers were, if it rolled, and an Englishman came in and he put his name up on the board, and we'd virtually finished our thing. We said, "Well, yeah, go for it, mate." And he said, "Well, who's going to play me?" and I said, "I'm not interested." And me mate, he said, "Yeah, all right." And I thought the rules were pretty standard, but not according to the Englishman. And I noticed he had a big scar across the, above his left eye, up the side of his head. And I thought, well, I think I know where you got that, mate. Somebody smacked you into a fucking pool cue.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's one of those kind of things. I don't mind playing a game of pool. I used to be pretty good at it when I was younger, because I used to play it quite regularly. But I haven't had a game of pool. Oh shit, probably 6 or 7 years.
Oh, for me, it's way longer, but I was never good at pool. You just make it for shits and giggles, but
Yeah, well, that's if you're playing with a mate and you're just banging the balls around and hit and miss type of thing, and if one goes down, you're more shocked than the ball. But you're having a couple of beers and you're enjoying yourself. Nothing wrong with that. Another mate of mine, he used to work for me, and we on the eastern seaboard would work up and down the whole joint, and there was always somebody that considered themselves a bit of a pool shark, and we'd go into pool competitions, and he'd enter. And just as they were calling out, anybody else want to go in? Yeah, I'll enter. Yeah, but in the games, we'd be watching the other players and how they played, and kind of set shit up for each other. But we won. We virtually won the bloody pool comps all the time. But it was for a tray of meat, which was fine. We'd take it back to our humble accommodation and cook it up and eat it. Beauty. But some of the people used to carry on, and there was always the hustler. Oh, would you like to have a game? What? Just a bit of. Oh, I can't concentrate because would you like to play for a beer? Yeah, all right, mate. And then when you beat them, you'd say, "Oh, double or nothing." They'd say, "Oh, double or nothing." And I'd say, "Okay." Then you'd have the next game with them, and you'd win that one and say, "Right, you owe me 2 beers, mate." "Oh, look, you want to play for $50. So, well, mate, I don't think you got $50. You owe me 2 beers or I'm going to smack you in the head with a cue. Simple as that.
yeah.
But, yeah, there was a lot of knuckleheads that, thought that because those kind of situations, like a new town doing a different, same job, different town, different people. there's always good people and there's always the knuckleheads and the scumbags, you know. But yeah, for us, it was always the same shit, different spot. It didn't change. In honesty, it didn't bloody change.
Yeah. But like Anna is typing in the chat, you back in the days, in the 80s, whatever, 70s, 90s, you had the freaking pinball and the pool table in every freaking pub you come in. These days, there's nothing anymore. I haven't seen a pinball game for freaking ever, man. These days, everybody wants to play computer games and stuff like that. So the real physical games, like the analog games, like pinball, they don't play that anymore. That name sounds fucking. That sounds Russian anyway, Latina. It definitely sounds Russish. Russish. So, but I don't know who it is. I heard the name, I think, but Besmenov. But I have no idea who it is. Have you heard that name, Yuri Besmenov? To be honest, you don't even have the pubs here anymore like back in the days, because it all started when they forbidden the smoking into the inside. You know, they destroyed many businesses, bars, because people were in the bar or in the pubs for having a good time and smoking whatever. When they were not allowed to smoke anymore, many don't even went in the pubs anymore.
Yeah, well, that's you know, the non-smoking thing. Now, in one of my favourite little places, they had a pub had a smoking area, because they knew for a fact that a lot of their people smoke, and there's still a few of them that have a smoking area, which is fine. And then the government kind of started saying, well, hang on, they shouldn't have heaters in them, and the smoking area should be like dictating. I used to just light up a cigarette, and then somebody come along and say, "Oh, you can't smoke anymore." So where's the smoking area? And what's the discrimination? Because it is discrimination.
It is.
And and I still treat it as that. Oh, you'll be fined. You'll be fined. And I said, yeah, I will be fined if you just F off, or then you find yourself like a school kid having a cigarette, hiding behind this and hiding behind that to appease a multitude or a militude that's been told, that some government fucking wankers who realistically have got that much tax, probably 250% of tax on that money saying, well, you are a strain on society. Well, hang on, we're paying the fucking taxes, pal. Your mismanagement's a strain on society.
Yeah, I mean, you can. Let's face it. In fact, it was the first mandate before we even were talking about the pandemic and shit like that. So they dictate you, or even the owners of the pubs. They were not allowed to let them smoke inside. You know, even that you are the owner of the pub, you're not allowed to let somebody smoke inside. You know.
Yeah, that's right.
It's completely fucked up. I mean.
Well, we had it. Like the thing is, a lot of the hotels around, made nice, half decent little areas to have a smoke in. And then, oh look, I've always hated that the dictatorship. I said, well, when has smoking been illegal? And they said, well, it's not. We've got one town I go to, and there's signs up. It's a smoke-free zone. And I said, well, you don't own the fucking fresh air, and you don't own the fucking town. You don't own the sidewalks, because the people do. And I walk around having a smoke. I have one of their bylaws office saying, oh, you can't smoke here. And I said, I can smoke anywhere I want, fuckwit. This is... You don't own it. And he said, oh, what's your name? I'm going to write you out a ticket. And I said, my name is Go Fuck Yourself. And he said, I'm going to call the police. And I said, well, if you're going to call the police, I'll give you a reason, because I'll punch you in the mouth because you're fucking shitting me. So fuck off. The police never come. Never, none of that. And I go down to that town regularly, and I do it by public transport because I meet up with a couple of other friends and we have a couple of beers, once a month. And that same dickhead's walking around thinking he's important. But I get off the train, walk out of the station, light a cigarette, walk across a fresh park and all the rest of it, walk inside the hotel, get a beer, walk into their smoke garden or their garden where you can smoke and shit like that. And fine. It's all about the money and control. Yeah.
Yeah. I don't smoke anymore, but it's
in honesty,
ridiculous, man.
In honesty, mate, I wish I didn't, but I enjoy having a smoke, which I'm going to go and do in a couple of ticks. I actually enjoy having a smoke. I used to smoke inside my house wherever I fucking felt like it, to a certain extent. That was the way I grew up. But the other thing is, if people that we were visiting didn't smoke, I'd go outside and smoke. That's fine. I can respect other people. But what I can't respect is a minority of people telling a majority that you can't do something, but we'll sell it. Because I always remembered when smoking was kind of banned, I remember a woman in the supermarket. She was walking along having a smoke in the aisle, and a young, supermarket representative walked up to her and said, oh, excuse me, ma'am, you'll have to put that cigarette out. There's no smoking in our stores. And she turned around and said to him, when you stop selling them, I'll stop smoking them. And
That's
she
good answer.
And she continued on her way. And I thought to myself, good on you, girl. More power to you.
Yeah, that's very, really cool.
But myself, I wouldn't walk into a supermarket and have a smoke. But the thing is, car parks, whatever. You're not blowing it in somebody else's face, a bit of respect for others. It's my habit, and figuring out you pay enough for them. I'm not going to share them with anybody else.
I actually enjoyed smoking myself, but when I started coughing too much and then the prices went up, I said, no, enough is enough now. So, and if I see the prices down in Australia, I mean, what you pay for cigarettes, oh my freaking lord, man, that's just crazy. I think there's no other country on the planet with the same high prices for tobacco than in Australia. Unbelievable.
I did. I had a quick look. A Latina in Cali. I did have a bit of a look at it, just a quick look, so that it's on my history, so I can go back when I've got a little bit of time and have a bit of a look at it. If you want to have a chat about that after we do the tribute tomorrow night, quite welcome to come along and we'll talk about it. Look, I know there's bigger things moving than just our local governments and stuff like that. It's worldwide. We're all talking about the same bloody thing. Okay, we're all getting screwed, and we all hate it.
Yeah.
And it's not going to turn into a world war. It's going to turn into a whole heap of civil wars. But excuse me for a moment. I've got to go to the little boy's room. So give us a couple of minutes.
Me too.
All right. So we'll be back in a moment, people.
That's right, Graham. Jump on it. I haven't talked to you, Graham, for months.
Okay, I'm back. Yeah, that's what we all did. Perhaps I should have put a song on. Oh well. But anyway, we're here, Graham, Anna.
Yeah, Graham used to be on panels. I remember that.
Yeah, Graham does when he feels like it.
Yeah. So is Anna. Anna was on panel a lot here too.
Yeah. But yeah, like I say, at the moment, everybody's kind of doing a bit of stuff. So our airtime, and yeah, we do need a little bit of help to get back to where we were. So if anybody wants to put their hand up, please feel free to do that. But yeah, it's one of those things with a channel that
There's two things you always got to remember. First of all, you can't please everybody. That's the first thing. And the second thing is running 24/7. You need a good amount of people running it. Especially.
Correct. And what we've learnt from the past is the correct people.
Yeah, that's.
Do you want to come on, Anna? If you're ready, I'll put you on, Anna. Just type in the chat if you want to come on. And I'll put you on. But we've all learnt. Yep. All right. I'll put you on, Anna. You're on. Welcome.
Good morning. Whoops, camera's on. We'll stop.
Hey, Anna.
Good morning.
The whole thing about, look, I've got my opinions on that, but sometimes you have to curve that because, for chat, but the whole part of it and be unbiased. But the thing is, and we've learnt from the past to have people that are a little bit flexible.
Maybe we should
go
start,
ahead, Anna.
Maybe we should start doing different shows, like different topics and something that people would get interested in rather than arguing. Like I'm into Bigfoot. We can do a night show on Bigfoot or UFOs, or you know what I mean? Something that brings them in other than government arguing and drinking arguing.
Well,
I think it doesn't matter what topic you pick, Anna. It always will come to arguments, but then it's still a kind of respect and tolerance to have an argument without getting personal attacking. And that's the thing. If it ends in personal attacking, then it's not an argument. Then it's fucking bullshit.
Yeah,
that's right. That's if you would like to do that, Anna, or certainly start a stream up, and you can.
Well, I'm
go
just
for it.
Of ways to bring people in, communicating and just being a part of something and bringing this back to life.
Yeah, well, like we've all got kind of work happening and things like that. In the past, and this is why I say we've learnt that I'm not saying I'm an expert, but I have learnt that it doesn't matter what you talk about. The person that's running the stream to a certain extent, has to be flexible. Like if somebody's, I'll give you, if somebody that I don't know starts to say, attack me, I just normally say, well, that's your, that's their, that's their opinion. If I respected them, then I'd respect their opinion, but they haven't shown me any respect, so why should I respect them? Simple as that. See you later,
See, when I first started out in chat rooms back 15 years ago, it was a whole nother ball game. I remember the first chat room I went into, it was a paranormal chat room, and I found it in the afternoon. And of course, you wouldn't think that there'd be anybody there because of work and everybody doing other things. But surprisingly enough, they had so many people there that there was always at least 20 people in the chat room. Everybody was generally respectful. Sure, we had one that used to attack someone that claimed they knew something or were more intelligent than the other guy. You always get those in there. But that's a part of a chat room. But we were like a family. You went in there in the afternoon because it was a crapshoot who was going to be there. But it was the conversation was respectful. We all were in the same page because we talked paranormal. And when we did shows, everybody kept it on the program. If the show was about Bigfoot, paranormal, orbs, whatever, and somebody come in and started talking about something that had nothing to do with the show, they would be told, get with the program. This is what the show is about. You want to talk that? Go somewhere else.
I totally understand what you're saying. We've always, no, I'm not saying that's not bloody impossible or anything like that. Like I say, I do the trivia, and I participate in chats and things like that. But in general chat, one minute you're talking about something, one thing, and then it's talking about the other. To me, I love that because it's the mind. The mind is
getting to work.
Moving all over the place, and I'm always open to anything, but the whole part about this, like I say, who's got time, who wants to do what, is where we've kind of fallen down a bit at the moment.
I know, but what I'm saying is if we can build up enough people in here by showing that we do have class and we do talk about intelligent things, then you're more apt to have people coming in because
Correct.
they're already there.
You are 100% correct.
And if people enjoy coming here because they like the conversation, they like the people, then they're going to tell a friend who's going to tell another friend who's going to tell another friend. But you get one bad attitude and you might as well fold it all up and walk away.
Welcome, Graham.
Hey, Graham.
Hey, Graham.
Yeah, g'day, guys.
To be honest, I would say it is impossible in these days to have it always respectful. I will not sound negative, but I think it's impossible because you always have one at least starting any bollocks, and then you just need one other one who jumps on that, and then it's gone.
Then you file immediately. File them under G. Like
that's where discretion. That's where if people are being disrespectful or what, you just bang, see you later. Because the really their agenda is to be disruptive.
That's right.
Which is not positive to any conversation because they just want to be argumentative and disruptive. And there's a lot of them out there, I'll grant you that.
Like that night I was on with all those fellas and the chaos ensued. I was sitting here at my desk thinking, I can't even delete them. You know what I mean? I can't shut them down off the panel. I can't do nothing. I'm just sitting here having to deal with these fellas all attacking each other. And at first it was great. It was a good conversation, and then all of a sudden all hell broke loose, and I'm sitting here thinking, how can I, remove him? But I couldn't. So unfortunately, a lot of people that we had to listen to that.
I can understand that.
What the thing is that there's many channels. They're creating their viewers with that stuff. They know it. The more fighting there's going on, they get the more viewers they get.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, and
because after that night, it was gone. Everything changed.
It is. Ube's right. drama sells, but for longevity, for a channel to actually last, little breach it, little branch out whatever subject, and keep it in in a half decent domain of conversation or debate, are very rare. And this is what we've always kind of tried to go towards. I'm not saying we've failed. We will prevail, but the whole thing about it is disruptive is a part of other people's natures. Go ahead, Graham. You had something to say.
Well, I mean, frankly, if you have a point to prove, all right, make your point. Use some factual evidence within your point, and then if people want to dispute that, then allow them to do that. Let them go.
Proof.
Let them go. Let them run free. Okay, and then when they run free, because you've researched your point, you can counteract that. If you can't do that, then don't come on live. Don't do that.
Do you know, I had a waitress one time at this high-class restaurant, and our chef was Sicilian Italian like me. So he was very ornery. And if, say, he had an argument and you were right, I used to tell the waitresses, go in and say your piece and then shut up and get the hell out of the kitchen. Don't go past the point. Well, one waitress felt she was right. She ran into the kitchen to have her argument with the chef, and she went beyond the point. And the next thing she knew, there was a fork dangling from the wall just in front of her nose. Then she come out screaming, and I said, I told you, say your point and get out. You don't need to go past your point.
Yeah, but see, when it comes to online discussion, it's less about right or wrong. It's more about intent. So if somebody intends to be disruptive, then they'll always be disruptive. That'll be their nature.
Yeah, we had one young girl called Sonic in our chat rooms, and he was notorious for literally attacking anybody and anyone. Now, this young girl was charged, I believe it was by the FBI or something. Anyway, it was somebody high up. That's how good she was on the computer. She could literally shut you down in a second. And when she came in the chat room, everybody was in fear because nobody had control over this young girl. And she was only 14 years old. And she'd come in, and some of those that didn't know her would think she was an adult. This young lady could destroy a room in a second, literally shut you right down. And
Yeah, well,
her main goal in life, to go into chat rooms and literally destroy them. She called me her mom and destroyed me. So, there's lots of them out there.
well,
Hey, can I ask you an honest question?
Yep.
What should I do? It's 11:17 p.m. where I am, and I have a 2-year-old sitting on my lap
Oh, should be in bed.
who refuses to go to bed. Can you give me some advice?
Yes. Then what is it that she wants to do tomorrow?
He's 2 years old.
Okay, what is it that
There is no tomorrow for 2 years old.
well,
Yeah, that's right, right? That's
then
right.
you've got to make something. So tomorrow you've got to offer a plan, but you won't follow through on the plan if he doesn't go to bed. So what is it that he likes to do?
He likes to sit on my lap and listen to my live streams.
Besides that, for entertainment, does he like
reach into the drawer, Graham,
to the
and
park?
pull out those condoms that you didn't use and blow them up like balloons and hit them across the room, and then that'll give us something to do. We're out.
And
I've even tried to give him a couple of because obviously, you know, he's half Australian. So I've even tried to give him a couple of gobfuls of beer, but he'll take the beer, but he doesn't want to wake up. He doesn't want to go to sleep.
Well, that's unfortunately your fault because you've initiated it. You didn't set boundaries for 8 o'clock bedtime. You allowed him to rule you. Now,
Anna, hang on. I'm not the only parent here.
I know.
I was just going to explain to Anna that in the Philippines, a child is classed as a blessing.
Yes.
And the one thing about it is most children, till they get to a slightly older age, are really they just run amok. They run the household.
Correct.
They don't get disciplined like we
No.
know from the West.
That's right. In other words,
there are no rules.
If we come back to Australia, a 2-year-old kid would be a smack on the ass, get to bed, or you're going to get another one. And if you wake me up, you're in real trouble. But in the Philippines, because there'll be other family members around and all the rest of it, you know, you might as well just put a plastic bag over your head and just over and done with it, you know. Yeah.
But you know,
basically,
for some reason, I like the way they do it. You know, I mean, it's different, but for some reason I like it. You know, because what is better for a child being a child? You know.
True, but structure. Everybody needs structure.
Yeah, but probably not in that areas. You know, they live completely different.
Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute.
If you let a kid,
in my view, Anna has a great point.
If you let a kid stay up all night long, then when it comes to school, where's that structure? How are you going to get that child to go to sleep?
Ma'am.
At 8 o'clock at night?
Yep.
And he has school in the morning because he's never been taught structure.
Can you hear that, kid? If only you could understand English.
If
only you could understand English, you'd know what's going on.
I'll give you an example. When I lived in Fort McMurray, I met this woman that had 2 children. She invited me over to her house one night. I went about 9 o'clock, assuming those children had structure and were in bed, right? Because I figured this is adult time. Well, I get there. She's got a 5-year-old that she literally waits on, a 2.5-year-old. Both of them are still up, running the house. The daughter wants to talk to mom. We're in the middle of a game. Mom doesn't answer immediately. Daughter clears the table off with her arm. Everything on the table is all over the floor, including drinks. The 2.5-year-old is standing at the fridge with the quart of milk, pouring it on the floor. Now, by this time, it's 10:30 at night. I looked around and thought, I can't deal with this. And I left. The next time I see her, they had gone away visiting somebody. and she's telling me about her son burning his hand on the light bulb at 11:30 at night, and they're all sitting around drinking. Now, where's the structure? Children need structure. Adult time is adult time. Children time. When I took my nieces, 7:30 was bath time. 8 o'clock was book and bedtime. 9 o'clock was my time. But if you have no structure in a child, how the hell are you going to get him up for school in the morning? How the hell is he going to get a job later in life when he's not taught structure?
Yeah, that's right.
Correct.
Not taught how to take care of himself. And I don't mean forcing the kid to do stuff. I mean as a team. Let's you and I.
From the day-
see, that's where it breaks down, Anna, because
Make learning a team.
when two people agree, that's all good. But when you have two different cultures and one culture says left and the other culture says right, then you have a conflict. And when you have a conflict, it becomes a point of how do you resolve that conflict? You can try to converse, but you are never going to change.
The whole
for me sitting
you
there.
can manipulate it. You can manipulate it, Graham. You can manipulate the whole situation.
Yeah, you're right, Johnny. You can to a point, but then they come. I don't know. It just comes to a point where you can't manipulate any longer.
So that's
I
when
realised earlier.
that's when it's time to
I don't mean to hijack
say.
the conversation.
See you later. No, you're right.
Very
That's-
serious things, but
It is like I've been where you are to a certain extent, you know. But the whole part about it is, and I'm talking me. And I always kind of said, well, if I'm picking up the check for everything, kind of it's my rules. And if you don't like it, well, the door's over there, exit stage left. You know, simple as that. You know, might sound hard-assed or anything like that, but that was the way I was brought up too. You know, my house, my rules.
See,
I completely understand what you're saying, Johnny. But once you introduce the little bloke,
See,
then the rules change.
If the kids
Yeah,
are,
I realise that.
Because you got to consider that little fella.
Because you know, like I was in a relationship with a girl that had a baby when I first met her, and the thing is, you had other family members around and things like that, and I used to say no, and they'd look at you. Oh, we want to. Basically, the child was a toy to them, and that's where I'd say no. Sleep time, play time. What you know, structure. Exactly what Anna's saying.
Yeah, but you can cut that. little
It's
fella
not.
off. But when
It's not a toy. The kid.
When
You know.
it's your own blood.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? You never. A decent man, a good man's not going to cut that blood off. He's just not.
I understand where you're coming from, but that's where you got to kind of say, look, the child is not a friggin' toy.
Of course, you're right.
And that's where the other family comes in. The child will be asleep, and they'll come in. Oh, we want to play with it. No, come and see your auntie, and come and no, stuff that. Put the boundaries there. Put an electric fence around it, and say that's our boundaries. You know, this is our existence here, and this is our rules. And it'll hit them like a sledgehammer. And then when they get it in their head, they will respect it, and they'll probably respect you more.
Yeah, I probably misrepresented what I was talking about.
I can understand exactly what you're saying because don't forget I spent 12 years over in the same joint.
The outside family has zero.
Yeah.
The outside family has zero input, nothing, no. I purposely moved fucking 2 provinces over.
Mm.
Okay, they can afford 1 bus ride. They can't afford 2. I made sure that I was away from the family.
Good idea.
So I don't have family issues. It's just internal about, you know, the way some people are brought up. It's got to be this way. It's got to be that way. So it's cultural, I guess.
Well, I think if kids are taught structure and respect for themselves, their property, and others, you shouldn't have any issues later in life because they were taught the basic respect.
Anna, in Southeast Asia, 9 o'clock means when I get there, but it'll be in the morning. And that is a cultural problem. If you work for a government department, yes, it is very structured. But the common job site, the common everything is, it's kind of, when I get there, which is completely different to the Western world, which Graham's saying, you know.
Mm-hmm.
It shits me. It shits me to tears. It really pisses me off because if somebody says to me, be here, and it doesn't matter where it is, it can be halfway across Australia, on Monday morning at 7 o'clock, I'll be there at 6 or 6:30.
I'm the same, Johnny. I'm the same.
Well, I'm not there that early, but yes, I'm always there long before you are, probably.
Yeah.
But there you see the different cultures. I mean, I just have not to go too far. If I go to Spain or Portugal or Italy, they have completely different. So, like, I mean, I'm a German, and the Germans are disciplined, and they used to be spot on time and whatsoever. But if you go to Italy or Spain, and you talk to the plumber, and he said, okay, I'm there Monday morning, 8 o'clock. He can show up at whatever 12, or maybe even the next day. You know, they don't take it that serious like we do here. And and if you're not used to that stuff, then you get really mad. You know, I'm the same way. I don't like it, but I think if you live in those areas, you can't do much against it. You know. I think so.
You're not taught that when you're a kid. If you're taught that if you say you're going to be somewhere or do something at a certain time or whatever, then you should be taught to fulfill that task so that when you get older, you understand the importance of time and the value of money.
Yeah, but Anna, you got to realize that the parents in those countries are the same. You know, they are not there in time as well. So that's why they maybe don't even teach the kids to do the same. You know.
You know, my sister's little girl was given a walking doll. Now those things are like $150 to $200 or more, and her grandparents had money. Now, within 3 or 4 days, that walking doll was destroyed. It didn't walk no more. The hair was gone. The clothes were ripped and lost. And I said to my sister, like, why did you allow her to destroy that doll? Like, that should have been supervised. And she looked at me and said, don't worry about it. Her grandmother will buy her another one.
Yeah, that's not the right way, that's for sure.
You know, no thought of that person spent all that money to buy that gift. Her answer and response was, well, that's okay. She'll buy her another one. So then my niece was going to grow up to think, no worries, they'll just buy me more. And my youngest niece got mad at my younger brother one time because he hadn't bought them Christmas presents. So he said to the 3 girls, I want you to go upstairs and find me anything that anybody has bought you for your birthday, your Christmas, anything. And those girls were gone upstairs for 45 minutes, and not one of them could come down with a gift that anybody had bought them because they weren't taught respect or how to take care. So, of course, he didn't buy them a gift. And they finally understood what it meant. It works both ways. You want something, then you've got to respect what that person bought you. You don't just get to receive it and then throw it away or bust it and think, oh, well, they'll just buy me a new one. Because life isn't like that. And children need to be taught.
They do need to be taught, but they need to be taught from a very young age. You can't wait till a kid is 12 or 13 years of age.
To put your foot down. You can't sit on a couch and yell and scream at the kid. You do that again, I'm going to slap you, but you never get up and slap them. And then what happens? They go to school. The teacher tells them to put the book down. We're going to do something else. And the kid looks up and basically says, F you. Because he's used to living at home where people don't get up.
Yeah, but the problem is that somebody sat on the couch. That's the problem. So who was behind that person that sat behind the couch, right, and gave him a slap? Because that's what they needed. They needed a fucking slap, an actual physical slap.
Yes, and that doesn't mean
no.
meeting.
And who did that? I'm not talking about a punch in the head where they fall asleep and they get knocked out. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about a slap.
Mm-hmm.
And a slap is what? A slap is an insult. When did somebody insult those people laying on the lounge? Because it didn't happen.
We spanked a friend of mine's little girl right from the get-go. And, we spanked her diaper. It hurt us more than it hurt her. And, we only had to spank her that once. And she was 1.5 years learning the word no. And she ended up being the most beautiful child. You could take her anywhere to anybody's home, no matter how expensive things were about. She would never touch nothing.
That's all well and good because, and that's a very common outcome. But let me ask you a question: When does a parent stop being a parent?
Never.
So when a 24-year-old kid is doing the wrong thing, when does his father come over and slap him? Because that's the job of a parent.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the parents should have.
Don't give me all those fucking lefty bullshit excuses. No, not acceptable. A parent never, ever stops being a parent. So if a parent sees his 24-year-old son or daughter behaving incorrectly, it's his role or her role to make a correction.
Yes, step up and just lead them in the right direction.
Tell me I'm wrong in the chat, all right? Tell me I'm wrong. Because as soon as people negate that, as soon as they stop being responsible, what do you think results? Because it's anarchy. It's obvious.
Well, when parents do everything for the child, and I seen that. I went to school with one of my nieces, and they were doing a crafts day, and I went in to help volunteer. And at the end of it all, there was paper and stuff all over the floor. So the teacher asked that all the kids pick up the paper. Now, these were 8 and 9-year-olds. All the children but one were picking up the paper. The one kid was standing in spot, kind of moving her foot kind of touching just one piece of paper, kind of moving it. And I looked over and I see this kid just kind of moving the paper. Everybody else is bending over, picking it up. So I walked over and I said, no, my darling, you bend down and pick up the paper and put it in the garbage. We don't just kick it with our feet. It has to be picked up. And she looked over and went, Mom, because she wasn't used to having to do stuff. She was used to making the mess and then Mom coming over and cleaning it. And I immediately said, no, Mom didn't make the mess. You did. You're the kids. All the other children are cleaning it up. You will also. And again, she gave her mom that look and then me the, looks could kill look. But she bent down and picked up the paper. Didn't like it. But her mother should have immediately walked over and said, now, honey, pick up the paper like the rest of the children.
Can I tell you a short story?
Yep.
Please do, Graham.
My oldest boy, when he was 22, picked up a floozy.
Oh.
I'm not going to explain what a floozy is because I'm confident the people listening know what a floozy is.
Yeah, we know what a floozy is.
Okay, fast forward a few years and they had 3 kids together. In my mind, I was compelled to talk to the kid, but at the same time, you have this confliction where you say, well, you have to let people do what they do. Maybe you understand, maybe you don't understand. I don't know.
I understand, but in the same token, you don't put one on a pedestal.
You can't do that, Anna.
And sit and
Anna, I'm telling you, you can't do it.
Well, that child.
You want to, no, you want to do it. You absolutely want to do it. As did I want to do it. But you can't do it. You have to let people make their own mistakes once they become adults.
True, but
so fast forward 10 years, they've had 4 kids together, went from 3 to 4, and she's an ice addict. He's a worker. He goes to work. He works 10 hours a day. All right, it takes him an hour to get to work, an hour to get back. So he's disappeared from the house for 12 hours per day, every fucking day, 6 days a week. So we can afford to pay for the mortgage because they've now got a mortgage. And she's decided to hook up with some prick on ice.
Wow.
How does he prove that? He has a good idea, but he actually has no idea, if you know what I mean, because he's at work. So some time goes past, and eventually he gathers the correct information. He confronts her, and she abuses him for being narcissistic, and she runs out.
Hope he changed the locks on the door.
Fast forward 3 years. The locks are changed. She's never been back. He's now got 4 kids. 4 little kids. And I'm talking about little guys. He's got a full-time job. And he's doing the best he can.
Wow.
Right?
Kudos.
Obviously. Go past another 2 years, and she says to the kids, not to him, she says, oh, gee, I'm sorry, I want to come back. And the reason she wants to come back is because he provided everything for her, and now she has nothing. She's living in a fucking tent somewhere.
Yeah. Life choices.
So,
Unfortunately, yeah, I can understand what Graham's saying, and what you said, Anna, is life choices. Unfortunately, with liberation groups, politics, and court systems, life choices don't seem to come into it. The white Caucasian male is the enemy.
Well, true there. You're right.
so think about this, right? My son's been working 65 hours per week to live. I mean, that's what it takes to live. By the time he pays for his food and travel and all the rest of it, and his mortgage,
Stuff the kids
he
need.
basically uses all of his wages of 65 hours per week. She works zero, nothing, nada. And yet somehow she survives.
Yeah, how is that possible?
Unfortunately, Graham, it's not the first time I've heard that. And that looks after his kids and stuff. Like myself, my own personal experience was, I got home from a job, everything was gone.
Oh wow.
The settlement was done. The ink wasn't even dry on the check. The next morning I got home from work, because I was working nights. My children were sitting on suitcases on the veranda of the house.
Oh wow.
She used the children as a legal leverage point for more finance. But she didn't want the kids. She didn't give a shit. She just wanted the money. I worked my ass off the best I could. It wasn't good enough, but the whole part about it was the thing about it is by the destruction of the family and the family unit is what these women groups have done and what the courts have done.
That's right. Yep.
I'm not saying, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that you should be staying in a destructive relationship because of the children. I believe the children should have the best opportunity they should have in their life. But at the end of the day, it shouldn't come down to a monetary effect.
That's right.
It should always come down to what's best for the kids.
Correct, Graham, but unfortunately being a white male.
So my young bloke has now brought up four kids.
Yep.
On his own. And you know what he gets for that?
Nothing.
Nothing. Zip. Nada.
Well, he gets my admiration, Graham.
In fact, two of his four kids are already, grown up and drifted off. Once, I will say this, and I'm quite proud actually, because one of them is at university.
Wow.
That's good.
Now for a bloke who's got a broken home, and he's got to work every day, and he just can't be there for him, apart from when he is. To have his oldest, and I can't tell you how proud he is of that girl, and that girl's my first granddaughter.
That's pretty impressive.
That's what happens. That's what happens when you fight for the right for your kids to be good.
Yep, and put in the right spot.
It's not just about feeding them, all right? Because obviously he's fed them he's fed him a little bit of intellect.
Yep. And
And
right.
in well, obviously, I'm biased, but in my opinion, that's an awesome thing.
Yeah. You know, those children will grow up with the knowledge that, yeah, we didn't have a lot, but Dad worked all the time to provide for us and do the best he could. And that's a good thing for them to go into later life with. Education system and some of the other crap that goes with it destroys all that. To label those children of, you've only got one parent and you're poor and really try and segregate them, which is wrong. When people do the best they can with what they've got in the situation, and some of those kids turn out to be the best human beings that ever been. Where you get the other kids that are so judgmental and all the rest of it, turn out to be the biggest drug addict pieces of shit on the planet.
Yeah.
Because I've bloody well seen it in my own time. And next time you're talking to your son, Graham, you can tell him he's got my admiration.
And mine.
And mine.
I'll tell you the real winner, right? Because that boy was born in 1980. So he's 42 years of age now. And earlier this year, he said to me, if you want to come back to Australia, you always got a home here. That's a big deal.
It is, Graham.
It is so. That makes
Because he's got his respect for his dad, because what did his dad do? Went to work every day, come home, provided for his family. You passed that ethic on to him.
Yep. So be proud, bud. Be proud.
You know, the one thing about it, Graham, life always has a way of dealing as a bastard card, hand of cards, or whatever, whichever way you want to talk about it. But the real people get up from that and do what your son's doing. And like I say, he learned a lot of that from you.
That's right.
So be proud yourself, Graham.
Yeah. 100%.
Well, that's what I'm trying to tell people. That's what's missing in life. Right? Parents are not passing on this. They're just not.
Well, I was commenting earlier on the here with the political bloody thing to a certain extent, and the bullshit of oh yeah, we've got all these millions of dollars for childcare and all the rest of it. Well, hang on. In my day, if you had a kid, it was your problem, not the taxpayer's problem. I take that as a slap in the bloody face myself. What's wrong? What's wrong with you have a child, you look after it.
Exactly.
Don't expect the taxpayer to friggin' do it. And now they've brought in here the 3-year-old kindergarten, the 3-year-old kid. That's mind conditioning. We're talking about the next generations are going to be zombies.
Yeah,
and I'm glad I'll be dead by then.
Here where I live, we've got a lot of 15 and 17-year-old mothers, and their kids are in daycare, but they don't work. They walk the streets, spending their welfare check.
Yeah.
Like
we had
how
Anna
they-
Anna we had one politician here. He said we're going to have a baby bonus because we need to lift the populace of the country. So they had a baby bonus. So there was 15, 16-year-old girls, you know, oh, I can get this money if I have a child.
Yeah.
They were banging them out like an assembly line. And then, but did they know how to look after them? No. Did they know how to give them any direction in life? No. And that's a generation of the drug fuck degenerates, and education wise about zero, which are parasites on the arse of society because they're all on social welfare.
Yeah. We had one year that had 4 kids, all of them with different baby daddies. And she's standing there beside hardworking parents talking about all the things that she has because of this free money and how her kids are all in this program and that program. And I didn't realize how much they hated her.
Well, you know, the whole part about it, I take offence to the governments because when my children were young, if I couldn't look after them,
Well,
you know,
well,
or the wife couldn't look after them.
Yeah, but Johnny, think about that. When you was at that age, the question of somebody else looking after your own children, it wasn't even on the table.
No,
Nobody in their fucking right mind said, I'm going to fucking do nothing and I'm going to let somebody else look after it. They didn't do that. When I was 17, let me tell you, when I was 17 years of age, which is too fucking young, but when I was 17 years of age and she tapped me on the shoulder and said, you know, the little bloke's come along, the first thing I did was I went to my boss and I negotiated for fucking overtime. I negotiated to go from 8 hours a day to 10 hours a day so I could get a little bit of extra coin to afford the little bloke when he comes along.
Yep.
Why? Because that's what real men do.
And
I remember. Oh, sorry, Anna.
wasn't welfare started because of the war brides?
Welfare was scorned. Welfare was for people that was so fucking weak that they couldn't provide for their own people.
No, but was it not initially started for the women that had lost their husbands during a war?
Ah, correct. Yes.
Yeah,
yes, ma'am.
it was.
And then it went from there to any hoe getting pregnant.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, on what you were saying, Graham, I think I was 24, had 2 children, and I had a mortgage. And interest rates were going up like, you know, stupid. And
that's because we had the recession that we had to have.
Oh, that was even before that, but you know, and my dad said, oh, you know, we'll just take a block off the farm. We'll go get into doing that. Well, that ended up being a drama, but in the end, we embarrassed the local shire and that, and they said you have that block, not where I wanted, but anyhow, said okay, that's fine. So at that age, I was out in the bush cutting trees down, run them through a sawmill, bought a home, and built a 2-story bloody house. Whilst I was working, you know, 8-hour days, around 8-hour days, 6 days a week. In 10 months, I had that house livable. Now, I'd like to see somebody. I look around at the kids, or the what I call them kids now, at the same age when I did that. Now, and they're playing computer games, getting a doll.
They can't do it. They can't do it because they were never taught to do it, and that's the reason why they can't do it.
No, come on.
Hey, let me tell you, Johnny. In 1942, my army was up the track. Right, so he was not, when I was born, he was not a young bloke.
Yeah.
Right? And I understand that other people won't know what I'm talking about, but I know that you will. Right? In 1942, he was up the fucking track. He was 16 years of age, and he was carrying a fucking bean gun.
Yeah.
He was 16 because he lied about his age because he thought it was going to be an adventure. Because that's what the soldiers were told at the time. He was a choco from Melbourne.
Yeah.
Anyway, fast forward. When I dragged the girl home, right, and I think I was barely 17, and she clearly had a belly full. He looked at me, he said, "Son, you've made your bed, now you got to lie in it."
Yep.
The fucking most useless information I could have ever got in my life. But that's how they were at that time, you know what I mean?
Well, I can refer when my girlfriend at the time kind of said, well, I'm pregnant. My mum got up from the old ritual of the kitchen table, got up from the kitchen table and give her a bit of a hug and looked at me and said, well, what are you going to do now? My father said, we better set a marriage date then, better we? And I said, well, yeah, I've got no problems with that, but that's fine. Because the whole part about it is that you don't want to have any of this unwedlock children and all that kind of stuff, and a responsibility for your actions. That's along the same lines that you would have gone through.
Correct. Unfortunately, it doesn't align.
Nowadays, that's out the window.
You can do your best, but when the other side's not interested, it's not going to work.
Yeah. Oh, like in honesty, for me, fast forward on from that day of I do, we kind of woke up beside each other, and one morning and kind of went, I don't know who the fuck you are. We got married very young, and I had a company with a good amount of employees, and that took up a lot of my time. She'd gone off to do some degree of poofters and lesbians at Monash, and her life changed or whatever. And like I say, I got home after doing a night. Yeah, well, my world changed. All of a sudden, I had to out of the scrap pile, get a whole heap of parts out of old fridges, make one up, get it in a place to get the beer cold and shit like that, and get the camping gear up. I had the dining room set up with a fold-out camping room table with the umbrella in it. Yeah. Anyhow, that was fine. It didn't faze me.
I mean, while we're dribbling on, I went the opposite way because I pushed on. It's got to be right. Eventually things will come right. And I just kept pushing on. And then the next one came along, and I kept pushing. And the next one came along, and the next one came along, and fucking 5 kids later, I'm still fucking pedaling away as best I can. And one day, I just stopped pedaling, and I thought, this ain't working. Nothing I do is working. And when I look around, it's 38 years later.
Mm.
And then when I had a bit of a think about it, I thought, are you fucking stupid? You must be an idiot. You've been paddling along for all this time and look at the fucking coastline because you haven't moved. You've gone nowhere. You fucking idiot. So then I went sideways. But it took me all that time, and I made sure that I waited for all my kids at that time to become adults.
Yeah, well, that's fine. Well, the Australian expression is you got stuck in the rut.
Sure, but I wanted to make sure that the kiddos, weren't disadvantaged. Because I saw the alternatives. I saw friends of mine, go through divorces and this and that, and the kids get pulled from pillar to post, and half the kids, not half, more than half the kids, they all hate their fucking father because their father never come around, and the kids don't know that their mother wouldn't let them come around, and all that drama, all that drama. And I thought, do I really want to put my kids through that drama? So I stuck it out. Right, I just sat there. In fact, for a few years, we didn't even fucking sleep in the same room, so couldn't stand the fucking thing. But I mean, that's life. Yeah.
I can talk about myself. Our children were, 15, kind of near on 17 type of thing. Like she'd taken the kids and gone, and dropped them back. Then she kind of came out and said, "Well, to the kids, what do you want to do?" And and the kids said, "Oh, I want to stay with you, Dad," and both of them did. And I said, "Well, all right, if you want to." I said, "It's not going to be easy because everybody's got to pull their weight." And it worked out for a while, and the kids started going off the rails a bit, and that was my fault because I wasn't there. Like when they got out of bed of a morning, I'd be ringing them up. Their lunch would be done for them. When they got home, their dinner would be ready for them. All their washing was always done and ironed, all of that kind of stuff. But Dad may as well a picture on the wall because I used to work virtually a 12-hour shift. And the money wasn't that brilliant. So I worked for another company, same job, but it was a cashier and a few other bits and pieces for a bit of luxurious money, you might say. And the kids kind of come and gone, but their mother, oh, you can come and live with me, it'll be easier for you, and all the rest of it. And slowly but surely she got through to the kids. But I supported them, their educations, the whole lot of it. But in honesty, they turned out to be people that I didn't even want to know. And even to this day, did I go wrong? I don't think so. Did the mother go wrong? Oh, shit, yeah. But I don't blame myself about it, and I don't beat myself up about it. I did the best I could do.
See, the problem is, fucking Hollywood, because Hollywood depicts mothers as being saints, and that's not always the case. Right? Sometimes fathers are assholes also, but many times are not saints. My son basically was thrown into no alternative, and he started taking his kids, and I'm talking about fucking 3 kids at a time, young kids. I'm talking young, under 10, to work. And he's working in construction, right? And every day, he took every day at a time, because every day he thought somebody's going to say something, somebody's going to complain, or the kids are going to do the wrong thing, or, things are going to fall apart. And he said to me, he said, all I can do is take one day at a time. I remember, it was back in the day. And he did that. And bit by bit, piece by piece, those little blokes learned, and they often learned, it wasn't just from my boy, often they learned from other people on the job. And they learned that, hey, you can do this, you can't do that. You can go there, you can't go here. Do you know what I mean? Just those little rules, slight, simple rules. And all of a sudden the kids had rules. And before that, they had no rules, because their previous life with their mother was no rules, absolutely no rules whatsoever. So suddenly they learned these little rules. And in the beginning, they bucked up, and then they started to say, well, hang on, this guy, it could be Ralph, Fred, Joe, whatever, on a building site, he cares about me because he's talking to me. And he cares about me because he's thinking about what I'm doing. And those kids come to those conclusions. And they were like, I'm talking about 6, 8 years old. It's an absolute phenomenon. What can happen when you give a child a little bit of responsibility? Because they'll provide a positive feedback for you. They really will. People today that are scared to, give their kid a bit of responsibility are really foolish, because they're not giving the kid an opportunity to strive. So here's kids today. Oh, man, I can't tell you how proud I am of those guys. They're amazing.
Yeah.
And the fact that his oldest daughter, my first granddaughter, is now going to university. She's the first in our family to go to university. How the fuck does that happen when you forget about Social Security? Because my boy never got a brass razoo from Social Security. Never. He done it all on his own.
I can remember. I can remember when I got out of the army. I didn't have a very good attitude. I'll be honest with you. Anyhow, I moved around a bit, a few different jobs, come back home, and Social Security. Anyhow, after quite a few weeks and a lot of bullshit, they sent me a check for $1. And I thought, you got to be joking. And then the next week, one come along for $36. And, I went into the office thing and I said, I don't really want Social Security. What jobs are going? And I said, I got this check for $36. And they said, yeah, that's the payment. So I said, well, where's a real job? And I went up. I was still trying to get my head right, but I went up picking up potatoes. Where it's work where you get paid for what you do, and I was earning $80 a day. But I knew a hell of a lot of people that were very, very comfortable because they had the little commune thing going with this $36 a bloody fortnight. But it pretty well comes back down to self-worth. What you're taught from the day you were born, I think. And I can even go back to me birds outside. When they first come out of the egg, the first thing they see is me, and they're handled and they're spoken to and the whole lot of it. I walk out to their cages and say, hello kids, how you going? And every one of them's chirping and carrying on, how you doing type of thing. And I really believe that interaction, it doesn't matter. And right across, from a dog to a cow to anything, that interaction in the early part of it forms the way they're going to turn out.
Don't ever skip over the point, because the point, the whole and sole point that you just mentioned is absolutely correct. It begins with what you're taught from when you're fucking born.
Yeah.
Your parents need to drive you. They don't need you to drive you to be the fucking Prime Minister. That's not what I'm talking about. They just need you to drive yourself to be a decent human being. They need you to drive yourself to earn yourself your own income. They need you to drive yourself to be independent. And when they're driving yourself to be independent, they need you to drive yourself to be an independent thinker. So when shit comes along, they'll recognize it. That's the job of a parent. And parents today, if you ask a parent today, what's your job? I can't even fathom what they would say, because it's got nothing to do with reality. Absolutely nothing to do with reality. Why the fuck is powdered milk a big deal? Why? Can anybody tell me why? When any mother in the fucking world, anybody that delivers a baby can deliver milk, apart from a very, very, very few. But the vast majority of women can do it. So why don't they do it? Why don't they do it? Because
convenience.
Well, let me continue, because I'm having a rant.
Yeah. Sorry.
When a woman breastfeeds, she produces a bond that will never, ever, ever be broken. And that bond is developed obviously over time, and it takes a couple of years. But when that child is breastfeeding with a mother, he will fucking never, ever shit on his mother, ever. I will guarantee you. And there are studies to prove what I'm talking about. Why is that so?
It's a good point, Graham.
I personally, I was born premature, so I didn't have the luxury of breastfeeding. That's probably why I've got a fixation on breasts as I got older. And I hate fucking powdered milk. Oh dear.
But see, my point is more about, it's not about anything specific. It's more about the conditions of life. You know, what sustained human beings for thousands of years, and for some weird reason, in the last 50 years, some people want to break that down. You know, they want to break it down. They want women who could be bearing children to have abortions. They encourage it. And when they encourage it on particular races. Why would they do that?
Well, it's segregation. It's
Of course it is.
You know, there's if you go back a long time ago, well, there was a race of people that used to be neutered, so they didn't breed.
Well, if you go back to African slaves that went over to Arabia, every slave was neutered. Every slave.
Yeah.
So why is that? That the reason is because they didn't want that race breeding with their own kind. So if you fast forward that to America, why are they encouraging African women or African American women to have an abortion? The answer is exactly the same. It's exactly the same. They're trying to reduce that nation. Now, I was about to say, is that right or wrong? But that's a silly thing to say, because of course it's wrong. They shouldn't be doing it. That's disgusting.
The whole part about you know, looking at, you know, the whole slave thing. There was tribes that rounded up the others because they were a sellable commodity.
Correct.
And the thing is, then they were taken to not only America, but many places where they were, you know, workers. No different to an animal or whatever.
They were taken all around the current Western world of the time.
Yeah, but the whole part, you know, everybody. If you look at this country, and believe me, I asked some questions of politicians about a few things, and I got a bit of a lowdown on crap, and I said, why is it now that we've got elbow sleeves here that all this shit's coming out? I said, I take it as racism and segregation. And one of the aides to the politician said, why is that? And I explained and he said, well, hang on, I'm kind of in agreement with you. And I said, well, you look at the bigger picture. It's no good saying I'm Black American, I'm Anglo-Saxon American, I'm, you know, Asian American. How about saying one America, one Australia, whatever? We all live in the country. What, you know, the idea is to do the best we can for the country, for ourselves. It's not who screams the loudest. You know, the old saying of the squeaky wheel gets the oil. You know, that's a load of bullshit. And I've always said, you've heard me say it many a time, people are a product of their environment. But it's still within the human nature to strive for something better.
Well, half of them don't know what the better is. They don't.
All right, Philippines.
There's a dude here, right? This American guy who could claim he has African heritage, and he was there one day ranting on about how everybody owes him, and he was talking to some other Americans, some white guys, right? But they were American guys, and he was banning on about how they owe him, and I popped up. I'm not American. I said, how are you going to explain that? And he's, oh. And I said, no. You need to understand that whatever you did in your life is on you. Nobody forced you to do anything. So if you worked here at this job, or you did this, or you did that, that's on you. Anyway, the other guys fucked off. And you know what it's like at the end of the night?
Yeah.
There's only so many people around. And he and I was there. And, we had a couple of beers together and all the rest of it, as you do. And he completely agreed. He said, oh, yeah, nobody owes nothing. I did this and that's on me and blah, blah, blah. And I said, well, man, you need to, I don't think you need to apologise because these guys don't give a shit. But you need to stop it. You need to stop ranting on about these people because, whatever your choices were, that's not their fault. And after that, it's about 2 years ago now, after that, everybody was his fucking mate because he got on with everybody. He never again ranted on about, black versus white or whatever. He was just happy as Larry. When people lose that bullshit about race, they find that they're quite happy to be collectively with each other. Very often.
Well, forget about the rest of it. The first thing you see is a person.
Exactly.
And if they're not a decent person, it doesn't matter what race, colour or creed they are. Then you can put in the other adjectives. Me good mate, the black American, or the Asian American, or and you're in the Philippines with a Filipino wife or girlfriend or whatever, and then people talk about, oh, you're racist. Well, fuck me.
Yeah, but the exact same guy that was talking to me, and in the clear light of day when everyone was gone, he was complaining about how he had no friends, and all that sort of thing. I didn't go back for 3 or 4 months. When I go back there, he's fucking friends with everybody.
Yeah.
And I said to him, I said, what's going on? And he said, you know what? He said, I decided to see everybody as people. He said, look, there's people everywhere. That's what he said to me. There's people everywhere. And that's when I knew that guy kicked a goal.
Yeah, you're correct.
That's when I knew that he had a bit of success in his life. And he was happy.
Because the one thing about it is, racism is they basically, people say, oh, it's persecution, where in fact it's not. Racism is segregation, and I'm not racist, like I might say some derogative names to some of the people around me.
Sure. You see, Johnny,
and
you and I, Australia, and we see things differently.
Yeah,
Americans see the whole notion of racism very differently to you and I.
Yeah, well,
I don't
see
agree.
it
I don't
on,
agree with how they see it, but they
yeah,
do. They see things very differently to you and I.
I see it on a personal level. And I don't give a shit about creed, I do, but race and colour, they've got in my book. I don't give a shit. I look at the person.
Unfortunately, most of the Americans can't see it that way, and it's not necessarily the white people. In fact, from what I can see, it's mostly the African American people cannot see it that way.
That's right.
They cannot agree that they
yeah.
may have something in common with the average white guy. They just can't see it. They do have many things in common, but
Yeah.
many of them can't see that they have it.
Yeah, this bullshit
It's very
of
bad.
after hundreds of years, and we're still pleading. We're the downtrodden, and we after a couple of hundred years, get over it, get fucked. That's the way I see it.
That's the way I see it.
There's no Andy Pandy, no bullshit about it. If you're that fucking dumb, you're going to stay that dumb if that's what you believe. And after a few hundred years, don't try and put your hand in my pocket because I'll cut the cunt off.
If you're downtrodden, get up.
Anyhow,
If somebody knocks you down, get up again.
Yeah, I'm going to leave you with Yuri. Ube, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm still here, but I need to get something to eat soon.
Oh, well, I'll leave you blokes to have a chat. Zeeg's in the background, but it's 3:30 a.m. here, and I've got to get to bed. Great to talk to you. Great to talk to you, and it is good to have a chat with you, Graham. I love talking to you because you've got a brain. Not that I'm
I
saying.
always enjoy the chat with Graham myself.
Not that I'm saying that there's a lot of other people I talk to haven't, but some of them are, a bit out there. No disrespect to anybody, but yeah, it's always great to have a chat. And I'm thinking about coming to the Philippines next year, probably February, March. I'm going to head to Bohol because there was two places in Bohol that I wanted to see that were on my wish list. Was the what do they call it? The Teresa.
Jesus Christ.
And the cave.
You're aiming low, aren't you? You might want to set your sights a little bit further north.
But that's that's what I wanted to see in Bohol. And that was about really all that was on my wish list in the Philippines. But
you've already been here, so you've got a bit of an idea already.
Well, I spent 12 years there, bloody equal time, so I've got a pretty good fucking idea.
Yeah.
I travelled all around most of the main islands, but
well, after 12 years, I would have thought you'd know not to go to Bohol.
Well, the only reason I'm going is to see the caves. I couldn't give a shit about the Chocolate Hills, and I want to see the little Teresa before I die, because I think when I die, they won't be far behind me.
So what's her name?
No name.
Come on.
No,
it's just us talking now. It's just us talking now. You can let us know.
No, there's no name. It's something I've had on my wish list before the disease we had to have. I'd already planned the trip, and everything shut down. And I thought, because that's in the Philippines, that's the couple of things which are pretty close handy. I don't want to go to Palawan. I don't want to go to Boracay. I don't want to do that shit.
Well, I'll preempt your trip and tell you that Behold's a shithole.
I know it's a bit of, if you go to like Pang Lao, yeah, fine. I don't want to go to Pang Lao. I've never been into the touristy shit.
You can come up here to northern zone, might have a few beers, but then you want to shoot yourself down to Leyte, because Leyte is where you see the real Philippines. It's not flash.
I don't mind the
That's
island,
realistic.
but it's there's nothing in Leyte that I really want to, that in my mind I really want to see, because I'll fly into Manila, stay a day and a half or 2 days in Manila, go down to there, then fly straight back to Manila, then to Suwanipun.
All right. Well, listen, we'll talk, because you can fly to Manila. You can come up here for 2 fucking days. You can camp at my joint. It'll cost you nothing. All right. I'll show you around. I won't show you around a lot, but I'll show you around. And then you can fuck off down south. Okay.
Oh well, we'll work on it. We'll work on it, mate. We'll work on it. But my Tatar log and Visayan are pretty rusty, I can tell you.
You don't need that, mate. Everybody here speaks English.
Let
me tell you, when I say fuck off, they all know what I'm talking about.
Oh yeah, yeah. Look, when I'm not joking. When I used to go to Jensen, we're talking over 20 years ago. It was like the friggin' Wild West, mate. But a lot of people that couldn't understand English understood what I was saying. Yeah, that was when.
You'll be fine.
Oh, I've got no
You'll be
problems
surprised,
with it.
mate. Things have moved ahead. You'll be fine.
Well, I've been watching a bit of stuff, and
don't believe all the shit you see on YouTube. Most of it's bullshit.
Yeah, well, I don't listen to those dickheads, because I know for a fact they're telling bullshit, and half of them had only been there for 5 fucking minutes and they got no idea. But
very true.
Especially talking to a bloke that really, it's been a while since I've been there, but I meant to say it's not that long ago in realism, and to spend 12 fucking years there, half time, half my time in Australia, half my time over there.
Oh, really?
Yeah. I used to come over here, work seasons, go back over there, and I had a construction company, and all fully registered and all that kind of shit.
Anyway, I said the same thing to Zeke, but he didn't take me up on the offer.
I will. But we'll talk.
Because it's no skin off my nose, mate. I'm already paying for the joint I'm in. You know what I mean? So it's not costing me any fucking extra.
Oh, look, I don't give a shit about that. But hang on. I think I've been up through La Union, because I went up to, and the trouble is, I went up where they were doing all the fucking drugs, and I didn't know it. I didn't know at the time, because I got searched. And the cop said, "Oh, you've been to the drug fucking area." And I thought, well, I didn't know that. Thanks for telling me. But at the end of the day, if you know it's a drug area, why don't you just up there doing something fucking about it?
Yeah, you're talking about a long time ago.
Yeah. Anyhow, that was years ago. But anyhow, I'm going to go to bed, gentlemen. The stream will still run. So you and you may have a talk and enjoy. So I'll bid you good night, gentlemen. Wonderful to talk to you as usual.
All right, good to talk to you, Johnny.
See you, mate.
Cheers, mate.
See you, mate.
So you are up there, far away from Manila, then?
Oh yeah. Yeah.
What's the population of the Philippines anyway? I have no idea how many people there live, man.
Last I heard, there was 109 million.
That's a lot. Holy shit.
That's a fucking lot of people. And if you look at the land mass is not that big. You know, so there's a shit ton of people. There's people everywhere.
That's a lot, man. Holy crap.
But see, Manila is Manila, and that's like. I have no idea
Manila
why-
Manila
No.
alone is, I guess, 20 million.
Well, I have no idea why people would be interested to go to Manila because it's just a cesspool. You know, like there's like 23 million or something, all crammed into Manila. And then the dumbass white guys go to Manila, they get ripped off, and they go, "Oh, don't go to the Philippines, you get ripped off." Well, it's because you hung around Manila. Duh. Do you know what I mean? You need to get out and about. And it's the same for any country. Honestly, it's the same for any country. If I fucking flew over to the US and I went to San Francisco and I stuck myself in the center of San Francisco, is that going to give me an idea of what it's like to live in America? Because it's not. Do you know what I mean? You need to get out and about.
Yeah.
And it's no different here. You need to get out and about.
Yeah, I couldn't handle those huge cities anyway. No.
Some people like it, and that's okay. That's fine for them. They enjoy it. I've met guys that have been here many times as tourists. You know, they spend 2-3 weeks here at a time over like 20, 30 years, but they've never ever been outside the city they go to. So they actually have no idea. They think they have an idea. They think they know shit, and they really don't know anything. I mean, there's idiots that have found a girl, often online. They come over for 2 weeks. Right? They meet her. They fuck her, obviously, and then they go home, and they pay her per month. And they actually think that's their girlfriend. In the meantime, she's talking to some other guy, and he's come over and fucking her for 2 weeks and going home and paying her also. You know what I mean? Just
Yeah.
You know, I don't blame her because she's taken her opportunities. It's the idiot men. They're the ones that are at fault. If they didn't do what they were doing, she couldn't do what she's doing. You know?
Yeah. I mean, I don't know too much about sex tourism in Southeast Asia. Years ago, I seen documentaries. It's really strange and disgusting what's going on. So there's Europeans going over there and looking for underage girls, you know, and that's fucking disgusting. And they should get charged here, even if they did something criminal in Southeast Asia. But I guess there's nobody cares about it. That's the problem. I've never been in Southeast Asia, and I don't think I'm gonna be there anytime. I think the climate is way too hot for me, and I don't know. I don't think that's my stuff.
There are literally thousands of guys that are doing that.
Yeah, I know.
And if you try, sometimes you meet those guys online, like YouTube, for example, or whatever. And if you ever question them, they automatically become defensive, and they try to defend the fact that they throw money away to somebody that they've either never met or barely met, and they try to tell you that's okay. And in some cases, they throw a lot of money. You know, some will throw a lot of money over. And then after, 2-3 years, you see them pop up in the very same chats, and they complain about how Filipinos ripped them off.
Yeah.
And you think, well, you fucking idiot. You were told, you chose not to look, and now you're complaining. My God.
Yeah, that's strange, man.
It's not strange. Well, originally I thought it was strange, but it's not strange. It's common. It's super common. So my question is, when did men become so weak? When did men become so fucking weak? Because there was a time when men had all the power. And now suddenly men don't have any power.
So are you in a little town, or is it even village area where you are? Or?
I would describe it as an outside suburb. So it's not exactly in the country, but it's like on the border.
Oh, okay.
We're about 15 minutes from the city. The city's not a big city, but we're about 15 minutes from the city. And if I go 5 minutes the other way, I'm in complete, farmland.
But you have everything close by, like hospitals and doctors and stuff like that.
Oh, we got, I think we've got about 8 hospitals here, because there's a bunch of hospitals that are training hospitals.
Oh, okay.
And they're full of foreigners, mostly Indians. Some of my neighbours are Indians, because they're all training at the hospital to become doctors.
Yeah, I know. Even back in the 70s, 80s, we had a lot of Philippine nurses here in Germany. So I know they get quite good trained over there. Must be, because otherwise they would not work in here. So they must have a good nurse training anyway.
Well, they don't really get good training. The good training becomes, it comes once they become overseas, and they get training overseas. But they get minimum training here, and they get the stamp that says that they're a nurse. So, they're accepted overseas. What they don't do overseas, well, I can't speak for every country, but I know in my own country, in Australia, they make it very, very difficult for Australian-born people to become doctors and nurses. They make it extraordinarily difficult. So they readily accept people from overseas. If you go to an Australian hospital, you will not see an Australian person working there.
Yeah, I would say, as I have been in hospital here quite a lot in the last 3 years, there is maximum 50% German doctors left, and the rest is from everywhere, from Turkey, Russia, Syria, Iraq, wherever they come from, Egypt. And that's because the doctors here, the German doctors, when they finish their study, they get paid like bullshit. They don't get it. They don't get enough money, and they can make half their money for just working a weekend in Sweden or Norway or England. Just for a weekend, they make half the money they make here the whole month.
Yeah, but see, people don't realise. I mean, if I was to ask you what was the role, what is the role of a doctor? I don't think you would understand what the role of a doctor is in 2022.
You know what is very important, that that you understand the doctor, you know, especially for older people. But don't get me wrong, they don't speak no German at all. But as you know that the doctor's language or the medical language is quite difficult anyways, sometimes. And if you have foreign doctors, then they don't speak 100% the language. How can older people get trust in the doctors, you know?
Yeah, but people have a very old view of a doctor. They have a very, like, 50, 60-year-old view of what a doctor, because they think a doctor is there to help them. And a doctor is not there to help them. That's not their role. A doctor's role in 2022 is to sell pharmaceuticals. That's the doctor's role. The doctor's role is to do nothing but sell pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, that's quite true.
And for some mysterious reason, I think it's through, movies and Hollywood, they feel that doctors should be there to help them. Doctors are not there to help you at all. They're only there to sell you pharmaceuticals. That's all they're there for.
It's sad.
Some people don't like to accept that, but that's the reality.
Yeah, I agree. You don't go to the hospital anymore to get a good treatment. You're just there for making their money, you know. And I think about 12, 13 years ago, they invented here the same system as in Australia. Like the hospitals get paid per case and not per patient. And I think Australia already got rid of that system, but they're still running it here.
Yeah, but the individual doctors get compensation every time they recommend certain pharmaceuticals. So when a guy presents, let's say he's 50 plus, and maybe he's having a bit of he's short of breath and so on and so forth, a doctor will automatically say, well, you need to get a little bit fit, because the doctor knows that you won't do that. And then what he says is, oh, by the way, you can take these pills, and it'll thin your blood. That's going to be a good thing for you. What a doctor will never tell you is that if you eat certain foods, your blood will automatically become thinner. A doctor will never say that, because he doesn't get compensation by recommending certain foods. He only gets compensation via recommending certain drugs. And that's what they do.
Yeah,
it's very sad. It's very sad, but that's the reality.
Yeah, it is sad. Yeah. The big pharma. That's one reason why they don't legalize weed everywhere or hemp, because they knew they would destroy many big industries. Like with hemp, you can do everything. You can even make paper out of hemp.
Well, I'm not a fan of marijuana. I've never been a fan of marijuana. But at the same time, I do recognise that they've spent billions of dollars to suppress marijuana. They spent billions. So automatically that tells me that something's going on there. You know, why would they do that? I mean, cotton, 100 years ago, cotton growers did it. So that you wouldn't use hemp as a product, you know, for example, rope or whatever. If you go back 200 years, almost all the rope was hemp.
Yep.
You know, all the stuff that the navies used around the world was hemp to make rope.
I mean, it grows very fast. It's like whatever, like grass, even faster. So you can harvest it 2-3 times a year, maybe even more. And but like I said, you would destroy many parts of the economy, closes the fashion industries and stuff like that. So
Well, there's cotton growers that funded American politicians to, you know, ignore hemp. There's cotton growers. There's always something behind something, you know. In this day and age, for example, Big Pharma, man, the amount of money that they've spent on politicians, you think it's a crazy amount of money because it looks like it's a crazy amount of money, but it's a mere drop in the ocean compared to the money that they've actually made, that they've produced. You know, Thailand recently dropped 1 billion doses of COVID-19 vaccines because they were out of date.
the same here. They drop it everywhere.
Now
But they don't even tell you, you know.
but somebody actually paid for that.
Yeah,
Before
the
it was dropped,
taxpayers.
it was paid for.
The taxpayers paid for it.
Well, idiots go, oh, it's okay because the government paid for that. And they have no comprehension that the government hasn't got any money.
Exactly. The government
It's
has
the tax-
no money.
Like you just said, it's the taxpayer that pays for all
Yeah.
these things.
Sure. It's the same with these energy prices now. I mean, they make the sanctions against Russia with knowing that we have almost no other supplies. The price is going to the moon. So they basically they burn your house, and then they give you a cup of water to delete it, and say and saying, all right, everybody gets 200 or 300 euros, whatever, to cover the prices, but it's fucking bullshit. So, and it's at the end of the day, it's your money anyway, because every taxpayer pays that shit. The governments have no money.
Before that, I mean, go back 10 years. What happened before that? They outlawed wood burning stoves. So they preempted the fact that you couldn't guard against yourself.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So they set it up so you are dependent on that energy, and then they cut the energy and say, oh, sorry, unless you can pay. Now, when they say unless you can pay, are they cutting off the big end of town or the small end of town? Because of course they're cutting off the small end of town, right? It's the little guy that can't pay. In the meantime, tell me how many politicians are going cold. How many of those guys are going cold?
Nobody. They don't even pay for their gas or for the fuel, whatever.
Of course, and then when the election comes around, the same idiots, and I only call them idiots because they're idiots, vote them back in again.
Yeah. People
If you talk
complaining
to-
about
If you talk to an
Complaining.
idiot, he's completely fucking brainwashed. You cannot convince him otherwise. He spent the last 2 years freezing in winter, and he's okay. You know, because nobody died in his house. He's okay, and he's going to vote for those same idiots again.
yeah, exactly.
I've no idea how that works. I really don't know why.
That's the main key. If somebody says, I don't vote, that's the first mistake. And if somebody says there's not nothing better if I vote for them or for them, that's idiots. I mean, we have not a two-party system here. We have more parties. And if you don't vote against the big ones, then we'll never ever change anything. So
But that's all they need to do. They just need to vote for somebody else.
yeah, exactly.
I have no idea why they wouldn't do that.
Like you said, they're all brainwashed, and not over the last 3 years, over the last 30 years.
Oh, yes. This goes back a long way.
This is way longer than the last 3 years.
But you can't live like that. You know, it's, at some point, you know, individuals have got to say, hey, I can't do this anymore. I've got to change. I've got to do something different. You know, so when it comes to, for example, you guys in European, you're absolutely dependent on energy because of the coal. So it might be time to move to a warmer place, move to somewhere where you don't need to worry about the cold. I'm not sure, but in my view, that's all you can do.
But it's not so easy for everybody, you know.
Well, it
I
depends
agree.
on the situation.
Yeah. At the end of the day, 95% of the population everywhere needs the job to keep the life running, you know. So they can't say, okay, I stop working for these assholes. I don't do it anymore. They can't afford it.
See, let me explain how things have changed, right? I'm not sure if you listened before, but my father was a World War II veteran. Okay, so he wasn't a young guy; he was an older guy. And when I was a kid, he said to me, he said, Monday is for your house. He said, Tuesday is for your food. And Wednesday is for everything else. He said, Thursday and Friday, that's a bonus. Now, if you translate what he was saying, because back in those times, you know, they spoke in very simple terms. You know, Monday's for your mortgage. You've got to pay your mortgage, have a roof over your head. The next day is make sure you have food in the house. And the third day is you pay everything else, which is like your electric bill, your gas bill, whatever it is. You put fuel in your tank and this and that. After that, you don't need anything else. So if you're still working on Thursday and Friday, you put that in your bank. You save it. Now you try and apply that thinking to today, and you almost can't do it. Because you need Monday to Friday just to cover what people used to cover Monday to Wednesday. You don't have extra.
That's fucking right.
You know?
And it's getting worse and worse. That's the thing.
Oh, it's because we're all slaves, that's why.
For example, butter. Just 250 gram butter. The price is is almost tripled in the last 15, 16 months. It was less than €1, not even 2 years ago. Now you pay about €3, 260, 270. It's fucking insane. And that's just butter. Everything else, like sunflower oil. Sunflower oil, I don't know. That was nothing. That was less than €1. You pay €4 for sunflower oil now.
See, the issue today is not about one or two items. It's about every item.
Yeah.
Right.
What fucked us
What-
up
what-
here in Europe is the European Union. They fuck
You
everything.
know
up.
what nobody's what nobody's asking is, where is this extra money going? Because the guys that produce the butter, right, the farmers don't get extra. The guys that make butter don't get extra. So where is this extra? Where is that money going? No,
To the government.
I find it astounding that nobody's asking. No, it doesn't go to the government. It goes to the investors. It's the elites that are getting the money. They're just taking the cream off the top. And it's the governments that are allowing, they're producing the rules, the laws that allow this to happen. So they're all working in cahoots with each other. Of course they are. If you look at in the investments of the people within government, what are they investing in? You're going to find that they're investing in all the things that have gone up. 2 years ago, 3/4 of the Democrats in America were investing in pharmaceutical companies.
We know all why.
Why would they do that? It's amazing. They must be very astute investors.
Must be very clever all.
You see, that's what's happening. Same as say for example, a few months ago, the CEO of Moderna resigned. He was there for 2 years and then he resigned. Well, when he resigned, he took away $26 million. $26 million. And people said, oh, but he had a good job. Why did he resign? Well, he resigned because he had already cashed in. He'd already cashed in. $26 fucking million. So he's sitting there on a yacht in the Bahamas right now. And everybody else is complaining about, is the jab legit or not?
But even with all the prices going up, it's the big corporations, the investors, making the money.
Of course it is.
The tax income for the government are tremendous higher as well, because every price going up, the tax going up too. So
let me tell you something you may not have thought of. Once the government collects all of this money in tax, doesn't matter what government is throughout the world, the real question is, where do those tax dollars go? Where do they go? Because they go straight back into big business. They go straight back into the elites. That's where that money goes. So the more money a government collects, the more profits for the elites. It's as simple as that.
yeah.
It's cruel, but that's what happens.
It's maybe 100 families who are controlling the whole entire world.
It's 6. It's 6 families.
And on the top, There is the German family, starting with an R. They are on the top.
Yeah, but that's one of 6 families. Right? And people don't realise within those families, there are actually hundreds of people, individuals. There's hundreds of them. You know, so if
We
you're
all-
talking
we all
about
know
what's
the
gonna
names.
present, there's hundreds of them.
The Rockefellers, the Vanderbilts, and what the names are.
They've all got one thing in common, by the way. I'm not sure if you ever noticed that. They've all got one thing in common.
That's what?
They all follow a particular religious dialect.
Yeah, I know. You talk about the.
And you can't
Like-
say it because as soon as you say it, you get cancelled.
Yeah, I know. But I know what you mean.
And why do you get cancelled? It's because the same ilk run everything else. And they do. The more you dig, the more you find it, and the more you see, wow, shit, you know, guys were talking about this 40 years ago. I thought they were idiots, but they're actually right. It's true. That's really happening. You know, because on the outside they say, oh, it's coincidence. No, it's not. It's not coincidence.
Yeah, it's. The thing is, I mean, we all got to ask us the question: how can we get rid of them? How can we change it? You know, you can't get taking their money off. It's impossible. So, what is the solution? That's the question.
Well, the solution is easy. Everybody thinks it's difficult. It's not difficult. As long as you do nothing, nothing will change. However, if you are to empower a legitimate government, then that government will have all the power to change everything. We already seen that in America 4 years ago. The problem was that those dudes didn't keep their eyes open, so they didn't see the rot within. I believe this time around that they'll be much more equipped to deal with that. And you know what I mean? They'll learn their lesson, and I think that they'll have an opportunity. Now that opportunity won't be a big window; it'll be a small window. And what the rest of us have to hope for is that those things will echo around the world. I think that's the only chance we have.
I think the good thing in general, they need us, and not we need them. You know, if everybody would stop working and consuming, they're gonna lose their money.
Yeah, but people won't do that.
Yeah, that's it, because people can't afford it.
Well, in their minds, they can't afford it. Yeah, most people can afford it, but in their minds, they can't afford it. So they won't do that. They won't stop.
And that's why they made this whole process so slow over maybe 100 years or more to brainwash everybody.
Well, because it's about an ideology. So, for example, when Cecil Rhodes first began the idea of the New World Order in the late 1800s, he wasn't a young man, he was an old guy. He knew that he wouldn't see any of this. And yet, for some reason, he contributed millions, multi-millions, which today would probably attribute to billions of dollars towards foundations that were geared towards the New World Order. Now, none of that manifested in his lifetime. He died. And yet he did it anyway. That's how fucking, that's how power hungry these pricks are.
That shows you how sick they are. They are
Yeah.
just sick. They are mentally sick because they have so much money and have no idea how to get an enjoyment out of it. Because if you can buy everything you want, what is the fun factor or what is the enjoyment in life?
That's why they want to play with lives.
Yeah, they play chess with us, with humans.
It's a bit like a kid having an ant farm, you know, where he has a collection of ants in a little tiny space, and you know, if the kid drops off a little bit of sugar or a little bit of, you know, honey or whatever, he's in control of that.
Yeah,
it's a bit like that. It's kind of along those lines. So if they give us a little bit of freedom and we run around enjoying that freedom, they think it's funny.
Yeah. And people think if they are allowed to go in an airplane, to go to holidays, or are allowed to go to the gym because they got the juice, they think they got freedom back. So, you know, it's absolutely sick.
Of course they do. What they don't see is the scientific facts that RNA is a prerequisite to changing your DNA. That's what an RNA is. RNA is not new. RNA has been around since, I think, the 70s. And it was originally designed to counteract cancer. So they would send RNA cells into your body, and they would then try development of nRNA anti-cancer drugs. Now, 99% of the anti-cancer drugs never worked. Almost all of them didn't work. Otherwise, people everywhere would be cured of cancer, right? But they didn't discount the fact that the RNA drugs could alter your DNA. They could change your DNA. So all these idiots that are running around getting juiced up, their DNA can be changed.
Yeah.
I've no idea why they don't even understand that.
And there's so many proofs, even in the mainstream media, that they found it in every organ. The pathologic doctors tested out. They even found it in the breast milk from females. So, and they still run and getting one after the other. And if you remember on the beginning, they said you need one shot and you're fine. There was not even 2 months, and they said, no, that will not work. You need 2 shots. And now I think they're on the 4th or the 5th or whatsoever. So I don't know, but people still go in and say, "Oh yeah, I want to stay. I want to be safe."
And the people that are getting those shots are dying.
Yeah,
that's what's ironic. The fact that they're not getting it's not getting reported in mainstream media makes people feel good. They feel good about it, you know. I've said to a bunch of people, why did you get the shot? I said, oh, I had to. I said, really? Why did you have to? And they'd say, oh, it's the right thing to do. I said, well, the right thing to do for what? And you press these people and they have no background. They have no information. They have no idea why they would fucking do it.
Nope.
They just do it. They just do it because the television told them to do it.
Exactly. That's the answer I got several times. You know, I asked them, have you ever seen other scientists, other doctors talking about this stuff? And have you ever listened to them, like on YouTube or whatsoever? And the answer you get is, that's all fake. They believe that what they see in their primetime news and in their freaking TVs, that has to be true because it's on TV. It must be true.
Exactly.
And that's how they believe in it 100%. They can't even imagine that the government never ever did anything good for them. Never ever. They don't give a crap about us.
I asked the doctor here because my other half was just hell bent. That's what you should do. That's what you should do. So I went along with her. And I said to the doctor, I said, what's in it? What's in that needle? He said, oh, it's a vaccine. I said, yeah, but what's it comprised of? And he told me, he said, I don't know. I said, so you are administering an injection and you don't even know what's in it? He said, oh, but the government said, and I said, no, but you're a doctor. What do you say? And he said to me, I'm not allowed to have a comment.
Yeah, you know. And first
I mean,
of all,
how much confidence can you have with that?
in general, that's the first medication that got invented with not the necessary document about what is in there, what can the side effects be, and whatsoever. This is the first time ever they invented a medical treatment with no explanation whatsoever is in there and what can be happen and whatsoever. And then the next thing is that it doesn't matter what kind of pill or vaccine or whatsoever would have had that drastic and many huge side effects would be staying on the market. They would be just taken off in a heartbeat. And then the third example is, if somebody wants to force you to do something, they offer you a free burger and a beer or the bratwurst or whatsoever, or 500 euros whatsoever, if you take this jab, then your common sense should tell you there must be something wrong. If somebody want to give me money or give me food for getting some treatment, you got to be kidding me.
Well, three of my neighbours, two foreigner guys and one local guy, all of them were older, and they took the shots. And two of those guys, I said to them, "Why would you do that?" "Oh no, that's what you have to do." Blah blah blah.
Filipinos or?
All three of them are dead. They're all dead.
They're all dead?
They're all dead. And the girls are screaming, "Oh, why is he dead? Why is he dead? He was fit and he was healthy." Blah blah blah. I don't say anything to those women, of course, but in my mind, I'm going, well, they choose to take the shot. That's their choice.
Yeah.
They're all dead, and all three of them went to the local hospital here, and the local hospital recommended that they be cremated. Now, when does a hospital recommend the way a person is disposed of? You know, when do they say, "Oh, you must be cremated," and they want it done quickly, like within 2 days? See
Well,
here,
there's all three Filipino citizens.
2 were American guys and 1 was a Filipino. But the answer from the same hospital was the same. You know, they all recommended cremation. Now, cremation is not normal here. Normally, people get buried, and when they before they get buried, they actually stay in their house in a box for like 2 or 3 weeks.
Really?
You know, where people come around and mourn them, and
Wow.
I mean, I don't agree with that, but that's what they do. That's the normal custom here. But the hospital wanted them to be buried quick.
There is something wrong, man.
Of course there is.
We have many, just here in Germany, there's hundreds, maybe thousands of doctors who are completely against it and are completely on the other side. And a couple groups of them came together and made some investigations. Before the shots was invented and stuff like that, they cut off many of the dead people, and they try to force them that they are not allowed to do it, but because these doctors were official, they couldn't do anything. So I think he maybe pathologically cut off 15 or 20, and he couldn't prove on one person that they had definitely died on this sea shit. And pretty much in the middle of 2020 or 20 and maybe in fall 2020, there was a doctor on a mainstream media show, and he's a specialist for lung. He's in a special lung clinic, and he said this permanently intubia in the chest is absolutely the worst treatment you can do. And that was back in 2020 on a mainstream media show. But they still, I don't know how it works, that these people get so brainwashed to not even see it. I don't get it.
Well, there's about 600 doctors in Australia that have been deregistered. Most of those guys are not young guys. They've been doctors for 20, 30 years. They've all been deregistered because of 2 reasons. One is they issued exemptions for masks.
Yeah.
And the second one is that they did not recommend people getting the injections.
That's crazy, man.
So they're actually deregistered. They cannot operate as doctors anymore. There's a collection of them that are suing the federal government. But they've said themselves that even if things go forward, it'll take years.
Yeah, that's. I
think
that's everywhere the same. That's the same here. Or they deny it just quickly. That's what happened here a lot. So, but I don't know how many doctors here were in almost the same boat. But I know from a couple, from a YouTube channel. He's a free journalist and was from the beginning of all the stuff always critical, and so they try to ban him everywhere that he can't even get into the offices and stuff. So, and 3 of these front protest scene, which was pretty much started early in 2020, 3 of this head group are arrested, and one of them, he got arrested in Manila and got with whatever confirmation with Germany and Philippines, took over to Germany. He's still arrested for hate speech.
Yeah, yeah.
No,
Some
no
of them
proofs, nothing.
Some of them are still in jail right now.
Yeah. The protests here, they needed to get a permission in advance to do the protests in the cities. How can it be possible that in a democracy you have to ask for a permission to protest? You know, it's absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's unheard of.
And then
But again,
the new laws they brought up in Western Australia that they can even now force you and invent your house and come in your house, whatever to force you to get tested or jabbed.
yes,
Even with violence, you got to be kidding me, man. It's absolute crazy.
there's a whole bunch of I mean, because I'm from Western Australia, there's a whole bunch of people. There's hundreds and hundreds of people that have been packing up, putting their house for sale, and moving out of the state.
You know what? I know somebody from a it's pretty much like a freedom channel, like many of them, and over all the channels we went through, we are in contact with many Australians now from all over the place. And one of them, she had like a cleaning business and stuff like that. She just packed up. She has a camper trailer, and she packed up and is anywhere in the outback. Nobody knows where she goes or what she's gonna do. She's posting some messages sometimes, or even having a chat. Last time I've seen her anywhere in the outback there on a campground or whatever that was. So I mean, that's huge. I mean, how many kilometers that are? 3,000, 4,000, 5,000. Yeah, you can be everywhere there. If it's possible, I mean, you need always fresh water supply and stuff like that anyway. So.
Yeah, we can't live that life because you need an income, you need money.
Yeah, whatever. I don't know what her financial situation is, but I guess she's very smart and educated and pretty active in the freedom scene. So I guess she knows what she's doing. So, but it's I can't repeat it even more. For me, it was so shocking when I saw the first pictures on some channels from Melbourne protests and stuff in the 2020 with what all happened down there. I never thought that they would do it in Australia, which was one of the most freedom countries on planet for me. So I couldn't believe that.
Well, we'll wait and see what happens in the future, I guess. But things have changed for sure. You know, this is like a line in the sand. You know, what people thought were freedoms it's bullshit. They're not friends at all.
Yeah. Yeah, this and I think it has something to do with the Commonwealth, because for some reason most Commonwealth countries had the worst conditions for a long time. Australia, New Zealand, Canada, India, they tried it, but I think they failed because I've seen videos where they attacked the cops trying to come in there to shot them. You know, it was absolute crazy.
Well, I think the problem with some of those places, like you said, Australia and Canada, for example, the people are far too placid. They're not going to erupt. They're not going to bear arms. They're not going to produce any force.
Yeah.
So at this point in time, if you look at history is always about, when they want to change government and government ways, it's always been done by force.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's very difficult to sit in a paddock, by yourself with a little fire and claim you're going to change the world. Well, you're not going to do anything. You need numbers, and even then, numbers alone are not enough. You need to actually have an outcome. You need to make sure that the certain politicians bend and accept your view.
Yeah. But even if you would protect your country, you are island countries. Australia is, and New Zealand is as well. So you can close the borders, and that's it. Nobody comes in.
They have a lot of almost all of our armed forces around the borders. So when somebody gets in, it's not by chance; it's by design. In other words, they've let them in.
Yeah.
And when they let them in for a reason. These people, most of them young men, they don't speak English. They always have a cell phone so they can contact their neighbours or their friends.
Yeah, I know them. We have them here too.
And they're never interrogated at all.
We have to.
So the Australian people wouldn't have a clue who's coming in. Is this guy a murderer? Is this guy a bank robber? Nobody knows.
Yeah. That's the same.
Completely nobody knows.
I mean, what is definitely a big advantage is that your country is so huge that you could always find a spot where you can survive even with a low or no income. So,
not really. There's almost all of the country is uninhabitable. Wherever people could get, they've already got there. So most of the places is uninhabitable. I mean, if they travel up further north, for example, maybe they could exist, but certainly wouldn't be a Western lifestyle. Do you know what I mean? They barely get by. They certainly wouldn't be demanding anything because there isn't anything to demand up there.
Yeah.
And that's what some people have been saying for many, many years, that Britain should simply fill its islands up full of sand and leave it. Just leave it.
I mean, I guess 90% Australian citizens living in the 5-6 big cities like Sydney, Adelaide, Perth, Brisbane, Melbourne. So I guess 90% of the population is living in there. So
Oh yeah, for sure. And you got to remember that most of that population that does live there, they don't even walk down to the ocean.
yeah, and
You know,
they
the
are
ocean
all
is-
on the ocean.
the ocean is
All
not
the
relevant. It's not relevant to their lifestyle, you know. So they don't even bother to walk down there.
all the big cities, Australia, are on the coast. Only Canberra is not. That's crazy. Yeah, like Brisbane, Sydney, Melbourne, Perth, Adelaide. It's all on the ocean, is it?
Oh yeah,
Is it crazy?
because there's nothing in there. There's absolutely nothing. There's no resources. There's no water. There's no. The predominant thing is that there's no water.
But you can drill for water. Or
There's no water.
there's no water.
No, there's no water. You can drill all you like. There's no water. So that's why people live on the coast, because you can drill for water on the coast and you'll find it, but you won't find it inland.
And inland means like Ayers Rock, that area. That's the inland, you mean?
Well, the inland's just nothing. There's nothing there.
It's just red dust and some bushes,
Just-
whatever.
There's just red dust, and there's the occasional tree, and a tree might be 1.5 meters, and it's a full-grown tree. So the same tree on the coast is like 50 meters high, but inland it's 1.5 meters high.
Dang.
Well, it's stunted because there's no water.
Yeah, you can't survive there longer than 2 days, 3 days maybe without water.
Oh yeah, yeah.
It's fucking hot there too, man, all year long. There's no cold days, I think. So there's always at least 30 degrees.
Well, people go in there, but the majority of people don't bother to go in there because they know there's nothing there but bad things. You know, nothing good will come from you going in there. So there's no point. Anyway. All right, it's almost 2 a.m. here, so I'm going to hit the sack.
Yeah. It was great talking to you again. Was a while.
Yeah, sure. No problem. Good to hear from you, mate.
Yeah. So I don't know how often they can go live shortly, but maybe.
Oh, it's all a bit hit and miss, you know. Sometimes you turn it on and it's there, sometimes not.
Yeah.
But anyway, whatever.
All right.
All right, Yui, I'll see you later.
Yeah. See you later. Take care.
Cheers, mate.
Cheers.